This man shocked the Tai sect with his heavenly rank aptitude. However, due to his cultivation of the 9 revolutions tyrant body, he needed to shatter his Dantian 9 times. At the age of 18, he finally stepped into the first layer. But he was informed by his old man about his past romantic affairs. He actually has several older sisters. Not only is each sister a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers, with looks that could overthrow nations, and each sister stands at the peak of the continent. He tries not to be played by his sisters, and applauded at the same time. He reshaped his tyrant body with the 9 refined primal core. Starting today, I, Asura, will train 6 sisters. The story begins inside the Tai Academy, only to see a few children pointing. Asura, who is cleaning the courtyard, spoke up and asked, "Isn't it said that even the most foolish person can enter the outer before the age of 15? He is already 18 or 19, right?" A senior brother told everyone that this person is a weirdo. He is destined to be a useless waste. Asura turned around to see everyone leaving. He gathered vital chi in his palm and infused it into the broom. The fallen leaves in the courtyard also moved like marionettes. The fallen leaves fell neatly into the trash can. Just then, a female voice came from behind. "Elder senior brother." Just saw a stunning woman with a young intern appearing in the courtyard. The child saw the two of them being alone together. The intern child found a polite excuse to leave discreetly. Asura asked the woman, "As the first genius disciple of the inner sect, you shouldn't always come here." Queen Lyra frowned at his words. "What first genius disciple? You were selected into the inner cultivate at the age of 8, and your talent shocked the entire sect," Asura said. She then placed her jade hand on Asura's pulse, continuing to speak. "You are just temporarily stuck in the body tempering stage. Given some more time, you will definitely succeed." Her voice suddenly stopped abruptly. "How did you go from the body tempering 3rd layer back to the body tempering 1st layer? Why does your cultivation level keep progressing?" At that moment, Queen Lyra suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. She instinctively pushed Asura away. A long sword also brushed past and embedded into the wall. "Nonsense! What are you trying to do?" Only a few male disciples' figures were seen. Also appeared in this courtyard. The male disciples are actually here to warn Asura to stay away from Queen Lyra. Asura's face darkened. He bid farewell to Queen Lyra directly and went back to his room to cultivate, while a few people watched the woman trying to persuade him to stay. Several male disciples couldn't help but start mocking Asura, not knowing that Asura was only one step away from cultivating the tyrant body. He would eventually regain everything lost in the past 10 years. Upon entering the room, Asura sat cross-legged and began absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and large beads of sweat dripped down. Common techniques and methods emphasize cultivating and gathering chi around the core of the Dantian. But the 9 revolutions tyrant body is too overbearing. It must be broken before it can be established. Today is the last time. With countless spiritual chi pouring into the body, a golden inner Dan at the Dantian is slowly showing cracks at this moment. As the Dantian completely shatters, cracks also begin to appear on Asura's body. Golden flames emanate from his body one after another. After a quarter of an hour of baptism, his body gradually recovered its flesh color. He had not yet had time to feel the changes in his body. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Congratulations! Finally succeeded." It turned out to be his father who came to tell him. He also has 6 stunningly beautiful sisters. This man is not only powerful and formidable. He also has 6 sisters, who are at the top of the mainland. He tries not to be manipulated by his sisters. He recast his tyrant body with the 9 refined primal core. Asura turned his head and told his father, whom he hadn't seen in half a year, "I have no money. You can give up now." Father panicked and told him, "Your sister is coming. I have to run away." Asura was somewhat surprised. Is she my maternal or paternal elder cousin? Father, however, somewhat shyly told him that she is his half-sister from the same father. Asura sighed and started to pour tea. He said somewhat disdainfully, "Just a sister, and you got scared like this?" But his father told him they were sisters. Once this statement was made, the teacup in Asura's hand was instantly crushed. He immediately showed a fierce look and questioned, "Explain clearly. How many sisters do I actually have?" The father stuttered and mentioned the matters of 5 or 6 sisters. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the window. The two also stopped arguing, only to see in the courtyard a novice disciple. He earnestly begged the injured disciple inside the courtyard to return the silver to him. That is everyone's food expenses for this month. The inner disciple, however, was very disdainful. He shamelessly played around by stepping on the shoulders of children. "Why should I give you what I picked up?" Then, he suddenly exerted force with his foot. He kicked the child directly in the body. The interns also dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak out. Just as inner disciple was about to crush it, Asura instantly arrived on the battlefield with fist wind condensed, punching it directly on the face and distorting it. The powerful force directly sent that disciple flying through the wall. Asura's voice resounded in this area. "Whom do you intend to kill?" The crowd was shocked to see Asura actually attacking an inner disciple, and thought he had gone mad. Asura, however, walked straight towards the intern child without looking back. Asura helped the child up and reassured him, "Don't worry. I will see that justice is served for you." However, the child was also worried about offending the inner disciple, so he tearfully urged Asura to leave quickly, calling him brother. Before the boy could say anything, another inner disciple immediately gathered fist wind and blasted it towards Asura, believing that Asura was still the same useless person as before. To their surprise, the two speeds were not proportional at all. Before the airborne inner disciple could even gather mountain-splitting fist, Asura's fist appeared in front of his face once again. Asura's clean and neat punch once again sent him flying several meters. Witnessing this scene, the outer disciples were shocked by Asura's strength. Queen Lyra also hurriedly arrived at this moment. She thought she was here to save Asura. Seeing this scene, her body couldn't help but tremble. Two inner disciples helped each other up. They planned to attack together. The two of them hit it off right away. One up, one down, they unleashed the Ultraman's ultimate combination technique. As soon as this move was executed, Queen Lyra quickly protected Asura behind her. Asura dodged swiftly. This move, Heaven-Earth Twin Soar, was taught to me by my master. Even I dare not try to defend against it. The voice fell. The combined photon beam also shot towards the two of them. Asura held Queen Lyra in his arms to reassure her. "What is the Heaven-Earth Twin Soar?" "Fancy." He condensed vital chi in his left hand and easily blocked the attacks of both people with a simple palm strike. The powerful palm wind unexpectedly suppressed their combined attack. The two of them only persisted for a moment. The two of them were once again sent flying several meters. This man's heavenly rank aptitude shocked the entire sect. He endured for 10 years to cultivate the tyrant body. He has finally cultivated the 9 revolutions tyrant body today. However, he faced the cold words of the malicious leader of Peak, when he intended to suppress with his strength. But he was approached by the 6th sister from another mother. The 6th sister frightened the entire sect with her reputation alone. Asura hugged Queen Lyra into his arms. He unexpectedly slapped the two top-notch inner disciples. He beat them to the brink of death. As childhood friends and talented individuals, Queen Lyra couldn't help but be curious and once again felt Asura's pulse. "Yesterday, you were only at the body tempering 3rd layer. How did you break through to the chi condensation 1st heaven in less than half a day?" Asura played a joke and said, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." Upon hearing this, Queen Lyra's face instantly blushed. Before Queen Lyra could reply, A woman's scolding voice suddenly sounded. The two turned to look. It was actually Qin Lyra's master. The malicious woman arrived and immediately began to interrogate Qin Lyra as to why she was still entangled with this waste of space. Qin Lyra obviously favored Asura more and began to confront Shifu. Master Asura is not a waste. He has already advanced to the Qi condensation stage. Two inner disciples teaming up are not his match. Demonis was somewhat surprised and turned her head to see two disciples already beaten half to death. Even Demonis couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, the two inner disciples' master suddenly arrived and reversed the situation. How could my disciple possibly lose to this rubbish? Qin Lyra on the side saw the arrival of the leader of Peak. She worriedly hid Asura behind her. Asura was very disdainful when he arrived just in time. It saves me the trouble of looking for him. The male leader of Peak looked at his beloved disciple, who was actually beaten up like this. He directly erupted with his own aura. He intends to take the head of Asura. Before Asura could demonstrate his strength, Qin Lyra once again protected him and argued on his behalf. Leader Dan is the one who took things from others first. Asura was just standing up for justice when he saw something unfair. Before the voice completely fell, she was pulled away by Master. She didn't want her beloved disciple to be implicated. Lyra tried to break free from Master's grasp. Asura stepped forward to comfort and said, "Don't worry. I can handle it here." Qin Lyra could only reluctantly follow Master as they left. Before departing, Demonis also reminded Asura, "When you enter, I will no longer stop you from meeting Lyra. Before that, you better think about whether you are worthy or not to walk together with our Lyra." Asura's face darkened. He directly accepted this bet. He will prove with his strength how short-sighted Demonis' gaze is. As Qin Lyra left, she did not forget to remind Asura to be careful. Asura reassured her. His current strength could crush her as easily as crushing an ant. Just as the two of them were about to assume their fighting stances and start fighting, a disciple rushed in frantically. He gasped for breath and reported that a military force led by the Great Chu Empire's Supreme Marshal of the Legion had arrived outside the door. Upon hearing this, Leader Dan could only stop what he was doing. But he couldn't help but feel scared. Why did the Supreme Marshal of the Legion bring troops to surround their sect? At the entrance at this time, a charming red-haired woman sat elegantly on horseback. When Leader Dan arrived at the mountain gate, he was just about to introduce himself. The military counselor standing aside directly rebuked. "How dare a mere leader of Peak shout in front of the marshal? Answer when the marshal asks you a question. Dare to be disrespectful again, and we will crush your Tai sect." Leader Dan shed the demeanor of leader of Peak and respectfully approached the demon-burning woman to ask a question. The woman unexpectedly revealed that she was actually looking for his younger brother. Leader Dan was delighted to hear this. If he could build a good relationship with her, wouldn't he be able to immediately settle in Inner Peak? The woman brightly mentioned the matter of calling his younger brother Asura. Leader Dan's expression instantly changed upon hearing the words. He had just wanted to fight Asura. Now it's all over. Disciples surrounded by onlookers. Their gaze all turned involuntarily to Asura behind them. Being stared at like this, even Asura couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This man actually has 6 sisters. Not only are each of his sisters standing at the peak of the mainland, even their looks are stunning and breathtaking. Just as Asura was about to teach a leader of Peak a lesson, the Supreme Marshal of the Legions, the 6th sister, suddenly showed up. She scared the entire sect into trembling as soon as she showed up. I intended to protect the sister of Asura. She discovered that Asura was actually pretending to be weak to deceive others. The 6th sister slowly walked towards Asura. Along the way, the disciples stepped aside to make way. She approached Asura. She stared at Asura carefully. Being stared at like this, Asura felt a little shy. She didn't wait for him to react. He was pulled into the 6th sister's arms. "Stinky bro, I finally found you." The army behind also began cheering and waving their flags. Salute to Asura, young master. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at Asura's residence. After entering the door, the sixth sister began to observe left and right. Asura felt somewhat helpless. If the great marshal is interested, you can stay here for a night. No charge for your room. The sixth sister directly asked where their father had gone. Asura shrugged in response. Their father had always been elusive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left me with several sisters. The sixth sister turned her head to look at Asura and said, "Although we have different mothers, I can't let you be bullied here. Come back with me to the Great Chu. I'll protect you from now on." Asura is full of doubts. Are you very strong? Still protect me? The voice just fell. The sixth sister instantly rushed to Asura's side. She gathered primal chi in her left hand. She suddenly slammed it towards him. Unexpectedly, Asura's figure mysteriously disappeared. After the sixth sister reacted, she unexpectedly found that Asura had teleported behind her. He pointed at the sixth sister's head. Asura grinned. He asked his older sister, "Do you think I still need protection now?" The sixth sister broke out in a cold sweat. However, she was even more interested in this younger brother. Before she arrived, the intelligence report said that Asura had not made any progress in cultivation for 10 years. It turns out that he has been hiding his true strength. What a terrifying calculation. The sixth sister, however, did not know how he had spent these 10 years. Asura began his performance as an old actor. He once wanted to interact with everyone in the identity of an ordinary person. But what he got in return was alienation. The sixth sister looked at him with a puzzled look, pretending to be cool. Then she burst into laughter. She looked appreciative. This is her brother Churyu. Then she told Asura to pack up and go with her. Asura was a bit curious. Should I still go with her now? The sixth sister began to plan a future blueprint for him. A man should have ambitions in all directions. She wanted to recommend Asura to become a great marshal ruling over an area. Asura revealed the truth that he couldn't leave. There is a despicable woman within this sect. 10 years ago, my talent was exceptional. She was eager to take me as her disciple. After I failed to make progress for a long time, she directly threw me into the Taoist Academy for internship to humiliate me. I must repay her kindness. Sixth sister waved her hand and walked towards the door. She couldn't help but tease. "All right, don't make such an ugly face. It's disgusting to look at." Asura hurriedly apologized, but in his heart, he thought, "If it weren't for the fear of the army outside the door cutting me with their swords, I would really want to beat you up." The sixth sister did not detain Asura anymore. She then mounted her horse and bid farewell to him. Before leaving, she kindly reminded him, "I will go back first and inform your other sisters. They may want to come and see you. I'll tell you another secret. Among the 6 of us, I am the worst." As soon as this was said, even Asura was shocked. Is Supreme Marshal of the Legion, the Empire's top general, still the weakest? This man is not only extremely powerful, he also has 6 sisters who stand at the pinnacle of the continent. The 6th sister originally wanted to come and protect Asura. Unexpectedly, Asura has been pretending to be weak and then striking at his opponents. The 6th sister did not stay for long after seeing the situation. She wants to go back and inform her other 5 sisters. Before leaving, she didn't forget to threaten the entire sect. "Although I am the weakest among your sisters in terms of strength, but if anyone dares to bully you, no matter who it is, I will make them regret coming into this world." When this was said, the leader of Peak, who originally wanted to duel with Asura, quickly put on a smile. The 6th sister told Asura that once things on your end are settled, remember to come find me at the Great Chu Imperial capital. The 6th sister immediately led the army back to the Great Chu. Asura stood still, lost in thought. I still intended to use my strength to suppress the 6th sister, the weakest leg, which would allow me to dominate the sect. How powerful are the other 5 legs? The idea had just come to fruition. The leader of Peak approached with a smile, complimenting young Marshal Ye's sister, who turns out to be the great Chu Marshal. Please forgive my disrespect. Would you be free to gather at Yuan Peak tonight? There may have been some misunderstandings between us before. Ye Asura hugged leader of Peak reassuringly, saying that all the bad things leader Dan did to him in the past 10 years were instigated by Song Rain, that demoness. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. But I hold grudges a lot. The show has just begun. Let's wait and see. I'm not used to eating the delicacies at the gathering. I still prefer chewing on steamed bread. Then he ignored Leader Dan and walked away. 15 minutes later, Leader Dan called over his elder disciple. He is about to discuss something important with Ye Asura that cannot be trivialized. We must resolve him. Elder disciple, however, hesitated. Ye Asura's sister has a powerful background. Can't we use our own people? Leader Dan directly rebuked upon hearing this. Nonsense. Do you want Tai sect to be leveled by the army? Find people from outside to do it. Elder disciple chuckled. He happens to know a few friends resting in spiritual retreat cave. I can have them come over to help. They are all beasts. However, the 2 of them were unaware. This will be the first step to their own demise. Ye Asura is cultivating in the room at the moment. As his eyes suddenly opened wide. 9 Revolutions Tyrant body has successfully entered the 2nd layer. Opening 9 Revolutions Tyrant eyes is not in vain for him to endure for 10 years. At this moment, the door was also opened by 2 disciples. They instructed Ye Asura to go to Yomong Mountain Range to pick Ghost Shadow Mushroom. Ye Asura tilted his head, revealing a fierce light. It seems they are eager to put me in a desperate situation. Several intern disciples were discussing behind him. Isn't that too shameless? There are many ferocious beasts on Yomong Mountain. Inner disciples should not enter the mountain alone. Ye Asura is not afraid of these little tricks. He then strides out of the door. The 2 inner disciples also tactfully make way. 1 hour later at Yomong Mountain. Ye Asura looked ahead at the mist and smiled. These guys still think they can trap me with the mist here. Little do they know, I have the 9 Revolutions Tyrant eyes. I can see everything within 100 miles. His spiritual power begins to explore this mountain range. He quickly discovered a spiritual herb surrounded by purple aura. After locking onto the target, Ye Asura strode forward confidently. Just then, a woman's scream suddenly rang out. Ye Asura paused. Why is this woman's scream so familiar? He followed the sound and found several wriggling vines heading towards a woman. At a closer look, he realized that the woman was indeed Qin Lyra. Only a few wriggling vines were seen, already extending to his thighs. Lyra showed a nauseated expression. She hurriedly cut the vines, but the situation seemed hopeless. Her palm was entangled by the vines. The long sword in her hand fell with a loud clang. Her body was lifted up directly by the vines. Critical moment. Ye Asura shines in and appears on the scene. The hero saves the beauty. This man has 6 alluring beauties. The sister who fights at the peak of the mainland. Today, Ye Asura was manipulated by the sect to go to Yomong Mountain. Unexpectedly, Qin Lyra is worried about his safety. She went alone and was tied up by vines. It's a critical moment. Ye Asura arrived in time. He directly cut through all the vines with his palm-turned knife. Without the vines binding her, Qin Lyra lost her balance. She slowly fell from the air. Ye Asura hurried forward and lifted her up. Seeing senior brother Lyra, who had arrived, she couldn't help but exclaim. Ye Asura asked Lyra with a hint of anger. Lyra, why did you come to Yomong Mountain? Don't you know it's dangerous? Lyra furrowed her brow and replied. Abeo said you were forced by Dan Skycloud to come look for the ghost shadow mushroom. I was worried about you, so I came to help. Ye Asura began to criticize Lyra for her abilities. Qin Lyra, You shouldn't lose your composure just because you encountered these vines, right? At that moment, Asura sensed a hint of danger. He quickly embraced Lyra and retreated backward. A red figure suddenly flashed past by his side. The two looked up. They found out that it was actually a huge bat. Asura put down Lyra. Let her stay here. It's fortunate that Lyra came. Otherwise, they would have almost been led to the location of the ghost shadow mushroom. Just then, a ghostly voice sounded. The bat also flew towards the two behind them. Kid, not bad. You actually managed to dodge my bat's assassination. Only to see several men in black robes leading a group of fiendish beasts enter the eyes of the two people. Lyra broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. You beast conjurers should not appear in the territory of Yomong Mountain. Lyra's voice trailed off. The leading beast conjurer directly manipulated the fiendish beast to charge towards the two of them. Before Lyra could react, Asura had already stood in front of them. He intended to overwhelm them with his strength. A female voice suddenly came. Evildoers, don't even think about it. A giant ape's arm also suddenly sent the charging fiendish beast flying. Asura couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the sight. I saw a charming woman sitting on the giant ape's shoulder. The appearance of the giant ape directly frightened all the beast conjurers, making them shiver all over. The timid voice of a woman came through. Where do you think you can run to this time? The man leading the group hastily spoke up. As the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace, why do you insist on chasing us for 3 months? The woman heard the words. She slightly parted her red lips, smiled enchantingly, and said, Just because I was bored. As for such arrogant words, everyone could do nothing about it. Asura was not surprised. The palace lord of the most mysterious feral beast palace in the world. She is actually so young. The woman seems to have already discovered Asura's presence. She directly threw a flirtatious look at Asura. The woman expressed her love in this way. Lyra on the side was filled with jealousy. She directly questioned Asura. Why did she throw a flirtatious look at you? When did you guys meet? Asura looked puzzled. He didn't know. This is actually the third sister among his 6 sisters. At this moment, all the beast conjurers directly combined to summon the strongest fiendish beast, intending to confront the palace lord head-on. Upon the successful completion of their secret technique, a giant spider also appears in front of them. But it was as insignificant as an ant in front of the giant ape of the palace lord. The woman showed a disdainful expression towards this spider. Is joining forces to summon such a little thing worth it? Lyra besides seemed to be puzzled as well. This spider is rumored to have weak toxicity. However, Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant eyes directly saw the reason. This spider is extraordinary. It contains potent poison within its body. Just as Asura was pondering, the spider directly spun a large web and threw it towards the woman. The woman still looked disdainful. But Asura casually picked up a branch. He flashed in front of it and smashed the giant net down. The venom contained in the net scattered across the area. After Asura's figure fell, the tree branch in his hand started to corrode. The woman's clothes also got accidentally contaminated. The toxin unexpectedly started to slowly dissolve. But the woman's skin remained unharmed. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Then she scolded, You little brat! Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Asura was hunted down by the beast conjurer hired by his enemies. Unexpectedly, the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace suddenly arrived. The mysterious palace lord turned out to be Asura's half-sister from the same father, but different mother. I saw the spiders conjured by the United Beast Conjurers. At the moment, they spewed venomous webs towards the palace lord. Asura picked up a branch and smashed the giant web down, causing the scattered poison to spray across the area. He didn't know that his companion, the third sister, was immune to all poisons. Only to see palace lord's clothes starting to corrode. But her skin remained unscathed. Several beast conjurers were angered and embarrassed by Asura ruining their good deeds. They directly manipulated the spiders to charge at the palace lord, only to see the wealthy at the palace lord's feet swinging his giant fists. It directly smashed the spider with one punch. It used force on its palm to directly tear its body in half at the waist. The remaining two spiders quickly turned around and sprayed venom. But alas, they were beneath the wealthy of this palace lord. They were torn to pieces without any resistance. Asura stood in front of Queen Lyra, knocked down all the fragmented wreckage with venom. Seeing this scene, a group of beast conjurers no longer had the heart to resist. They quickly turned around and lined up to flee. Unexpectedly, they were punched by Wealthy and lined up like candied haws on a stick, when all the assassins of the beast conjurer fell. The palace lord's figure also fell. He walked straight to Asura and asked about his injuries. Asura accidentally got exposed to some toxins while trying to save Queen Lyra. He was just about to force the poison out himself. Palace Lord suddenly stepped forward and raised Asura's arm with concern, inspecting the injury. It's really unsettling. After her reprimand fell, this mysterious palace lord actually licked Asura's wound like a cat. Asura and the two of them had never seen such a scene before. They were suddenly startled and froze in place. Queen Lyra's jealous face blushed as she spoke. What are you doing? Palace Lord stopped the movement in his mouth. She explained, I am detoxifying him. Do you really think I would have any thoughts about my own brother? After cleaning up, the third sister finally nodded in satisfaction and retracted her tongue. Just rest for 2 days after going back. Once the wound scabs and falls off, it will be fine. Later, she lightly tapped Asura's forehead with her finger and revealed her identity, saying, I am the third sister, the esteemed palace lord of the feral beast palace, with long immunity to all poisons. Do you really need to shield me? Upon hearing the palace lord claim to be the third sister, Asura immediately understood. It turns out it was yesterday's the sixth sister who went back. She told her about her own affairs. She heard that Asura might be in trouble, so she came to take a look. Palace Lord also unexpectedly took the opportunity to deal with several traitors along the way. Just thought of this. Palace Lord went straight toward the leader playing dead up ahead. She stepped on him and asked, Speak! Who exactly sent you to kill my brother? Then she showed a creepy smile and continued, Tell me the name, and maybe I can make it quick for you. Unexpectedly, the man would rather die than betray his employer. When this was said, the third sister was instantly filled with excitement. Immediately, she took out a centipede from the bamboo tube. She really likes people with backbone the most. Seeing this scene, not only did Queen Lyra show a nauseous expression, even Asura couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This bone-devouring beast is a highly toxic creature. After invading the human body, it will slowly gnaw along the meridians. The third sister forcibly opened the person's mouth. She shoved a centipede into their body. After the centipede entered the body, the man's eyes were instantly filled with blood-red color. The third sister kindly reminded, Say it out loud, and I will set you free. The man directly exposed Leader Dan's elder disciple. Now he is still waiting for us at the Heavenly Tao Cliff to take Asura's body back. Asura crouched down. He began to ask for detailed time and location. After he finished all his questions, the man directly begged the palace lord to kill him. The third sister fulfilled his wish after nodding to Asura. After killing the man, the third sister happened to discover that Asura was actually stripping the man's clothes off. A plan quietly emerged. Asura used the disguise technique to fight fire with fire. Queen Lyra's face was filled with admiration. The third sister of the mysterious sect leader was also quite surprised by Asura's tyrant eyes. After Asura took off the beast conjurer's clothes, he used tyrant eyes to take away the ghost shadow mushroom. He then used the disguise technique to arrive at the cliff for the trade. 15 minutes later, Leader Dan's elder disciple suddenly appeared. Asura directly performed in his true form. He began to take out his own head. He kindly reminded that there are all kinds of bug eggs in his head now. Elder disciple raised his hand in disdain at the words. Who would have expected that Asura would directly throw the head down the cliff? Seeing this scene, elder disciple felt a trace of anger in his heart. Not looking doesn't mean not wanting to see. Don't throw it away just like that. Immediately, he took out a silver note and was about to make the payment. Asura cleanly and neatly took the silver note and left smoothly. He muttered, "That kid still has quite a few treasures on him. This thing will definitely fetch a good price." He then took out the ghost shadow mushroom. Seeing this spiritual mushroom elder disciple, he was shocked. He never expected that Asura had actually found it. He watched as the assassin turned to leave. The elder disciple quickly asked the hero to stay. Immediately, he rubbed his hands together in preparation to buy that pearl mushroom. Asura saw the fish taking the bait. Asura directly offered 30,000 silver tickets. Elder disciple's face was filled with a pained expression. But he still agreed. He would bring the assassin back to the mountain gate to collect the silver tickets. But what he was thinking in his heart was to deceive him back to the mountain gate first, and then seize the opportunity to grab the ghost shadow mushroom. In another patch of grass, Jean Lyra had an enamored look on her face. She admired Asura's disguise technique. The third sister, however, had a hint of confusion. How could it be so troublesome? It would be much better to just attack directly. However, Jean Lyra trusted Asura's plan. Rumor has it that Dan Skycloud has a secret chamber with many sacred weapons and spiritual artifacts. He could take this opportunity to obtain a suitable weapon. The third sister, however, fell into contemplation. This brat clearly has a body-tempering stage cultivation level but possesses tyrant eyes. I must remember to ask him later. What technique and methods is he cultivating? In the Tai sect in the middle of the quarter. After settling Asura disguised as a killer, elder disciple went to master's residence to begin discussing the plan. They planned to play dirty in order to obtain the ghost shadow mushroom. Asura quietly waits in the main hall for the show to begin. At that moment, elder disciple summoned his master, Dan Skycloud, over. Asura stepped forward and shook hands with the leader of Peak. But he secretly exerted force. Dan Skycloud felt a stabbing pain. He quickly released his hand, ignoring the pain emanating from it as he began to get to the point. "I heard that you have the mushroom I need, sir. Can you please show it to me?" Asura pretended to search in his arms upon hearing this. Leader Dan and elder disciple exchanged glances. They planned to make a move once he took it out. Unexpectedly, Asura actually pulled out the infernal bone ant bamboo tube. It was a bit embarrassing. "It seems like my ant has burrowed into your hand." As soon as this was said, the leader of Peak quickly spread out his palm to inspect. He actually found a real scar. Asura's face darkened as he spoke up to reassure. "No need to be nervous. I just added an insurance policy to our deal." Upon hearing this, Leader Dan no longer played around and immediately intended to hand over the 30,000 taels. Unexpectedly, Asura suddenly changed his mind. He slowly extended a finger and said, "In addition to the 30,000 taels, I also want a treasure from the treasure pavilion of Yuan Peak." Just as Leader Dan was about to get angry, elder disciple hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Then he told Master that he would hold him back. "You hurry to find Leader Song to see if he can help detoxify." They discussed upon meeting. Asura seemed unusually relaxed. It seems that pretending to be a beast conjurer did work. They couldn't even imagine being killed. I just pricked them with a needle. Asura used his disguise technique to deceive the leader of Peak. He sneaked into the treasure trove and obtained a divine artifact. Asura was taken to the treasure trove by the elder disciple. Leader Dan believes that he was bitten by an inferno ant. He hurried to Leader Song Manor to seek an antidote. Leader Song instantly realized something was amiss. The beast conjurer only keeps creatures of the damp. How could there be an inferno ant? Leader Dan extended his injured palm and asked worriedly, "Could it be a new species?" Leader Song quickly discovered the clues. "How did he know about your treasure trove?" "The man was actually disguised as Asura. He tricked you all. Treasure trove in the same place at the same time. Elder Disciple is picking treasures with Asura. Asura is looking at a dazzling array of ordinary weapons. He really can't muster any interest." He immediately used the 9 Revolutions Tyrant Eyes to investigate the clues. This look actually found another secret room inside the hidden room. Later, he called for Elder Disciple to come over. He then peeled off his disguise and asked him to take a good look at who he was. Before Elder Disciple could even exclaim in surprise, Asura knocked him flying with a wolf's teeth club. Elder Disciple's body heavily embedded into the wall, falling into unconsciousness. He then stepped forward to inspect the switch in the dark room. At the same time, the figures of 2 peak leaders are flying towards the secret room at the speed of light. If Asura discovers what's inside the secret room, both of them will be done for. After Asura entered the secret room, he found a dazzling array of treasures and weapons on the ground. Such treasures are strictly prohibited from being privately kept by the sect, but they have been left and used by them here. Then, he used the 9 Revolutions Tyrant Eyes to search for the most powerful weapon of spiritual chi. Soon he found a sword emitting golden light. Asura peeled off the weapon attached to the sword. He found, however, that this sword looked ordinary, but it is the most magnificent sacred weapon infused with spiritual chi. Asura reached out to pick it up. Unexpectedly, this sword turned out to be so heavy. He took out the storage pouch and stored it away. He then used the disguise technique to disguise himself as the appearance of the Elder Disciple. He welcomed the 2 leaders of Peak. When the 2 of them arrived, Asura pointed directly at the treasure trove and exclaimed in surprise. Leader Song became busier and rushed towards the dark room. Asura, however, grabbed Leader Dan and spoke up. "Let's go to Dan Pill's room first. I just heard him say he's going to steal all the Dan pills you've treasured." Leader Dan was panicked the moment he heard the words. He quickly rushed to Dan Pill's room with Asura grumbling along. After he opened the secret door to Dan Pill's room, he found that his cherished Dan Pill was still there. When he breathed a sigh of relief, Asura pulled out an arrow feather and stabbed it directly into his buttocks. Asura's gloomy voice then sounded, "Thank you for showing the way." As the arrow feathers were pulled out, blood sprayed onto the ground. Leader Dan danced in pain and fell to the ground. Asura is in front of him. He collected all the Dan pills into his storage pouch. Before leaving, he even patted Leader Dan on the shoulder, thanked him before leaving. He then returned to his own residence and met up with Chin Lyra and the 3rd sister. Asura tricked 2 malicious leaders of Peak. He was then approached by the leaders. Asura tricked 2 malicious leaders of Peak. He was then approached by the leaders. The 3rd sister supports him. Seeing the sword wiped by Asura, Chin Lyra couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Have you tricked Dan Skycloud twice, and he still managed to come back unharmed?" Asura did not stop his actions. Dan Skycloud must be furious by now. Chin Lyra is worried about Asura's safety. The 3rd sister is on the side to reassure both of them. With her presence, not even the Heavenly King can harm her brother. Asura felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. "Older sister, please don't act later." The 3rd sister was puzzled. "Why not? If those guys want to hurt you, why can't I help?" Asura, however, expressed his concern. "My dear sister, if you step in, they will simply disappear without a trace." "What's the point then? I'm afraid they won't even show up." Suddenly, a scolding voice could be heard by the 3 of them. Asura smiled, finally arrived. Only Leader Dan and his elder disciple were dirty and shouting outside the door. Asura led the third sister and Qin Lyra out of the door in large strides. After seeing Leader Dan, Asura raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you committed hemorrhoids?" After this remark, Leader Dan instantly remembered the previous episode. He was stabbed in the back door by Asura. But he is even more certain that the murderer is Asura. But everything must be based on evidence. After several rounds of debate, Leader Dan was about to take action directly. Unexpectedly, his aura suddenly exploded. A phoenix suddenly flew out from above the heads of everyone. Asura quietly asked the elder sister next to him what she was doing. The third sister, however, calmly replied that she was just walking the birds. "This doesn't violate your request, does it?" Seeing this 9-tier fiendish beast Leader Dan, he quickly lowered his posture and respectfully asked, "May I know how to address this young lady? What brings you to my Tai sect?" "Feral Beast Palace is Seraphina. Asura is my younger brother. Do you have any objections to me visiting?" The title of Feral Beast Empress was revealed. Leader Dan was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. On a large tree in the courtyard, a man quietly watches the scene. This person is Asura's master, Emperor Luo. He didn't expect that Asura had such strong backing, but it seems like Song Rain might step in. Song Rain is facing the third sister's provocation. Leader Dan quickly spoke up. "It's all a misunderstanding. We came here specifically to visit. How is Asura's brother doing?" Just then, the voice of Song Rain suddenly sounded. "This is an internal matter of Tai sect. Outsiders naturally cannot interfere. Palace Lord Seraphina has arrived, and I naturally welcome her. But it seems that the matter of disciplining our sect's disciples is not related to you, right? Two women are facing each other in a hostile manner, like enemies meeting. But the third sister is not someone easy to deal with. I want to see who dares to lay a finger on my brother today." Feral Beast Empress is indeed the third sister of Asura. She witnessed Leader Song reprimanding Asura. "I'll let the third sister step in again. I want to see who dares to mess with my brother today." At this moment, Asura suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the third sister to assure her, "She can't harm me." Faced with the repeated obstruction of this younger brother, the third sister frowned. "Who cares about you? Good intentions are disregarded as horse liver and lungs." The third sister pouted and stood aside. Just at that moment, Leader Song gathered the palm wind and instantly rushed in front of Asura. Seeing such momentum, Qin Lyra exclaimed behind, "Master, you will kill him!" Asura, however, remained calm and closed his eyes, ignoring Qin Lyra's concern. Just at that moment, a figure instantly rushed to Leader Song's front. Before she could react, a kick landed on her arm. Two attacks collided. The field was instantly polarized. Seeing this man looking for trouble, a group of disciples exclaimed in succession, "Is this the expert at the inner leader of peak level? He used to be the most hopeful candidate to become the next sect leader." The white-haired man's aura dispersed, and his voice resounded across the field. A dignified inner leader of peak actually used all his strength to teach an intern disciple. If this got out, Tai sect's reputation will be ruined by you. As his words fell, he even didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at Asura. Back then, Asura lost all his power. Many people insisted on driving him out of the Tai sect. Only Emperor Luo made every effort to protect him. He even offended the sect leader, and was stripped of the title of Leader of Peak. He was punished to reflect in confinement at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Leader Song shouted angrily. She also believes that Luo Madman left the Myriad Treasures Pavilion confinement without authorization. Emperor Luo made a face and explained that the sect leader released me from confinement early. You think it's annoying, isn't it? In the end, Asura is still my disciple, old Luo. If you want to teach him a lesson, you have to pass my test first. Seeing the affectionate appearance of the two, Leader Song gritted his teeth in anger. However, he was helpless as he couldn't defeat Luo Madman in a one-on-one fight. Later, she turned around to go and reason with sect leader. Seeing the troublemakers leave, Emperor Luo angrily shouted, "You brat! Aren't you afraid for your life? He's about to kill you. Why don't you hide?" Asura, however, had already smelled his scent and knew that your master would definitely intervene. Qin Lyra also bid farewell to Asura, saying he was going back to find the master, or he would be upset later. Asura nodded, and then told Lyra that if she asked any questions, he could say he didn't know. The two watched as Qin Lyra left. Emperor Luo teased from the side. "It's been 10 years. You still haven't won over your little junior sister, huh?" Asura also didn't back down and retorted, "It's been 10 years. Your mouth is still so sharp." Asura brought Emperor Luo and the third sister back to their residence. He began to talk about the matter of stealing Dan Skycloth's treasures. Emperor Luo was also puzzled. Why did Song Rain stand up for Dan Skycloud? Soon they discussed and figured out that there must be some secret among the three of them. Emperor Luo looked somewhat disdainfully at the weapons on the table. Other than selling them for some money, there wasn't much else they could be used for. But among these, only one is a treasure. He then glanced at the sword that Asura had handed over. The third sister and Master Luo both praised at the same time. "This sword is definitely extraordinary. If you can refine this sword, it will definitely be of great help to you." Asura obtained the treasure sword. He was informed by Luo Shifu that this sword contains love poison. This sword needs Asura and Beloved One to refine together. Qin Lyra was almost killed while trying to deliver intelligence to Asura. Just as the third sister and Emperor Luo praised this sword, Emperor Luo began to explain the reason why sect leader released it early this time. For the past 10 years, sect leader has never forgotten about Asura, who has been waiting to soar. Now, Tai sect is facing internal and external troubles, with major sects eyeing them with jealousy. Song Rain and others colluded with other sects. A quarter of an hour later in the martial arts arena, only Leader Song and Leader Dan were seen enjoying a cup of tea. Just at that moment, an attack instantly split the tea table in half. Just then, two other inner leaders of Peak also arrived at the scene. After the few of them met, they then began discussing how to subvert the Tai sect in response to the woman's inquiry. Leader Song directly spoke up. "It's better to strike first to be strong. Let's take out Emperor Luo and his damned disciple first." Qin Lyra just arrived here and heard that Shifu is going to take action against Asura's senior brother. She quickly turned around and left. She must tell senior brother Yi about this matter. Asura's residence. He only listens to the third sister and Emperor Luo attempting to help Asura refine the sword. But he feels there has always been a barrier blocking his way. Upon hearing this, Emperor Luo confirmed his thoughts. He then revealed the origin of this sword. After the establishment of the Tai sect by the founding Grandmaster, the Grand Matriarch was soon ambushed by enemies and poisoned. The Grandmaster hid in a secret room for 7 days and nights, trying to detoxify the Grand Matriarch. Unexpectedly, the poison turned out to be the most potent love poison in the world. Even the mighty Grandmaster struggled to handle it. In the end, the Grand Matriarch had to seal a part of the love poison into a sacred weapon, locking it away forever. After the story was finished, Asura broke out in a cold sweat. He suspected that the master was telling some spicy anecdotes about the Grandmaster. The third sister, however, showed a hint of interest. "If this love poison were to be used on someone you like, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Seeing the third sister's face, Luo Shifu smirked and teased from the side. "When the moment comes for you to be poisoned, this old master won't sacrifice himself to save you." Asura's face showed a look of disgust at the words. He then fell into contemplation. If the rumors are true, then he is still a fledgling. Wouldn't this sword be impossible to cultivate? Shifu lightly patted Asura's shoulder and let him take care of himself. "This is a chance given to you by heaven to strategize with little Lyra." Asura dismissed him with a wave of his hand, telling him to leave quickly. Emperor Luo also tactfully found a reason to depart. As he left, he couldn't help but look forward to hugging his grandchild soon. After Asura waited for Shifu to leave. Asura looked heavily at the sword beside him. The third sister reassured him on the side. Just give it a try and you will know. If you get poisoned, your sister will cover for you. I am immune to all poisons. Qin Lyra was panting heavily at the moment, and she ran towards Asura's residence. Just at this moment, a flying sword suddenly sliced across Qin Lyra's shoulder. Lyra lost her balance and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. My dear little junior sister, where are you going? The person quickly stepped forward and grabbed Qin Lyra's hair. He asked eerily, Let me guess. Are you going to inform the useless person? Lyra learned that Shifu is going to betray the sect and kill Asura. She was intercepted by Elder Senior Brother on her way back. Her life hung in the balance. Elder Senior Brother is holding onto Lyra's jade hairpin. Then he pushed Lyra to the ground. He demanded to know why she had betrayed them. Lyra ignored his accusations. He suddenly bit his hand to break free from the restraints. It was obvious that he betrayed the sect and tried to kill Senior Brother Yi. Elder Senior Brother licked the wound with a twisted expression. He immediately raised his sword and slashed towards Qin Lyra. Lyra slowed down, holding her left hand that was bleeding profusely. The feelings in her heart remained unresolved for a long time, as she secretly thought, Senior Brother Yi, I can't accompany you on the road ahead. Farewell forever, she thought as tears brimmed in Lyra's eyes. She closed her eyes, waiting for the arrival of destiny. At that moment, the long sword in Elder Senior Brother's hand was suddenly knocked down by a piece of broken stone. He felt the force and couldn't help but be surprised. When did this kid appear? Why is the aura completely different from before? Lyra also closed her eyes weakly due to excessive bleeding. Vaguely she heard Asura's voice. Those who touch me shall die. 1,000 slashes. Asura picked up Lyra and pointed his sword at Elder Senior Brother. A surprising scene unfolded. Asura picked up Qin Lyra and turned around to leave directly, just as Elder Senior Brother was about to mock him. Asura's voice suddenly sounded. Try moving if you dare. Elder Senior Brother was seen swaying profusely at this moment. The blood in his body unexpectedly began to stir. Just in an instant, the blood in Elder Senior Brother's body burst out directly. The third sister stopped her movements when she saw the man dying. She had thought Stinky Bro was going to let this guy go. It seems I was overthinking. Her thoughts had just settled when the third sister suddenly turned her gaze to the side, only to see the 4 rebellious inner leader of Peak had also arrived at this scene. Leader Dan saw that his own disciple had died. He immediately angrily shouted, Asura, you have a lot of guts. How dare you kill my disciple? Immediately, he gathered his primal chi and was about to take action. Asura then gently placed Lyra's delicate body down. Lyra quickly gestured for Asura to leave upon seeing the situation. At the same time, Leader Dan suddenly reached out with his long arms towards the two. Asura stepped forward and raised his arm to block. However, the gap in their stages was too big. He was directly sent flying from the impact, just as Lyra exclaimed in surprise. Her slender neck was suddenly grabbed by Shifu. Leader Song's voice came coldly. Lyra, originally you were supposed to be my successor, but you actually chose to follow Asura to your doom. Today, I will send you both to your deaths. You will be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Just then, the third sister's voice suddenly rang out. You guys dared to touch my little brother. As the voice fell, a 9-tier phoenix suddenly plummeted from the sky. The powerful aura of the phoenix directly sent Leader Dan flying. The 4 people turned their gaze at the same time. They had actually forgotten that she was still here. Only the third sister exuded an aura. She directly told the 4 people to get lost. Leader Song left Lyra behind to confront Seraphina. Don't think just because you are the palace lord of the Feral Beast Palace we will be afraid of you. This is the Tai sect. Immediately, the four of them charged towards the third sister at the same time. But they were like moths to a flame in front of the third sister's spiritual pet. Just as the four of them were knocked off their feet, the third sister instantly appeared behind a leader of peak. She kicked someone to the ground with one foot. She then turned her gaze to the other three people. The phoenix's fire of rebirth. Suddenly, she swept towards the three people. The terrifying explosion spread across the area. Just as Lyra thought, they had turned to ashes. Suddenly, Asura's voice rang out. They are not dead yet. The male leader of Peak looked very strange. He actually emitted an evil, purple aura, blocking this fatal blow. For a leader of Peak from the Tai sect joined the evil cult. The fate of the third sister and Sherfu is all in the hands of Asura. In order to break the deadlock, Asura must refine the sacred weapon and form a Taoist couple with Lyra Jr.'s sister. The four leaders of Peak are facing attacks from the third sister. A male leader of Peak emanates an evil aura. He blocked the fatal attack. The third sister looks a bit surprised. At that moment, Master Asura's voice suddenly rang out. Eating here and there! As the Peak leader of the Tai sect, you actually secretly learned the forbidden blood art of the Six Paths sect. Today I will clean the house for the sect leader. Seeing Emperor and Luo coming, the four of them were not flustered at all. It's just right to solve it together. After Emperor and Luo landed, he said, Asura, Seraphina Palace Lord, be careful. Their evil art uses human essence blood as a sacrifice, allowing them to erupt with power several times beyond their own. Not easy to deal with. The third sister responded with an acknowledgement. Just as Asura signaled for Lyra to step back and prepared to help the two in facing the enemy. Sherfu actually directly used the gourd to bring the two into the space inside the gourd. He also reminded Asura that the current you still cannot fill the gap between them. Hurry up and go do the right thing. After Emperor and Luo picked up the gourd, he heard the mocking voice of Leader of Peak. When death is at hand, do you still think a broken gourd can protect your disciple? Emperor and Luo smiled and said, Try it, and you'll find out. Then he began to communicate with Asura's third sister. Seraphina Palace Lord, the two of us joining forces can only resist for a few rounds at most. Today's victory or defeat depends on whether that brat Asura can quickly refine the sacred weapon. The third sister understands perfectly. This sacred weapon is specifically designed to counteract the evil art. Now, the fate of all four individuals is completely in Asura's hands. The two of them released their own breath and joined forces to fight the enemy. After Asura and Lyra entered the gourd, they were surprised to find that there was actually a space here. Just then, Lyra suddenly asked. Emperor and Sherfu said, let's focus on the task at hand. What does that mean? Asura shuddered at the words. He instantly understood the meaning of Sherfu. Seeing Asura like this, Lyra was still worried and asked from behind. Asura turned around, his face blushing as he refined the sacred weapon. Simply put, they need to establish a marital relationship. Lyra's face also flushed at the words. Seeing Lyra's shy appearance, Asura quickly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. This may just be Master Sherfu talking nonsense. If you're not willing, then forget it. There must be other ways to refine it. Unexpectedly, Lyra suddenly spoke up. No. In fact, I have liked Senior Brother for a long time. If I can help, I am definitely willing. Asura repeated, confirming like a straight guy. Lyra, on the other hand, went straight to the point. Right now, Sherfu and the others are still in danger outside. Let's quickly get things done. Asura kept saying, good 3 times. He immediately took out the sacred weapon. He began to use all his strength to force out the severe poison inside the sacred weapon. With the infusion of his primal chi, the sacred weapon started emitting a strange purple gas. Asura forcibly suppresses the desires in his heart as primal chi is continuously implanted. At this moment, he suddenly hears a strange sound behind him. Asura turns around to look. He saw that the purple gas had already entered Lyra's body. At this moment, Lyra's whole body turned red and swollen. She suddenly fell to the ground. Asura quickly went forward to support her. He didn't expect the poison to take effect so quickly. Lyra held Asura's neck with both hands. She tilted her face slowly towards Asura's face. She confided about her secret crush of 10 years. The two of them shared a passionate kiss, and then moved on to the main topic. Lyra took off her coat directly. She took the initiative to give herself to Asura, only to see Asura turn over and pressed her down. The two then continued with the joyful activity, releasing the love poison inside their bodies. Asura is refining the magic sword. He established a husband-wife relationship with little junior sister inside the gourd space. I won't reveal more details here, feel free to interpret it yourselves. Outside the gourd space, Asura's third sister and Emperor Luo are buying time for Asura, joining forces to resist the attacks from the 4 leaders of Peak. However, when faced with the forbidden blood art, Emperor Luo was instantly knocked back by the powerful attack. Seeing this, the third sister directly summoned a giant ape to confront the 4 leaders of Peak, smashing them with a fierce fist wind from the giant ape, causing the 4 leaders of Peak to scatter in the air. Leader Dan seized the opportunity using the evil art. He directly struck the giant ape on the back. The giant ape fell to the ground hard. The third sister's figure also fell to the ground. The third sister's delicate body also showed obvious injuries. As the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace, he couldn't help but sigh. Truly a terrifying evil art. If it continues like this, they really won't be able to hold on. The idea fell through. The third sister's gaze instantly turned to the side and exclaimed, I saw Leader Dan gathering evil art and about to blast it towards old Luo. In a critical moment, the third sister used her body to forcefully block a powerful palm strike. The explosion spread with eerie flames, engulfing the area. Old Luo anxiously inquired about Asura's third sister's condition. She's fine, won't die. At this moment, a male leader of Peak stepped forward. He pointed at the gourd on the ground, revealing a sinister smile. The little rabbit cub is hiding in there, right? The third sister and old Luo both exclaimed in surprise. They quickly got up to stop it. Just as the foot was about to come down, the gourd unexpectedly ruptured from the inside. Countless sword shadows instantly cut the body of the male leader of Peak into countless pieces of flesh. He died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the other 3 leaders of Peak were scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Just as the third sister and old Luo were surprised, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, Master. Big sister, I'm back. 2 figures also entered everyone's sight. Asura was seen supporting the disheveled Lyra on the scene. Asura put down Lyra's delicate body from his arms, letting Lyra take care of his big sister. Unexpectedly, after taking just 2 steps, Lyra slipped and fell backward. Asura stepped forward and caught her, softly asking Lyra, Are you okay? Lyra blushed slightly and replied, My legs feel a bit weak. Seeing this scene, the third sister and old Luo understood each other without saying a word. At the same time, they both gave Asura a thumbs-up gesture. Asura also recalled all the things that had happened inside the gourd space. Then he spoke with a tone of taking advantage while acting innocent. He explained, Elders, please don't misunderstand. Junior sister just helped me out a bit. Just at this moment, 3 other leaders of Peak simultaneously unleashed their evil art and attacked Asura. Asura angrily shouted, Bring it on! Then, he wielded his sacred weapon. A fierce sword shadow suddenly charged towards the 3 Peak leaders, one female Peak leader showing a contemptuous look. She consolidated her blood shield to resist. Unexpectedly, as soon as the 2 came into contact, the female Peak leader was directly cut in half at the waist. She unwillingly spat out a mouthful of blood upon seeing this Peak leader being killed instantly with one move. The other 2 leaders of Peak also stopped their movements. Old Luo behind Asura started showing off to Asura's third sister. This sword is paired with Grandmaster, an extraordinary sacred weapon called No Edge. Asura refines the sacred weapon to annihilate the evil cult. Just as the third sister and Old Luo are about to be no match for the four peak evil art leaders. Asura breaks through space while holding Lyra in tattered clothes. He kills 2 leaders of Peak with 2 swords in seconds. Just as the remaining 2 leaders of Peak were shocked and stunned by his agility. Asura Sherfu began praising the sacred weapon behind him, but leader Dan remained skeptical. Asura immediately stood with his sword in front of him. He suddenly thrust out a powerful sword intent, instantly breaking through the energy ball and piercing through Leader Dan's chest. Leader Dan uttered his final words before dying. Hanging on. He fell to the ground with a loud crash. Only one person, Song Rain, stood there dumbfounded. Asura raised his sword and walked slowly towards him. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Hurry and use them. But the crowd was unaware. Just now, after using 2 moves, Asura had already expended all his inner strength. Song Rain was so furious that she gritted her teeth. She then slapped the ground with her palm. Then she dashed frantically towards the sky. Asura looked at Song Rain fleeing into the sky with a hint of confusion. Just then, Lyra's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Senior brother, after all, she is my apprentice. Spare her life, please. Asura smiled. I never intended to kill her in the first place. Then, Asura wielded countless sword shadows towards Song Rain in the sky. Though he couldn't kill her, he could still play a trick on her. Before Song Rain could react in surprise, her close-fitting clothes were directly cut into pieces. Old Luo couldn't help but praise when he saw it. Gotta say, this little Song's figure is really well maintained. Song Rain gritted his teeth and clenched his red lips. He angrily shouted, You actually humiliated me in public, Asura, remember this. We're not finished. Asura's voice also rang out. Such big son! Lyra suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Asura's earlobe, angrily reprimanding him. The third sister also stepped forward at this moment and inquired why not cut the grass and remove the roots. Letting her go will lead to endless trouble. Asura inserted the sacred weapon into the ground and explained. Sis, don't just stand there and criticize. Those moves just now almost destroyed my Dantian. I'm already exerting all my strength just to remain standing. Old Luo was also somewhat worried that Asura might face retaliation. The third sister, upon hearing this, placed her hand on her chest and began to search. It looks like it's time for me to give this to you. Asura looked flustered. It was puzzling to older sister what she wanted to pull out from that place. I saw older sister take out a silver egg and said, Don't forget, your sister is the palace lord of Pharaoh Beast Palace. You should learn more about top-tier balanced spirit beasts. At the same time, inside the Tai sect's main hall, Song Rain is preemptively accusing the villain. Sect leader heard something that was hard to believe. Asura forcefully killed 3 evil cult leaders of Peak. But he let Song Rain escape. The third sister is worried that Asura will be retaliated against by the evil cult. She gave Asura a top-tier bound spirit beast egg as a gift. Nighttime has arrived. Asura is discussing with Silver Egg and Lyra. This egg can not only absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it can also absorb Asura's vital chi. Lyra is also very curious. Why won't your sister tell you? What kind of spirit beast is this? Just at this moment, the third sister's voice suddenly sounded. The surprise is to be saved for last. The two turn around to find the third sister had just finished bathing. Even the water droplets on her delicate body had not been wiped off yet. Asura and the third sister immediately got into an argument, even though they have the same father but different mothers. But you should also pay attention. Just then, several shadow guards had arrived outside the residence. Asura is keenly aware. Just as Lyra was still worrying, the third sister complained about Lyra's clothes being too small, and muttered behind her back. Outside the door, a shadow guard leader stepped forward to inform old Luo leader Luo to have Asura come out and go with us for a trip. Seeing this kind of lineup, old Luo couldn't help but quietly say, "I didn't expect that Song Rain's backing within the sect would be strong enough to mobilize Tai Shadow Guard." Asura began to analyze. There are only two possibilities now. Either Song Rain has earned the sect leader's trust through years of hard work, or there are Song Rain's own people inserted into the Shadow Guard. Old Luo responded domineeringly. "Speak up. Who gave you the orders? Otherwise, if you want to take Asura away, you don't have the ability yet." Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. "Old Luo, you have misunderstood." Two elderly figures descended from the sky. The chubby old man spoke up to explain. "This is indeed an order from the sect leader. She wants to invite Asura to come over and clarify things in person." Another old man directly roared angrily. "You really plan to rebel by killing 3 leaders of the peak?" Old Luo was just about to speak. Asura interrupted his dirty words. "I am willing to go face to face." Immediately, his figure slowly walked out of the room. He arrived outside the sect leader's hall. Asura bowed and said, "Practicing disciple Asura pays respects to the sect leader." Seeing that the sect leader was currently taking a shower, upon hearing Asura refer to himself as a practicing disciple, he couldn't help but jest. "I remember you were the #1 newcomer 10 years ago. How come you are still a practicing disciple now?" Asura dared not look directly at the sect leader in such a state. He also did not expect that the sect leader would request a meeting while taking a shower. The sect leader seemed to understand Asura's implications. She then tilted her head to explain. "If it were under normal circumstances, I definitely wouldn't meet you like this. I take an herbal bath at this hour every day." Outside the hall at the same time, the fat old man came to Song Rain. The ghostly Asura went in. At this time, the sect leader was at his weakest. The plan of everyone quietly emerged. Today's starry sky will also be a bloody one. Asura killed 3 leader of peak in the last episode. The matter of Song Rain escaping was simply reported to the sect leader, but the sect leader is not very convinced. All 4 leader of peak have secretly practiced evil art. Song Rain didn't say so. She accused you of colluding with the feral beast palace lord to seek revenge and killed 3 leader of peak. What evidence do you have for saying she colluded with the evil cult? Asura started speaking in riddles. Does she have any evidence to say that I killed the 3 leaders of peak? If not, I will not admit it. Sect leader made a sarcastic comment upon hearing this. I didn't expect that not only have your skills improved, but your cheek has also thickened so much. 2 maids covering their mouths laughed softly. Just at that moment, the window behind Asura was suddenly pierced by several arrow feathers. Sect leader invited Asura for a discussion on the matter of killing the 3 leaders of peak. Unexpectedly, she was plotted against by Song Rain. At the critical moment, her life hung by a thread. Asura made a move to save the sect leader. Just as Asura was still debating with the sect leader, the window behind suddenly pierced by several arrow feathers. An arrow even grazed past sect leader's delicate body. Sect leader reacted swiftly, instantly using vital chi to make the arrow feathers tremble. After a woman serving in the bedchamber accidentally gets shot in the arm, her skin unexpectedly begins to ulcerate. Asura saw the situation. He plunged directly into the sect leader's bathtub, dodged the flying arrows. After diving underwater, he unexpectedly discovered that beside him was the sect leader's fair skin. Asura inspected the sect leader's body thoroughly. He immediately spurted out a trace of nosebleed. Sect leader also leaped up at this moment. Confronted with several arrows, she gathered vital chi in her palm. Then, the vital chi directly shook off all the flying arrows. Then she used water drops as hidden weapons. The water drops flew out swiftly, killing all the assassins outside the hall. Asura is floating in the bathtub at the moment. He couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the sect leader in the air. Is she over 100 years old? It's really not easy. One must work hard to cultivate at the same time. She also needs to keep her figure at the same time. The sect leader seems to have noticed Asura's burning gaze. She turned her head directly and angrily scolded. You are really a bold and daring guy. I will gouge out your eyeballs and crush them. Just at that moment, two stronger hidden weapons suddenly shot towards the sect leader. After dodging low to avoid them, the sect leader's figure also landed. Seeing the arrival of two familiar faces, the sect leader's face turned dark. No wonder the assassins were able to sneak into the main hall without a sound. So it was you two causing all this mischief. Why did you betray me? Asura watched quietly as this scene unfolded. I didn't expect that even the two chief protectors in front of the sect leader would turn traitor. The two elderly men had equally grim expressions. They directly threatened to kill the sect leader. The sect leader showed a hint of disdain. Just based on, she staggered back with a wilted figure. The fat old man smiled as he looked at the evil flame in his hand. Do you really think we are clueless? Haven't you noticed something different about tonight's herbal bath? The sect leader scolded the two. Aren't you worried about the retaliation from the Tai sect disciples? The two reassured the sect leader. After we kill you, will you still be worried about not having a scapegoat? Tomorrow, the news of Asura conspiring with the feral beast palace lord to assassinate the sect leader will spread throughout the world. The originally watching drama Asura inexplicably became a scapegoat. Asura uses the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes. He also discovered that there is a secret passage under the sect leader's feet. Now it seems that he absolutely cannot let the sect leader die. The old man no longer spoke much. He directly gathered palm wind and struck at the sect leader, who managed to block the killing move. However, he was still poisoned badly. The fat old man's figure leaped to the front of the sect leader. He kicked her flying with one kick. The sect leader's delicate body violently crashed into the ground. Before the sect leader could even get up, the fat old man raised the long sword above his head, revealing a sinister smile. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would really like to savor your body. Before the sound could even fade, Asura's body leaped into the air. He carried the sacred weapon and fiercely slashed towards the fat old man's head. The old man stepped back, evading this fierce sword strike. The two of them didn't expect that Asura would dare to come and rescue someone. Asura smiled as he revealed his sacred weapon. I don't want to be a scapegoat. I have to resist, right? But the two old men showed a trace of disdain. Even if you have managed to kill 3 liters of peak, you are only at the chi condensation 3rd layer cultivation level. Facing us at the celestial origin stage, do you think you stand a chance? Asura suddenly hugged the sect leader and smiled. I never aimed to defeat you all. As long as I can escape, that will be enough. He then swung the sacred weapon and smashed it fiercely on the ground beneath his feet. Powerful sword intent, directly shattering the entire Tai hall. The fat and thin old men looked at the ruins under their feet, not knowing what to do. Song Rain and the man in black robes also arrived at the scene at this moment. After everyone gathered, they planned to seal off the scene and then search slowly. Song Rain is worried about Emperor Luo. Can only plead with this black-robed senior brother to deal with them as soon as possible. The leader of Peak has arrived. They were then dealt with by the skinny and fat old men. He was sent away with just a few words by Song Rain. Asura and sect leader are also present at this moment. Appeared in the secret passage of Tai sect. Asura slashed open Tai hall and rescued the sect leader. Sect leader originally intended to use the spiritual chi left by the previous generations of sect leaders to recover from his injuries. Unexpectedly, all of this spiritual chi was absorbed by the egg given by Asura's 3rd sister. The spirit beast inside the egg has also hatched. Asura couldn't help but sigh after putting down the sect leader. Fortunately, there is a secret passage hidden under Tai Peak, otherwise, there would have been no escape today. The sect leader then asked, "This is the secret of the Tai sect. How did you come to know about it?" Asura couldn't say. The 9 revolutions tyrant body he cultivated naturally comes with the tyrant eyes. He could only come up with an excuse to get through it. My eyes can not only see beautiful women clearly, but also see the flow of spiritual chi. When this was said, sect leader immediately felt that this kid was extraordinary. He then began to explain about the secret chamber. In the room further down, there is stored the lifelong effort of every sect leader, so the spiritual chi is abundant there. Immediately, the sect leader asked Asura to help and support him to the secret chamber for detoxification and healing. The two of them had just taken 2 steps when the ground above them started to shake. The two of them also understood that their pursuers behind had already discovered the secret passage. Before sect leader could react, Asura swiftly picked her delicate body up. He dashed towards the front suddenly. After a quarter of an hour, the duo arrived at the secret chamber. They pushed open the door, and saw several crystal balls emitting spiritual chi in the room. Asura couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The richness of the spiritual chi was visibly apparent. Even if 100 experts at the celestial origin stage were here to cultivate, the spiritual chi of this place would be more than enough to help them break through to the Eternal King stage. The sect leader stepped forward slowly, reminding Asura to absorb as much spiritual chi as possible. Consider it a reward for you. However, Asura refused the sect leader's kind offer. His 9 revolutions tyrant body absorbs spiritual chi too aggressively. I'm worried it might scare her. The sect leader no longer beat around the bush. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb spiritual chi to heal his injuries. Just as Asura was marveling at the secret room's architecture, spiritual chi began to flow continuously into Asura's body. The sect leader angrily rebuked, "What have you done? Why did you absorb all the spiritual chi?" Asura was surprised at the words. He didn't do anything. Just when sect leader was about to teach him a lesson, Asura hurriedly took out the egg given by the 3rd egg. The two stared as the primal chi kept gathering into the egg, astonished. After absorbing for a quarter of an hour, the eggshell began to crack. It seemed like it would break open soon. At the foot of Tai Peak at the same time, Asura's group of relatives and friends are rushing to Tai Peak. Lyra is behind, asking worriedly, how could Tai Peak suddenly collapse? Will senior brother be okay? When Asura's 3rd sister heard this, her face darkened. She immediately wanted to summon the soul-devouring demon bee to destroy the entire Tai sect. Emperor Luo was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat on the side. He quickly spoke up, asking Asura's 3rd sister to calm down. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake. Just as the 3 of them were surprised, an energy beam broke through the clouds from Asura's location. Song Rain and the others were equally shocked by this energy. The 3rd sister seems to have figured it out. Is that beam of golden light a joke from the sacred beast egg she gave? How did this brat hatch in just one day? Emperor Luo seems to still not understand Asura's 3rd sister's meaning. The golden light at Asura's location slowly dissipated. The sect leader tried hard to suppress his laughter on the side. Asura looked somewhat surprised at the scenery in front of him. Is this my spirit beast? It looks really strange, doesn't it? Don't be fooled by its cute appearance now. It's very powerful. And its bloodline is that of the 3 ancient sacred beasts, the celestial devouring beast. This cute creature is actually a chaos sacred beast. Asura looked at the sacred beast that had just hatched from the egg with a look of disgust on his face. It looks too weird, doesn't it? The celestial devouring beast seemed to understand what he meant. It looked at Asura with a cute but fierce expression. The sect leader explained on the side, with a lion head and dragon body, dual wings on its back, and standing on a cloud, this is actually the celestial devouring beast, one of the chaos sacred beasts. Asura pursed his lips and quietly asked a question. Is this stupid look really from an ancient sacred beast? As soon as this statement was made, The celestial devouring beast was immediately agitated. It directly opened its cute but fierce big mouth and pounced towards Asura. Unexpectedly, when its body had just flown halfway, it was grabbed by Asura. Asura looked at the celestial devouring beast in his hand and began to scold it. "You have a small head but a big temper. Do you still want to bite people after I scold you a bit?" Celestial devouring beast is now holding back its power with pursed lips. Then, it suddenly spewed a blaze of fire onto Asura's head, watching as the flames completely engulfed Asura. It then belched in satisfaction. The sect leader reacted quickly, directly releasing a layer of water shield outside the body. Asura, however, was not so lucky, as being so close resulted in his body being burned to charcoal directly. Asura's face darkened. He then took out the sacred weapon and held it against the neck of the celestial devouring beast. "I raised you with great effort. How dare you breathe fire at me?" The celestial devouring beast was instantly frightened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just then, the voice of the sect leader sounded from behind them. "Taming a spirit beast cannot be achieved by brute force. The more advanced the spirit beast, the more skill is needed. You should try to appease it first. Seek help from your sister when we get out." Asura lifted the celestial devouring beast and began to ponder the sect leader's advice to appease it. Just then, the celestial devouring beast's stomach rumbled like thunder. Asura smiled upon seeing this. After a few breaths, the sect leader, who was healing, suddenly woke up from a disturbance caused by a scent. As she looked around, she actually discovered that this little brat was barbecuing in the sacred grounds of the Tai sect. Asura picked up the barbecue chicken that was cooked. The celestial devouring beast was excitedly scraping its claws at the side. Asura brought the roast chicken in front of the celestial devouring beast. He shook it twice and asked, "Do you want to eat? As long as you behave and become my bound spirit beast, I guarantee you will eat and drink well." The celestial devouring beast nodded enthusiastically and was immediately won over by the food. The celestial devouring beast, who was wolfing down the food, smiled upon seeing Asura. The sect leader spoke up on the side to train it. "Do you think using food to buy its loyalty is reliable?" However, Asura was indifferent. "Your two trusted aides are both traitors. So don't try to lecture me." As soon as these words were spoken, the sect leader instantly stood up. Just as she was about to speak in anger, the poison inside her body flared up once again. Asura quickly stepped forward to help support her. "Don't move around randomly when the internal injury is so severe." The sect leader unexpectedly said that the golden dam was damaged. Even with spiritual chi, the poison cannot be forced out. Before Asura could react in surprise, the sect leader's voice continued to ring out. "They have arrived. You must flee quickly." As the words fell, the hidden passage in the secret chamber was also discovered by 3 traitors. The 3 individuals also sensed the surge of spiritual chi. They hurriedly rushed forward. Asura uses the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to check sect leader's injuries. He found that the sect leader's meridians were completely severed. It is impossible for her to use internal energy to heal herself. Just then, 3 sets of footsteps suddenly came from outside the secret room. Asura revealed his 9 revolutions tyrant body. He absorbed all spiritual chi to help the sect leader repair his golden dam. Then he tempted his spiritual pet, the celestial devouring beast, with food to resist the evil cult. Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant eyes discovered the sect leader's injuries. The sound of footsteps from 3 members of the evil cult slowly approached the secret room. The sect leader gathered the last bit of vital chi. She lowered the door to the dark room. Song Rain led the 2 people to forcefully ram the stone door from the outside. Asura listened to the vibrations caused by the attack. Asura couldn't help but sigh. "What a hot-tempered woman." The sect leader pointed to a secret passage and urged Asura to leave quickly. Asura unexpectedly appeared behind the sect leader. His voice followed. "What's the joke? As a disciple of the Tai sect, abandoning this sect leader and fleeing for his own life at a critical moment goes against my life principles. He faced the sect leader's puzzled inquiry. Asura unleashed the 9 revolutions tyrant body as the only way to explain. My tyrant eyes can see the damage to your meridians. I can guide vital chi to bypass the break and repair your golden dan. Without waiting for the sect leader to hesitate, Asura gathered vital chi in his palm and fiercely slapped the sect leader's delicate body. As vital chi continued to be infused, Asura quickly realized that his own vital chi was insufficient to repair the sect leader's golden dan. He needs to absorb all the spiritual chi here into his body and refine it. He then released the 9 revolutions tyrant body. The massive spiritual chi around all poured into Asura's body. At the foot of Tai Peak at the same time, Asura's family and friends are running towards sect leader Peak. At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind them. Old Luo reacted quickly. He quickly turned around and confronted it head-on. After the two made contact, a terrifying explosion swept through the area. Old Luo's figure also leaped out from the smoke. Lyra exclaimed anxiously on the side, only to see Old Luo now holding onto his abdominal wound, with a hint of confusion. The evil cult's assassination group. How did you end up here? Are you planning to go to war with the Tai sect? Asura's third sister interrupted his angry rebuke. Since she's already standing here, why ask more questions? Just fight. Seeing the imposing presence of Asura's third sister, the people from the evil cult made up their minds. They originally had no intention of having conflicts with the feral beast palace. But since you have a connection with Asura, it's better to cut off future troubles. Upon hearing the name Asura, Lyra was surprised and quickly asked where Asura was and what had happened to him. Just then, numerous members of the black-robed assassination group suddenly appeared. At the same time in the sealed room, Song Rain finally shattered the stone door of the sealed room. Just entered the sealed room, she found Asura helping the sect leader recover from his injuries. The 3 of them were puzzled. They even thought that Asura had gone crazy. Song Rain directly condensed a purple energy ball and threw it at the 2 of them. As the energy ball continued to approach sect leader, 2 old men directly saluted. Praised Song Rain as sect leader Song. At a critical moment, Asura's spiritual pet celestial devouring beast stepped forward and stood in front of the energy ball. Why is this little guy so obedient? It's because Asura just asked this little guy if he wanted to eat charcoal grilled fat lamb. Fresh, tender, and juicy young lamb. Placed on charcoal fire to roast until fragrant. Then brushed with Yi family's secret barbecue sauce. And so, the celestial devouring beast became Asura's little fanboy. Even without establishing a contract relationship, it was still conquered by Asura's barbecue skills. As the energy ball approached relentlessly, the celestial devouring beast actually opened its mouth directly. It swallowed the terrifying energy ball in one gulp. Seeing this scene, 2 elderly traders were also surprised. What is this thing? Asura praised from behind. Well done! After going out, I will definitely treat you to grilled lamb. The little celestial devouring beast heard the excitement and let out a cry. Who would have expected that the celestial devouring beast was actually very satisfied with this powerful energy ball? It even started licking its lips in satisfaction. This cute creature is actually the Chaos Sacred Beast Celestial Devouring Beast. Even though it has not established the divine beast binding with Asura. But it is still tempted by Asura's 10 roasted baby lamb. It rushed forward and swallowed the energy balls from Asura and the other person in one gulp. Afterwards, it surprisingly started belching full. Song Rain sees the situation and immediately grabs the long sword, intending to chop it down together. Unexpectedly, the celestial devouring beast suddenly spews out a burst of flames. Before Song Rain could react in surprise, the fierce flames directly sent the 3 flying. At this moment, Song Rain's clothes were once again burned to ashes. The celestial devouring beast, however, enjoyed the fullness of its meal. At this moment, Asura began to emit a rich golden light from his body. He helped the sect leader repair the golden Dan, and the process is coming to an end. The old man lying on the ground quickly realized that something was wrong. He opened his mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Song Rain didn't care about the clothes on her body. She raised her sword and stabbed directly towards the celestial devouring beast. At this moment, Asura leaped backwards. He directly blocked Song Rain's powerful sword energy with his physical body. Asura's clothes on the outside. Surprisingly, it shattered together with Song Rain's precious sword. Song Rain couldn't hide his surprise. Asura has now activated the third layer of the 9 Revolutions Golden Bone in 9 Revolutions Tyrant Body. Asura looked to the side at the 3 people charging towards him. He was just about to demonstrate his own strength. The sect leader suddenly opened his eyes wide at this moment. She instantly leaped over Asura and headed straight for the 2 traitorous old men. The sect leader gripped the necks of the 2 traitors with both hands, pressing them against the wall. Seeing this scene, Song Rain could not believe it. This is impossible. How was the poison in you cured? After sect leader killed 2 elderly men. Sect leader turned his head and revealed a fierce look. Song Rain, you really disappoint me. Sect leader's voice rang out. Song Rain quickly turned and fled. She thought that her speed was unmatched by anyone in Tai's sect. Little did she know that her plan had just failed. Above her head came the voice of the sect leader asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Only to see the sect leader holding Asura with celestial devouring beast in his arms appeared in front of her. This wind falls down. Song Rain falls from the sky to the ground. The sect leader gathers vital chi in front of him. Relentless taunts, relying on your meager abilities. You still want to replace me? You are the true waste. Unexpectedly, Song Rain actually pulled out a dagger and suddenly stabbed it into his own chest. As the dagger pierced through his body, Song Rain spat out a mouthful of blood. After she pulled out the dagger, fresh blood continuously gushed out from her waist. Song Rain activated her blood to perform the evil art and attempted to flee. The sect leader's face turned dark upon seeing the situation. She immediately shot out the vital chi in her hand with a powerful force, directly causing the surrounding ground to be lifted up with flying debris. Before the energy could approach Song Rain, it was immediately devoured by his blood energy. Her figure then disappeared in this area. The sect leader stared at the large hole above his head. Her voice was grim as she said, "Do you think you can escape?" Outside the mountain peaks at the same time, only 3 friends of Asura could be seen, engaged in a fierce battle with the evil cult assassination group. Although Asura's third sister self-proclaims her cultivation level, she is not someone that this group of trash can shake. Lyra effortlessly slays this group of assassins. At this moment, the current leader of the evil cult suddenly swings his sword at Lyra. Lyra quickly dodges backward. The leader showed a sinister smile. As expected, the disciple trained by junior sister. "Come back with me to the evil cult." Lyra angrily accused Song Rain of colluding with outsiders to kill her fellow sect members. "I am no longer her disciple." Asura's third sister stood in front of Lyra. She taunted, "Stop boasting. Today, you will also die here for me." At this moment, all the blood on the ground unexpectedly began to fly towards the sky. Before the 3 could even be surprised, the leader's voice rang out. "In order to create this technique, the 6 Paths sect sacrificed countless disciples. You should feel the supreme glory." The fierce blood chi is now pressing towards the sky at this moment. Evil cult uses human blood to forcefully trigger the heavenly tribulation. Tai sect is in crisis. Asura uses the 9 Revolutions Tyrant Eyes to find the formation core. Asura's third sister sensed something was wrong. Her palm suddenly grabbed towards the spellcaster. Upon her palm making contact, the figure instantly disappeared. The third sister scolded, "I knew you were suspicious from the beginning. Indeed, it was puppet art. Only to see Song Rain already merging with the mountain peak. Yi Asura and sect leader had just flown out, only to be stunned by the scene before their eyes. Lyra's voice suddenly sounded under the feet of the two. Old Luo recounted the matter of the heavenly tribulation in detail. Then he gestured for sect leader to lead the disciples of each peak to evacuate. Sect leader angrily retorted with a sentence. Nonsense! How could my Tai sect be scared away by a forbidden arts? Sect leader looked up at the heavenly tribulation continuously radiating pressure above his head. She angrily shouted, displaying. Old Luo asked on the side, can Yi Asura's third sister sect leader withstand the heavenly tribulation? The third sister thinks not. The sect leader of Tai sect can overcome the heavens. Only to see the sect leader condensing his own vital chi to resist the pressure released by the heavenly tribulation. The two have just made contact. Countless blue veins appeared on the sect leader's face. Yi Asura's body language revealed the message to the three people. The sect leader can't hold on for much longer. Lyra rushed towards the heavenly tribulation upon hearing this. She wanted to help the sect leader resist the crisis together. Old Luo also followed closely behind. Just as Yi Asura was about to step forward, the third sister stopped him. Fool, your approach is useless. Hurry up and use the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to locate where the formation core is. Destroying the formation core will help to unravel the heavenly tribulation. Yi Asura responded with a nod then. He then used the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes technique to look towards the sky. The third sister reminded him beside. Typically, a formation has 1 to 3 formation cores. Yi Asura stared at the sky. He unexpectedly found a total of 6 formation cores. The third sister is also unheard of. But as long as one of them is destroyed, it's enough. Yi Asura leads the third sister to break the situation. Later, he called on the 3 people in the air to hold on. The sect leader also believes in this boy who continues to create miracles. At this moment, disciples from various peaks of the Tai sect came to support. Seeing this scene, the leader of the evil cult directly led Song Rain to leave. But Song Rain was worried. They were looking for a way to break the formation. The leader assured him, the person in charge of controlling this formation is the most powerful help that I spent a lot of effort persuading to come out of the sect. At the same time, in the formation core, a venerable is controlling the formation core. Just at this moment, Yi Asura condensed fist wind and suddenly struck the back of the venerable. The old man's body emitted vital chi to block Yi Asura's punch. But he was also surprised. He didn't expect that it was the Tai sect that first discovered him. It turned out to be a young kid. The younger generation indeed deserves respect. It's just a pity. You were a big green if you wanted to ambush me. Yi Asura smiled. Of course, I didn't intend to succeed. I just wanted to distract your attention. The old man's eyes narrowed at the words. Just then, a wriggling giant worm suddenly surged out from underfoot and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing the giant worm swallow the old man, Yi Asura couldn't help but feel excited. The third sister kindly reminded from behind. It just swallowed him. Doesn't necessarily mean it can kill him. But Yi Asura didn't care as long as the heavenly tribulation was disrupted. The third sister looked up at the sky. The array was losing the support of a formation core, and the pressure stopped. Witnessing this scene, Lyra couldn't help but exclaim, Senior brother is amazing! Yi Asura broke the heavenly tribulation. But he is in danger. The third sister directly wants to lift her own seal upon seeing the situation. Kill the old man. At the last moment, Yi Asura's sixth sister arrived in time. Yi Asura watched as the old man was devoured by the giant bug, still without any reaction. Unable to help it, he asked, You're not dead, are you? The third sister, however, let him give up hope. Those who can summon such a heavenly tribulation will not be easily killed. Just as the voice fell, the giant bug was instantly chopped into pieces from the inside. The old man's voice also rang out. Netherworld giant worm. Unexpectedly, Tai sect was able to get help from Feral Beast's palace. It seems that this surprise attack on Tai sect is the right move. Otherwise, given time, my six-path sect would be in danger. The third sister looked at the old man in golden armor, and couldn't help but sigh at the extravagance of the six-path sect, all to completely destroy the financial resources of the Tai sect. However, the old man kindly reminded, "We have no intention of making enemies with the Feral Beast Palace. It's better for this fellow Taoist not to meddle in this matter." Unexpectedly, the third sister directly agreed, saying, "Fine, I won't meddle. You guys go ahead and fight." Upon hearing this, Asura couldn't help but be surprised. "My sister, are you really willing to betray your teammate like this?" Unexpectedly, the third sister struck a charming pose and flirted with Asura. "Let me see if your cultivation level has improved, big sister." Just at that moment, the old man interrupted the conversation between the two with a kick from afar. Asura ducked low to avoid it. He looked at the old man's strength of chopping down a mountain peak with 1 foot. Couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is this?" Just at that moment, the third sister's voice suddenly sounded, "Don't get distracted." Asura didn't have time to react. He was immediately pinned to the ground with a kick. But at this moment, the old man was also sweating profusely. This kick was powerful enough to sever Asura's body. Why is he completely unscathed? The third sister smiled when she saw it, and indeed guessed right. It seems that this kid has made progress in cultivating another layer of his divine skills. The elder condensed vital chi to pressure Asura, who only has the chi condensation stage cultivation level, and managed to cultivate golden bone. "How did you do it?" Seeing Asura not speaking, the elder directly condensed a dagger, intending to slowly study and extract his bones. The third sister saw this, and lightly nibbled her red lips. She didn't want her precious little brother to really confess here. She wanted to take out this old guy. She was afraid she had to lift the seal she had set. At that moment, a long spear suddenly shot down from the sky. The third sister was startled. How did this girl suddenly appear? Only to see Asura's sixth sister's voice suddenly resounding from the sky. The tiny six-path sect dares to defy the ban. They trespassed into the territory of the Tai sect and engaged in a big fight. Do they want to be wiped out? Just at that moment, the sect leader of the Tai sect and a group of disciples. They are also rushing to the location where Asura is. The sect leader looked at the 6 figures in the distance. She revealed a sinister smile. Sure enough, it was these 6 old fellows. Very good, very good. Since you've come to my Tai sect to cause trouble, you might as well leave your lives here as well. At this moment, the 5 old men also descended from the sky. The leading old man gave a salute and spoke to Asura's 6th sister. "Since Long Emperor has appeared, let's temporarily cease fire. Farewell." The 6th sister responded with an acknowledgement. Just then, the voice of the sect leader rang out. "You have turned my Tai sect upside down. Do you still want to leave?" The sect leader condensed vital chi to perform the devil suppression spell. She directly surrounded the 6 old men. The 6th sister spoke up to remind sect leader Lo not to forget the vow he made in front of the Long Emperor back then. Within the Great Chu territory, all sects are not allowed to engage in private disputes. You should weigh the importance of matters yourself. Asura stood quietly on the side listening to the 6th sister's dissuasion. Old Luo also reminded sect leader Long Emperor from behind that private fights among sects are highly discouraged. It's time to stop it now. The sect leader forcefully expelled his own vital energy and coldly spat out one word. "Leave!" The 6 elders immediately leaped into the air. As one elder was leaving, he couldn't help but inquire to Asura. "Boy, the cultivation technique you practice is not from the Tai sect. Where did you learn these techniques and methods?" Asura extended his middle finger and spat out 4 words. "Mind your own business." Long Emperor issued an imperial decree. The battle of the prodigies among the major sects will commence in 7 days. Asura's two elder sisters are preparing to take Asura out to undergo the devil's trial. As Asura raised his middle finger, scaring away the 6 elders. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a tough message. "Kid, you've got guts. You'd better never encounter me again." Asura's master, however, fell into contemplation. The sect leader knows now. The techniques and methods that Asura cultivates are not from the Tai sect. They will definitely blame him for this. But he doesn't know. Various things happen between Asura and the sect leader in the secret chamber. The sect leader also suddenly called out Emperor Luo's name at that moment. Who would have expected that the sect leader unexpectedly reinstated him to his position as the inner leader of Peak? He is now in charge of rebuilding the sect. Asura started praising the 6th sister behind her back, saying that as the supreme marshal of the Legion, she truly lives up to her reputation. Even the immortal cultivation world has to give her some respect. The 6th sister then spoke up and said that they are just afraid of the Long Emperor behind me. The 3rd sister also asked on the side, "How did you come back so quickly? Did you receive any intelligence?" The 6th sister had set up spies at the foot of the mountain, intending to keep an eye on everyone's father, but unexpectedly ended up inadvertently helping Tai's sect. Asura also scratched his head and said, "Older sister, you still don't trust me? I promise you, as soon as father returns, I will report to you." The 3rd sister and the 6th sister interrupted him. They both criticized in unison. "Men are unreliable. Even pigs can climb trees. Do you think we don't know that you two are of the same mind?" At this moment, sect leader respectfully spoke up. "Anyway, thank you, Marshal Churyu, for helping out." The 6th sister responded with a polite acknowledgement. However, sect leader is also very scheming. She questioned, "If the 6 Paths sect didn't have the support of Long Emperor, would they dare to attack our sect? I don't believe it." Upon hearing this, 6th sister also realized that there may be some secret motives behind it. Just at that moment, a long steed carried the two of them. Appearing above the gate of Tai's sect, the Long Emperor unexpectedly decreed to open the contest of the celestial prodigies 7 days later. Watching the departing figure of the long steed, the 6th sister fell into contemplation. The Great Chu's martial trial has not been held for 10 years, fearing that it may escalate conflicts among the sections. Why did this happen so suddenly? The sect leader timidly spoke on the side. "It's simple. Because the Tai sect and 6 Paths sect are at odds. Rather than the 2 sects fighting, it's better to let the disciples of each sect duel." Upon hearing this, the 6th sister leaped up directly, intending to catch up and ask for clarification. After the 6th sister left, the sect leader's gaze suddenly turned to Asura. She doesn't care at all about what kind of medicine the Long Emperor is selling. She's more concerned about whether Asura can go to Long City and kick the butts of those bastards from the 6 Paths sect. Once this statement is made, Asura is under tremendous pressure. The time has come to midnight. Only saw Asura leisurely drinking wine. Very chic. A group of interns' disciples saw Asura and greeted him with bows and salutes one after another. Asura, drinking wine, fell into contemplation. These little scoundrels. In the past, they wouldn't even say hello when they saw him. Now when they see him, they dare not even let out a fart randomly. Truly outstanding fence-sitters. His thinking hasn't settled yet. The 6th sister suddenly punched Asura, smashing his head into the wine gourd. Asura stared at the lump on his head, then turned to ask the 6th sister, "Hey sis, what are you doing?" The 6th sister looked at the bump on his head, her tone softening a bit as she spoke. "What time is it now? You don't practice diligently, but still have the time to drink. For the upcoming martial arts competition among the major sects in 7 days. Asura's 2 elder sisters planned to take him out to the mountains and rivers for sightseeing." Just when Asura was leisurely drinking wine, the 6th sister directly gave him a blow to the head. She directly gave him a big bump on the head. Why didn't he seize the time to heed the 6th sister's criticism and cultivate himself? Asura sneered. Isn't the sect leader still considering it? It's not too late to cultivate after the final allocation of spots is decided. The sixth sister grabbed Asura's handsome face and scolded. Stop being so careless with your words. You don't have to wait for members of other sects to act. I'll tear you apart first to save face for your sisters. Asura apologized with a whimper. At that moment, Lyra ran to Asura's residence, panting and out of breath. She came to inform Asura that the sect leader had issued an order for Asura to participate in the Great Chew competition. She found only Emperor Luo's figure in the room as soon as she entered. In response to Lyra's inquiry, Emperor Luo told her not to worry. Marshal Churyu in Seraphina Palace Lord took him to cultivate. Since becoming husband and wife with Asura, Lyra has been a bit silly. Immediately after that, she asked Emperor Luo, Aren't you Asura's master? Why didn't he let you go? Emperor Luo looked helpless. This little girl really hits the nail on the head. In front of these two, how can he be qualified to teach Asura? Asura killed 3 leader of peak in the last episode? The matter of Song Rain escaping was simply reported to the sect leader, but the sect leader is not very convinced. All 4 leader of peak have secretly practiced evil art. Song Rain didn't say so. She accused you of colluding with the Feral Beast Palace Lord to seek revenge and killed 3 leader of peak. What evidence do you have for saying she colluded with the evil cult? Asura started speaking in riddles. Does she have any evidence to say that I killed the 3 leaders of peak? If not, I will not admit it. Sect leader made a sarcastic comment upon hearing this. I didn't expect that not only have your skills improved, but your cheek has also thickened so much. 2 maids covering their mouths laughed softly. Just at that moment, the window behind Asura was suddenly pierced by several arrow feathers. Sect leader invited Asura for a discussion on the matter of killing the 3 leaders of peak. Unexpectedly, she was plotted against by Song Rain. At the critical moment, her life hung by a thread. Asura made a move to save the sect leader. Just as Asura was still debating with the sect leader, the window behind suddenly pierced by several arrow feathers. An arrow even grazed past sect leader's delicate body. Sect leader reacted swiftly, instantly using vital chi to make the arrow feathers tremble. After a woman serving in the bedchamber accidentally gets shot in the arm, her skin unexpectedly begins to ulcerate. Asura saw the situation. He plunged directly into the sect leader's bathtub, dodged the flying arrows. After diving underwater, he unexpectedly discovered that beside him was the sect leader's fair skin. Asura inspected the sect leader's body thoroughly. He immediately spurted out a trace of nosebleed. Sect leader also leaped up at this moment. Confronted with several arrows, she gathered vital chi in her palm. Then, the vital chi directly shook off all the flying arrows. Then she used water drops as hidden weapons. The water drops flew out swiftly, killing all the assassins outside the hall. Asura is floating in the bathtub at the moment. He couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the sect leader in the air. Is she over 100 years old? It's really not easy. One must work hard to cultivate at the same time. She also needs to keep her figure at the same time. The sect leader seems to have noticed Asura's burning gaze. She turned her head directly and angrily scolded. You are really a bold and daring guy. I will gouge out your eyeballs and crush them. Just at that moment, 2 stronger hidden weapons suddenly shot towards the sect leader. After dodging low to avoid them, the sect leader's figure also landed. Seeing the arrival of 2 familiar faces, the sect leader's face turned dark. No wonder the assassins were able to sneak into the main hall without a sound. So it was you 2 causing all this mischief. Why did you betray me? Asura watched quietly as this scene unfolded. I didn't expect that even the 2 chief protectors in front of the sect leader would turn traitor. The 2 elderly men had equally grim expressions. They directly threatened to kill the sect leader. The sect leader showed a hint of disdain. Just based on, she staggered back with a wilted figure. The fat old man smiled as he looked at the evil flame in his hand. Do you really think we are clueless? Haven't you noticed something different about tonight's herbal bath? The sect leader scolded the two. Aren't you worried about the retaliation from the Tai sect disciples? The two reassured the sect leader. After we kill you, will you still be worried about not having a scapegoat? Tomorrow, the news of Asura conspiring with the feral beast palace lord to assassinate the sect leader will spread throughout the world. The originally watching drama Asura inexplicably became a scapegoat. Asura uses the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes. He also discovered that there is a secret passage under the sect leader's feet. Now it seems that he absolutely cannot let the sect leader die. The old man no longer spoke much. He directly gathered palm wind and struck at the sect leader, who managed to block the killing move. However, he was still poisoned badly. The fat old man's figure leaped to the front of the sect leader. He kicked her flying with one kick. The sect leader's delicate body violently crashed into the ground, before the sect leader could even get up. The fat old man raised the long sword above his head, revealing a sinister smile. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would really like to savor your body. Before the sound could even fade, Asura's body leaped into the air. He carried the sacred weapon and fiercely slashed towards the fat old man's head. The old man stepped back, evading this fierce sword strike. The two of them didn't expect that Asura would dare to come and rescue someone. Asura smiled as he revealed his sacred weapon. I don't want to be a scapegoat. I have to resist, right? But the two old men showed a trace of disdain. Even if you have managed to kill 3 liters of peak, you are only at the chi condensation 3rd layer cultivation level. Facing us at the celestial origin stage, do you think you stand a chance? Asura suddenly hugged the sect leader and smiled. I never aimed to defeat you all. As long as I can escape, that will be enough. He then swung the sacred weapon and smashed it fiercely on the ground beneath his feet. Powerful sword intent, directly shattering the entire Tai hall. The fat and thin old men looked at the ruins under their feet, not knowing what to do. Song Rain and the man in black robes also arrived at the scene at this moment. After everyone gathered, they planned to seal off the scene and then search slowly. Song Rain is worried about Emperor Luo. Can only plead with this black-robed senior brother to deal with them as soon as possible. The leader of Peak has arrived. They were then dealt with by the skinny and fat old men. He was sent away with just a few words by Song Rain. Asura and sect leader are also present at this moment. Appeared in the secret passage of Tai sect. Asura slashed open Tai hall and rescued the sect leader. Sect leader originally intended to use the spiritual chi left by the previous generations of sect leaders to recover from his injuries. Unexpectedly, all of this spiritual chi was absorbed by the egg given by Asura's 3rd sister. The spirit beast inside the egg has also hatched. Asura couldn't help but sigh after putting down the sect leader. Fortunately, there is a secret passage hidden under Tai Peak, otherwise, there would have been no escape today. The sect leader then asked, This is the secret of the Tai sect. How did you come to know about it? Asura couldn't say. The 9 revolutions tyrant body he cultivated naturally comes with the tyrant eyes. He could only come up with an excuse to get through it. My eyes can not only see beautiful women clearly, but also see the flow of spiritual chi. When this was said, sect leader immediately felt that this kid was extraordinary. He then began to explain about the secret chamber. In the room further down, there is stored the lifelong effort of every sect leader, so the spiritual chi is abundant there. Immediately, the sect leader asked Asura to help and support him to the secret chamber for detoxification and healing. The two of them had just taken 2 steps when the ground above them started to shake. The two of them also understood that their pursuers behind had already discovered the secret passage. Before sect leader could react, Asura swiftly picked her delicate body up. He dashed towards the front suddenly. After a quarter of an hour, the duo arrived at the secret chamber. They pushed open the door, and saw several crystal balls emitting spiritual chi in the room. Asura couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The richness of the spiritual chi was visibly apparent. Even if 100 experts at the celestial origin stage were here to cultivate, the spiritual chi of this place would be more than enough to help them break through to the Eternal King stage. The sect leader stepped forward slowly, reminding Asura to absorb as much spiritual chi as possible. Consider it a reward for you. However, Asura refused the sect leader's kind offer. His 9 revolutions tyrant body absorbed spiritual chi too aggressively. I'm worried it might scare her. The sect leader no longer beat around the bush. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb spiritual chi to heal his injuries. Just as Asura was marveling at the secret room's architecture, spiritual chi began to flow continuously into Asura's body. The sect leader angrily rebuked, "What have you done? Why did you absorb all the spiritual chi?" Asura was surprised at the words. He didn't do anything. Just when sect leader was about to teach him a lesson, Asura hurriedly took out the egg given by the third egg. The two stared as the primal chi kept gathering into the egg, astonished. After absorbing for a quarter of an hour, the eggshell began to crack. It seemed like it would break open soon. At the foot of Tai Peak at the same time, Asura's group of relatives and friends are rushing to Tai Peak. Lyra is behind, asking worriedly, how could Tai Peak suddenly collapse? Will senior brother be okay? When Asura's third sister heard this, her face darkened. She immediately wanted to summon the soul-devouring demon bee to destroy the entire Tai sect. Emperor Luo was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat on the side. He quickly spoke up, asking Asura's third sister to calm down. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake. Just as the three of them were surprised, an energy beam broke through the clouds from Asura's location. Song Rain and the others were equally shocked by this energy. The third sister seems to have figured it out. Is that beam of golden light a joke from the sacred beast egg she gave? How did this brat hatch in just one day? Emperor Luo seems to still not understand Asura's third sister's meaning. The golden light at Asura's location slowly dissipated. The sect leader tried hard to suppress his laughter on the side. Asura looked somewhat surprised at the scenery in front of him. Is this my spirit beast? It looks really strange, doesn't it? Don't be fooled by its cute appearance now. It's very powerful. And its bloodline is that of the 3 ancient sacred beasts, the celestial devouring beast. This cute creature is actually a chaos sacred beast. Asura looked at the sacred beast that had just hatched from the egg with a look of disgust on his face. It looks too weird, doesn't it? The celestial devouring beast seemed to understand what he meant. It looked at Asura with a cute but fierce expression. The sect leader explained on the side, with a lion head and dragon body, dual wings on its back, and standing on a cloud, this is actually the celestial devouring beast, one of the chaos sacred beasts. Asura pursed his lips and quietly asked a question. Is this stupid look really from an ancient sacred beast? As soon as this statement was made, the celestial devouring beast was immediately agitated. It directly opened its cute but fierce big mouth and pounced towards Asura. Unexpectedly, when its body had just flown halfway, it was grabbed by Asura. Asura looked at the celestial devouring beast in his hand and began to scold it. You have a small head but a big temper. Do you still want to bite people after I scold you a bit? Celestial devouring beast is now holding back its power with pursed lips. Then, it suddenly spewed a blaze of fire onto Asura's head, watching as the flames completely engulfed Asura. It then belched in satisfaction. The sect leader reacted quickly, directly releasing a layer of water shield outside the body. Asura, however, was not so lucky, as being so close resulted in his body being burned to charcoal directly. Asura's face darkened. He then took out the sacred weapon and held it against the neck of the celestial devouring beast. I raised you with great effort. How dare you breathe fire at me? The celestial devouring beast was instantly frightened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just then, the voice of the sect leader sounded from behind them. Taming a spirit beast cannot be achieved by brute force. The more advanced the spirit beast, the more skill is needed. You should try to appease it first. Seek help from your sister when we get out. Asura lifted the celestial devouring beast and began to ponder the sect leader's advice to appease it. Just then, the celestial devouring beast's stomach rumbled like thunder. Asura smiled upon seeing this. After a few breaths, the sect leader, who was healing, suddenly woke up from a disturbance caused by a scent. As she looked around, she actually discovered that this little brat was barbecuing in the sacred grounds of the Tai sect. Asura picked up the barbecue chicken that was cooked. The celestial devouring beast was excitedly scraping its claws at the side. Asura brought the roast chicken in front of the celestial devouring beast. He shook it twice and asked, "Do you want to eat? As long as you behave and become my bound spirit beast, I guarantee you will eat and drink well." The celestial devouring beast nodded enthusiastically and was immediately won over by the food. The celestial devouring beast, who was wolfing down the food, smiled upon seeing Asura. The sect leader spoke up on the side to train it. "Do you think using food to buy its loyalty is reliable?" However, Asura was indifferent. "Your two trusted aides are both traitors. So don't try to lecture me." As soon as these words were spoken, the sect leader instantly stood up. Just as she was about to speak in anger, the poison inside her body flared up once again. Asura quickly stepped forward to help support her. "Don't move around randomly when the internal injury is so severe." The sect leader unexpectedly said that the golden dam was damaged. Even with spiritual chi, the poison cannot be forced out. Before Asura could react in surprise, the sect leader's voice continued to ring out. "They have arrived. You must flee quickly." As the words fell, the hidden passage in the secret chamber was also discovered by 3 traitors. The 3 individuals also sensed the surge of spiritual chi. They hurriedly rushed forward. Asura uses the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to check sect leader's injuries. He found that the sect leader's meridians were completely severed. It is impossible for her to use internal energy to heal herself. Just then, 3 sets of footsteps suddenly came from outside the secret room. Asura revealed his 9 revolutions tyrant body. He absorbed all spiritual chi to help the sect leader repair his golden dam. Then he tempted his spiritual pet, the celestial devouring beast, with food to resist the evil cult. Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant eyes discovered the sect leader's injuries. The sound of footsteps from 3 members of the evil cult slowly approached the secret room. The sect leader gathered the last bit of vital chi. She lowered the door to the dark room. Song Rain led the 2 people to forcefully ram the stone door from the outside. Asura listened to the vibrations caused by the attack. Asura couldn't help but sigh. What a hot-tempered woman. The sect leader pointed to a secret passage and urged Asura to leave quickly. Asura unexpectedly appeared behind the sect leader. His voice followed. "What's the joke?" As a disciple of the Tai sect, abandoning the sect leader and fleeing for his own life at a critical moment goes against my life principles. He faced the sect leader's puzzled inquiry. Asura unleashed the 9 revolutions tyrant body as the only way to explain. "My tyrant eyes can see the damage to your meridians. I can guide vital chi to bypass the break and repair your golden dam." Without waiting for the sect leader to hesitate, Asura gathered vital chi in his palm and fiercely slapped the sect leader's delicate body. As vital chi continued to be infused, Asura quickly realized that his own vital chi was insufficient to repair the sect leader's golden dam. He needs to absorb all the spiritual chi here into his body and refine it. He then released the 9 revolutions tyrant body. The massive spiritual chi around all poured into Asura's body. At the foot of Tai Peak at the same time, Asura's family and friends are running towards sect leader Peak. At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind them. Old Luo reacted quickly. He quickly turned around and confronted it head-on. After the 2 made contact, a terrifying explosion swept through the area. Old Luo's figure also leaped out from the smoke. Lyra exclaimed anxiously on the side, only to see old Luo now holding onto his abdominal wound, with a hint of confusion. The evil cult's assassination group. How did you end up here? Are you planning to go to war with the Tai sect? Asura's third sister interrupted his angry rebuke. Since she's already standing here, why ask more questions? Just fight. Seeing the imposing presence of Asura's third sister, the people from the evil cult made up their minds. They originally had no intention of having conflicts with the feral beast palace. But since you have a connection with Asura, it's better to cut off future troubles. Upon hearing the name Asura, Lyra was surprised and quickly asked where Asura was and what had happened to him. Just then, numerous members of the black-robed assassination group suddenly appeared. At the same time in the sealed room, Song Rain finally shattered the stone door of the sealed room. Just entered the sealed room, she found Asura helping the sect leader recover from his injuries. The three of them were puzzled. They even thought that Asura had gone crazy. Song Rain directly condensed a purple energy ball and threw it at the two of them. As the energy ball continued to approach sect leader, two old men directly saluted. Praise Song Rain as sect leader Song. At a critical moment, Asura's spiritual pet celestial devouring beast stepped forward and stood in front of the energy ball. Why is this little guy so obedient? It's because Asura just asked this little guy if he wanted to eat charcoal grilled fat lamb. Fresh, tender, and juicy young lamb, placed on charcoal fire to roast until fragrant, then brushed with Yi family's secret barbecue sauce. And so, the celestial devouring beast became Asura's little fanboy. Even without establishing a contract relationship, it was still conquered by Asura's barbecue skills. As the energy ball approached relentlessly, the celestial devouring beast actually opened its mouth directly. It swallowed the terrifying energy ball in one gulp. Seeing this scene, two elderly traders were also surprised. What is this thing? Asura praised from behind. Well done! After going out, I will definitely treat you to grilled lamb. The little celestial devouring beast heard the excitement and let out a cry. Who would have expected that the celestial devouring beast was actually very satisfied with this powerful energy ball? It even started licking its lips in satisfaction. This cute creature is actually the chaos sacred beast celestial devouring beast. Even though it has not established the divine beast binding with Asura, but it is still tempted by Asura's 10 roasted baby lamb. It rushed forward and swallowed the energy balls from Asura and the other person in one gulp. Afterwards, it surprisingly started belching full. Song Rain sees the situation and immediately grabs the long sword, intending to chop it down together. Unexpectedly, the celestial devouring beast suddenly spews out a burst of flames. Before Song Rain could react in surprise, the fierce flames directly sent the three flying. At this moment, Song Rain's clothes were once again burned to ashes. The celestial devouring beast, however, enjoyed the fullness of its meal. At this moment, Asura began to emit a rich golden light from his body. He helped the sect leader repair the golden Dan, and the process is coming to an end. The old man lying on the ground quickly realized that something was wrong. He opened his mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Song Rain didn't care about the clothes on her body. She raised her sword and stabbed directly towards the celestial devouring beast. At this moment, Asura leaped backwards. He directly blocked Song Rain's powerful sword energy with his physical body. Asura's clothes on the outside. Surprisingly, it shattered together with Song Rain's precious sword. Song Rain couldn't hide his surprise. Asura has now activated the third layer of the 9 Revolutions golden bone in 9 Revolutions tyrant body. Asura looked to the side at the three people charging towards him. He was just about to demonstrate his own strength. The sect leader suddenly opened his eyes wide at this moment. She instantly leaped over Asura and headed straight for the two traitorous old men. The sect leader gripped the necks of the two traitors with both hands, pressing them against the wall. Seeing this scene, Song Rain could not believe it. This is impossible. How was the poison in you cured? After sect leader killed 2 elderly men. Sect leader turned his head and revealed a fierce look. Song Rain, you really disappoint me. Sect leader's voice rang out. Song Rain quickly turned and fled. She thought that her speed was unmatched by anyone in Tai's sect. Little did she know that her plan had just failed. Above her head came the voice of the sect leader asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Only to see the sect leader holding Asura with celestial devouring beast in his arms appeared in front of her. This wind falls down. Song Rain falls from the sky to the ground. The sect leader gathers vital chi in front of him. Relentless taunts, relying on your meager abilities. You still want to replace me? You are the true waste. Unexpectedly, Song Rain actually pulled out a dagger and suddenly stabbed it into his own chest. As the dagger pierced through his body, Song Rain spat out a mouthful of blood. After she pulled out the dagger, fresh blood continuously gushed out from her waist. Song Rain activated her blood to perform the evil art and attempted to flee. The sect leader's face turned dark upon seeing the situation. She immediately shot out the vital chi in her hand with a powerful force, directly causing the surrounding ground to be lifted up with flying debris. Before the energy could approach Song Rain, it was immediately devoured by his blood energy. Her figure then disappeared in this area. The sect leader stared at the large hole above his head. Her voice was grim as she said, "Do you think you can escape?" Outside the mountain peaks at the same time, only 3 friends of Asura could be seen, engaged in a fierce battle with the evil cult assassination group. Although Asura's third sister self-proclaims her cultivation level, she is not someone that this group of trash can shake. Lyra effortlessly slays this group of assassins. At this moment, the current leader of the evil cult suddenly swings his sword at Lyra. Lyra quickly dodges backward. The leader showed a sinister smile. As expected, the disciple trained by junior sister. "Come back with me to the evil cult." Lyra angrily accused Song Rain of colluding with outsiders to kill her fellow sect members. "I am no longer her disciple." Asura's third sister stood in front of Lyra. She taunted, "Stop boasting. Today, you will also die here for me." At this moment, all the blood on the ground unexpectedly began to fly towards the sky. Before the 3 could even be surprised, the leader's voice rang out. "In order to create this technique, the 6 Paths sect sacrificed countless disciples. You should feel the supreme glory." The fierce blood chi is now pressing towards the sky at this moment. Evil cult uses human blood to forcefully trigger the heavenly tribulation. Tai sect is in crisis. Asura uses the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to find the formation core. Asura's third sister sensed something was wrong. Her palm suddenly grabbed towards the spellcaster. Upon her palm making contact, the figure instantly disappeared. The third sister scolded, "I knew you were suspicious from the beginning." Indeed, it was puppet art. Only to see Song Rain already merging with the mountain peak. Asura and sect leader had just flown out, only to be stunned by the scene before their eyes. Lyra's voice suddenly sounded under the feet of the 2. Old Luo recounted the matter of the heavenly tribulation in detail. Then he gestured for sect leader to lead the disciples of each peak to evacuate. Sect leader angrily retorted with a sentence, "Nonsense! How could my Tai sect be scared away by a forbidden arts?" Sect leader looked up at the heavenly tribulation continuously radiating pressure above his head. She angrily shouted, displaying. Old Luo asked on the side, "Can Asura's third sister sect leader withstand the heavenly tribulation?" The third sister thinks not. The sect leader of Tai sect can overcome the heavens. Only to see the sect leader condensing his own vital chi to resist the pressure released by the heavenly tribulation. The 2 have just made contact. Countless blue veins appeared on the sect leader's face. Asura's body language revealed the message to the 3 people. The sect leader can't hold on for much longer. Lyra rushed towards the heavenly tribulation upon hearing this. She wanted to help the sect leader resist the crisis together. Old Luo also followed closely behind. Just as Asura was about to step forward, the third sister stopped him. "Fool, your approach is useless. Hurry up and use the 9 Revolutions Tyrant Eyes to locate where the formation core is. Destroying the formation core will help to unravel the heavenly tribulation." Asura responded with a nod then. He then used the 9 Revolutions Tyrant Eyes technique to look towards the sky. The third sister reminded him beside. Typically, a formation has 1 to 3 formation cores. Asura stared at the sky. He unexpectedly found a total of 6 formation cores. The third sister is also unheard of. But as long as one of them is destroyed, it's enough. Asura leads the third sister to break the situation. Later, he called on the 3 people in the air to hold on. The sect leader also believes in this boy who continues to create miracles. At this moment, disciples from various peaks of the Tai sect came to support. Seeing this scene, the leader of the evil cult directly led Song Rain to leave. But Song Rain was worried. They were looking for a way to break the formation. The leader assured him, "The person in charge of controlling this formation is the most powerful help that I spent a lot of effort persuading to come out of the sect." At the same time, in the formation core, a venerable is controlling the formation core. Just at this moment, Asura condensed fist wind and suddenly struck the back of the venerable. The old man's body emitted vital chi to block Asura's punch. But he was also surprised. He didn't expect that it was the Tai sect that first discovered him. It turned out to be a young kid. The younger generation indeed deserves respect. "It's just a pity. You were a big green if you wanted to ambush me." Asura smiled. "Of course, I didn't intend to succeed. I just wanted to distract your attention." The old man's eyes narrowed at the words. Just then, a wriggling giant worm suddenly surged out from underfoot and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing the giant worm swallow the old man, Asura couldn't help but feel excited. The third sister kindly reminded from behind, "It just swallowed him. Doesn't necessarily mean it can kill him." But Asura didn't care as long as the heavenly tribulation was disrupted. The third sister looked up at the sky. The array was losing the support of a formation core, and the pressure stopped. Witnessing this scene, Lyra couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior brother is amazing." Asura broke the heavenly tribulation. But he is in danger. The third sister directly wants to lift her own seal upon seeing the situation. Kill the old man. At the last moment, Asura's sixth sister arrived in time. Asura watched as the old man was devoured by the giant bug, still without any reaction. Unable to help it, he asked, "You're not dead, are you?" The third sister, however, let him give up hope. Those who can summon such a heavenly tribulation will not be easily killed. Just as the voice fell, the giant bug was instantly chopped into pieces from the inside. The old man's voice also rang out, "Netherworld giant worm." Unexpectedly, Tai sect was able to get help from Feral Beast's palace. It seems that this surprise attack on Tai sect is the right move. Otherwise, given time, my six-path sect would be in danger. The third sister looked at the old man in golden armor, and couldn't help but sigh at the extravagance of the six-path sect. All to completely destroy the financial resources of the Tai sect. However, the old man kindly reminded, "We have no intention of making enemies with the Feral Beast Palace. It's better for this fellow Taoist not to meddle in this matter." Unexpectedly, the third sister directly agreed, saying, "Fine, I won't meddle. You guys go ahead and fight." Upon hearing this, Asura couldn't help but be surprised. "My sister, are you really willing to betray your teammate like this?" Unexpectedly, the third sister struck a charming pose and flirted with Asura. "Let me see if your cultivation level has improved, big sister." Just at that moment, the old man interrupted the conversation between the two with a kick from afar. Asura ducked low to avoid it. He looked at the old man's strength of chopping down a mountain peak with one foot. Couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is this?" Just at that moment, the third sister's voice suddenly sounded. "Don't get distracted." Asura didn't have time to react. He was immediately pinned to the ground with a kick. But at this moment, the old man was also sweating profusely. This kick was powerful enough to sever Asura's body. Why is he completely unscathed? The third sister smiled when she saw it, and indeed guessed right. It seems that this kid has made progress in cultivating another layer of his divine skills. The elder condensed vital chi to pressure Asura, who only has the chi condensation stage cultivation level, and managed to cultivate golden bone. How did you do it? Seeing Asura not speaking, the elder directly condensed a dagger, intending to slowly study and extract his bones. The third sister saw this, and lightly nibbled her red lips. She didn't want her precious little brother to really confess here. She wanted to take out this old guy. She was afraid she had to lift the seal she had set. At that moment, a long spear suddenly shot down from the sky. The third sister was startled. How did this girl suddenly appear? Only to see Asura's sixth sister's voice suddenly resounding from the sky. The tiny six-path sect dares to defy the ban. They trespassed into the territory of the Tai sect and engaged in a big fight. Do they want to be wiped out? Just at that moment, the sect leader of the Tai sect and a group of disciples. They are also rushing to the location where Asura is. The sect leader looked at the six figures in the distance. She revealed a sinister smile. Sure enough, it was these six old fellows. Very good, very good. Since you've come to my Tai sect to cause trouble, you might as well leave your lives here as well. At this moment, the five old men also descended from the sky. The leading old man gave a salute and spoke to Asura's sixth sister. Since Long Emperor has appeared, let's temporarily cease fire. Farewell. The sixth sister responded with an acknowledgement. Just then, the voice of the sect leader rang out. You have turned my Tai sect upside down. Do you still want to leave? The sect leader condensed vital chi to perform the devil suppression spell. She directly surrounded the six old men. The sixth sister spoke up to remind sect leader Lo not to forget the vow he made in front of the Long Emperor back then. Within the Great Chu territory, all sects are not allowed to engage in private disputes. You should weigh the importance of matters yourself. Asura stood quietly on the side listening to the sixth sister's dissuasion. Old Luo also reminded sect leader Long Emperor from behind that private fights among sects are highly discouraged. It's time to stop it now. The sect leader forcefully expelled his own vital energy and coldly spat out one word. Leave! The six elders immediately leaped into the air. As one elder was leaving, he couldn't help but inquire to Asura. Boy, the cultivation technique you practice is not from the Tai sect. Where did you learn these techniques and methods? Asura extended his middle finger and spat out four words. Mind your own business. Long Emperor issued an imperial decree. The battle of the prodigies among the major sects will commence in 7 days. Asura's two elder sisters are preparing to take Asura out to undergo the devil's trial. As Asura raised his middle finger, scaring away the six elders. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a tough message. Kid, you've got guts. You'd better never encounter me again. Asura's master, however, fell into contemplation. The sect leader knows now. The techniques and methods that Asura cultivates are not from the Tai sect. They will definitely blame him for this. But he doesn't know. Various things happened between Asura and the sect leader in the secret chamber. The sect leader also suddenly called out Emperor Luo's name at that moment. Who would have expected that the sect leader unexpectedly reinstated him to his position as the inner leader of Peak? He is now in charge of rebuilding the sect. Asura started praising the sixth sister behind her back, saying that as the supreme marshal of the Legion, she truly lives up to her reputation. Even the immortal cultivation world has to give her some respect. The sixth sister then spoke up and said that they are just afraid of the Long Emperor behind me. The third sister also asked on the side, How did you come back so quickly? Did you receive any intelligence? The sixth sister had set up spies at the foot of the mountain, intending to keep an eye on everyone's father, but unexpectedly ended up inadvertently helping Tai's sect. Asura also scratched his head and said, "Older sister, you still don't trust me? I promise you, as soon as father returns, I will report to you." The third sister and the sixth sister interrupted him. They both criticized in unison. "Men are unreliable. Even pigs can climb trees. Do you think we don't know that you two are of the same mind?" At this moment, sect leader respectfully spoke up. "Anyway, thank you, Marshal Churyu, for helping out." The sixth sister responded with a polite acknowledgement. However, sect leader is also very scheming. She questioned, "If the Sixth Path sect didn't have the support of Long Emperor, would they dare to attack our sect? I don't believe it." Upon hearing this, sixth sister also realized that there may be some secret motives behind it. Just at that moment, a long steed carried the two of them. Appearing above the gate of Tai's sect, the Long Emperor unexpectedly decreed to open the contest of the celestial prodigies 7 days later. Watching the departing figure of the long steed, the sixth sister fell into contemplation. The Great Chu's martial trial has not been held for 10 years, fearing that it may escalate conflicts among the sections. Why did this happen so suddenly? The sect leader timidly spoke on the side. "It's simple. Because the Tai sect and Six Paths sect are at odds. Rather than the two sects fighting, it's better to let the disciples of each sect duel." Upon hearing this, the sixth sister leaped up directly, intending to catch up and ask for clarification. After the sixth sister left, the sect leader's gaze suddenly turned to Asura. She doesn't care at all about what kind of medicine the Long Emperor is selling. She's more concerned about whether Asura can go to Long City and kick the butts of those bastards from the Six Paths sect. Once this statement is made, Asura is under tremendous pressure. The time has come to midnight. Only saw Asura leisurely drinking wine. Very chic. A group of interns' disciples saw Asura and greeted him with bows and salutes one after another. Asura, drinking wine, fell into contemplation. These little scoundrels. In the past, they wouldn't even say hello when they saw him. Now when they see him, they dare not even let out a fart randomly. Truly outstanding fence-sitters. His thinking hasn't settled yet. The sixth sister suddenly punched Asura, smashing his head into the wine gourd. Asura stared at the lump on his head, then turned to ask the sixth sister, "Hey sis, what are you doing?" The sixth sister looked at the bump on his head, her tone softening a bit as she spoke. "What time is it now? You don't practice diligently, but still have the time to drink. For the upcoming martial arts competition among the major sects in 7 days. Asura's two elder sisters planned to take him out to the mountains and rivers for sightseeing." Just when Asura was leisurely drinking wine, the sixth sister directly gave him a blow to the head. She directly gave him a big bump on the head. Why didn't he seize the time to heed the sixth sister's criticism and cultivate himself? Asura sneered. "Isn't the sect leader still considering it? It's not too late to cultivate after the final allocation of spots is decided." The sixth sister grabbed Asura's handsome face and scolded. "Stop being so careless with your words. You don't have to wait for members of other sects to act. I'll tear you apart first to save face for your sisters." Asura apologized with a whimper. At that moment, Lyra ran to Asura's residence, panting and out of breath. She came to inform Asura that the sect leader had issued an order for Asura to participate in the Great Chu competition. She found only Emperor Luo's figure in the room as soon as she entered. In response to Lyra's inquiry, Emperor Luo told her not to worry. Marshal Churyu in Seraphina Palace Lord took him to cultivate. Since becoming husband and wife with Asura, Lyra has been a bit silly. Immediately after that, she asked Emperor Luo, "Aren't you Asura's master? Why didn't he let you go?" Emperor Luo looked helpless. This little girl really hits the nail on the head. In front of these two, how can he be qualified to teach Asura? On the other side, the sixth sister is explaining the rules of the martial trial competition once again. Normally, the Long Emperor holds the martial trial competition every 3 years to showcase outstanding participants. They have the opportunity to become the Long Emperor's direct disciple. Originally, only disciples who have been with the sect for 3 years are allowed to participate. But the last martial trial took place 10 years ago, so the participants this time must all be experts. Asura waved his hand. He showed a hint of disdain. Can a disciple who has only been practicing for 10 years be as talented as Song Rain? The third sister directly rebuked. You fought against Song Rain twice. Wasn't it merely by chance that you defeated her each time? The first time was because you happened to wield the sacred weapon that countered her evil art. The second time was because the sect leader made an appearance. Song Rain was eager to escape for his life, so he did not linger in battle. Asura assured the third sister to rest assured. He possesses the 9 revolutions tyrant body. No enemy is too much for him to handle. Just as the third sister was becoming more angry, the sixth sister stopped her. Immediately, she spoke to inform Asura that cultivating the 9 revolutions tyrant body has wasted nearly 10 years. As of now, he is only at the chi condensation stage pinnacle. As far as I know, there are quite a few disciples from other sects who meet the competition requirements and have already broken through to the human essence stage. Then her gaze turned cold. She continued to ask, "Do you know what this means?" Asura suddenly felt a bit speechless. The sixth sister continued speaking. "You just thwarted the conspiracy of the Six Paths sect. Now you are even more of a thorn in their side." However, Asura believed there was only 7 days left. Is it useful to seek last-minute help? The sixth sister spoke directly. "You have used all your strength to attack me." Just as Asura was surprised, the sixth sister told him not to waste words. "I don't need vital chi. If you can defeat me, I will let you go." Asura was instantly excited upon hearing this. He directly condensed the 9 revolutions tyrant body outside his body. "Big sister, this is what you said. Don't play dumb." As the voice fell, Fist Wind had already appeared in front of the sixth sister's face. A dramatic scene unfolded. The sixth sister kicked Asura's lower body directly, sending him flying. Immediately, Asura's handsome face uncontrollably smashed into the third sister's chest. Asura's 2 elder sisters took him out for training. The 2 elder sisters walked in front, while touring the mountains and playing by the water. The younger brother carried bags big and small behind them. The sixth sister looks at Asura. Asura let the third sister rest assured. He has the 9 revolutions tyrant body, so any enemy is no match for him. Just as the third sister was getting more and more angry, the sixth sister stopped her. She then immediately told Asura that cultivating the 9 revolutions tyrant body had wasted nearly 10 years of time. As far as I know, you are only at the chi condensation stage pinnacle now. There are many other disciples from various sects who have already broken through the human essence stage and meet the conditions for participating in the competition. Then her eyes turned cold, and she continued to ask, "Do you know what this means?" Asura suddenly became a little tongue-tied. The sixth sister spoke again. "You just foiled the conspiracy of the Six Paths sect. Now you are even more of a thorn in their side." However, Asura thinks that there is only 7 days left. Will his last-minute efforts be effective? The sixth sister directly attacked me with all her might. Just when Asura was surprised, the sixth sister told him not to waste words. "I don't need vital chi. If you can defeat me, I will let you go back." Asura became excited when he heard this. He directly condensed the 9 revolutions tyrant body outside his body. "Big sister, you said this yourself. Don't go back on your word." As the voice fell, his fist wind had appeared in front of the sixth sister's face. A dramatic scene unfolded. The six sisters' kick directly sent Asura's lower body flying. Immediately, Asura's handsome face uncontrollably smashed towards the third sister's chest. Asura's 2 older sisters took him out for training. The two older sisters walked ahead, enjoying themselves in the mountains and rivers. The younger brother carried big and small bags behind. The sixth sister watched as Asura expressed such confidence in her own 9 revolutions tyrant body. She directly asked him to attack her with all his strength. Moreover, the sixth sister did not even use vital chi. As soon as these words were spoken, Asura directly condensed fist wind and blasted it towards the sixth sister. Unexpectedly, the sixth sister attacked Asura's lower body with a kick to the leg. Asura's handsome face was also in this moment, uncontrollably smashing towards the third sister's chest. The third sister slapped him away with one palm. She opened her mouth and reprimanded angrily. "Pull yourself together." Asura rubbed his right cheek and warned the sixth sister to be careful. "I'm going to start taking this seriously." Immediately, his fist wind rushed towards the sixth sister's face. The sixth sister's figure unexpectedly vanished into thin air on the spot. Despite Asura unleashing countless fist winds, he still couldn't touch even the hem of the sixth sister's clothes. Before Asura could react, the sixth sister's fist has already reached Asura's face. Asura is very interested in this move. He asks what technique this is. The sixth sister, however, asks if he wants to learn it. When this was said, Asura directly called out to his sister to teach him. The sixth sister began negotiating terms with Asura before agreeing to teach him. "You will join the mercenary group and undertake missions starting tomorrow." On the second morning, 2 sisters were seen walking ahead. Asura asked with a resentful look, "The sixth sister, as a high-ranking marshal, aren't you afraid of something happening by not returning for so long?" The sixth sister looks relaxed and replied, "There are no battles to fight right now. I might as well go out for some sightseeing and fun." Asura, carrying bags big and small, kept asking with confusion, "Why do I have to carry your luggage as well?" Who would have expected the third sister and the sixth sister to say in unison, "This is a trial for him. Cultivate the first step. Increase endurance first." Just then, Lyra's voice suddenly rang out. "Senior brother, are you going on a long journey?" Asura's face showed a reluctant expression as he spoke. "These 2 crazy women! Who would have expected it?" His words were suddenly interrupted by the questioning voices of the 2 older sisters. Then he raised his thumbs up. His face changed instantly, joyfully reorganized his language. "My 2 dear sisters need to give me special training before the martial trial. Wait for me at the sect." When Lyra heard the special training, she was about to speak. The sixth sister's voice interrupted her, and she left. Save the touching words for after the martial trial. Lyra could only watch as Asura left. Lyra also remembered what Master Luo said. In Long Flame City's martial trial, each sect can only select 4 disciples. Although you are the most talented in our sect's history, this martial trial will involve great danger. It's best for you to stay in the sect and focus on cultivation. Lyra also suddenly turned around at this moment. She recalled every time she was saved by Asura. Then she made up her mind no matter what. I must become stronger. I have to compete for a spot in this martial trial. Lyra arrived at the sect leader's palace and requested an audience with the sect leader a quarter of an hour later. Only the figure of the sect leader sitting above the hall was seen. Lyra half knelt with her delicate body, begging to follow the sect leader to cultivate and bring glory to the sect. Emperor Lu is on the side helping to stage the play. Nonsense! The sect leader would never take you as a disciple. You're too young and ignorant. His voice was suddenly interrupted by the sect leader. That's enough. Empyrean, you don't have to perform either. She then turned to look at Lyra and asked, I remember that you bravely faced the heavenly tribulation that night. However, the danger level of cultivating with me this time is higher than before. Do you know the consequences? Lyra replied, Disciple is willing to bear all consequences. The sect leader praised her and said, If you can pass the test, I can officially accept you as my disciple. Two good sisters of Asura. They increased the difficulty of Asura's special training. They spared no effort to disguise themselves as Asura's wives of different sizes. The three of them arrived at a mercenary group together to accept a mission. As soon as they entered, Asura began asking if they could join the mercenary group. An old man waved his hand without even looking. Who would have expected the third sister to step forward and hug Asura directly, asking again, "Don't be like this, big brother." The sixth sister also suddenly stepped forward and hugged Asura, charmingly saying, "The three of us have ended up in such dire straits. We have no money left. Seeing the two of you with unparalleled beauty and flawless figures." Not only were the mercenaries of the crowd stunned, even the tea being carried by the shop assistant suddenly lost its fragrance. The leader at the head swallowed and spoke. "Of course you can. What are your relationships?" Just as Asura was about to explain the sibling relationship among the three of them, he was suddenly silenced by the sixth sister. Subsequently, the sixth sister claimed to be Asura's wife, and the third sister was said to be Asura's concubine. Asura had a nosebleed and a face full of enjoyment. These two good sisters really spared no effort to tease him. The people of the mercenary group couldn't help but admire Asura's good fortune. Then the leader of the group. He assigned some low-level B-grade tasks to three people. And a single task can reward 300 silver coins. Just as Asura was about to randomly pick one, the sixth sister suddenly interrupted his hand. Afterward, she asked the leader if there was a most difficult task. No matter how dangerous it was, as long as the reward was high. The leader, with a dark expression, took out a Super A-level mission. However, this task has been issued for 2 years. Many troops have suffered heavy casualties and have not succeeded. The sixth sister had a look of joy on her face. This task is most suitable for Asura now. Then she took the token. She walked out of the mercenary group gathering place with Asura, watching the backs of the three people as they left. Several mercenaries in the mercenary group showed greedy expressions. They planned to try to snatch Asura's two wives tonight. The leader licked his lips and began to plan the path to their doom. Night fell quietly. Three people sat around the bonfire. Asura had a puzzled look on his face as he asked his older sister, "Why do I have to take on mercenary missions to gain experience? Wouldn't it be better for you to train me directly?" The sixth sister gently explained that only by experiencing the dangers of the outside world could one truly grow. The third sister also chimed in agreement. Later, the sixth sister actually took off her coat directly. Asura was shocked and opened his mouth to exclaim in alarm at the sight. Unexpectedly, the third sister turned and smiled, saying she was going to take a bath. She couldn't resist teasing Asura if he wanted to join her. Asura turned his head with a cold sweat, facing the imposing marshal, actually whispering, "Is it appropriate to be so cheeky?" The sixth sister smiled at the words, then strode towards the river. Asura looked carefully at the task in his hand. Seeing that it was to find the earth-long flame bones, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this earth-long flame sternum really so valuable?" The voice of the third sister suddenly sounded. Earth-long flame is the best material for forging armor. However, the cave where it is located is a notorious death trap. Even a skilled expert would meet their demise if they approached. Adding on to Asura's words, the third sister questions perplexedly, "Do I really need to go and court death?" Unexpectedly, the third sister directly pulled Asura up, urging him to do something productive. She faced Asura's confusion. The third sister's strange inquiry about the spirit beast you hatched. "Have you signed a contract?" When this was said, Asura's face showed a bewildered look. "It's over. 10 charcoal-grilled little fat lambs." Asura and Celestial Devouring Beast established Divine Beast binding. But Asura initially promised Celestial Devouring Beast 10 roasted chubby lambs. He forgot to do it. Unexpectedly, they encountered a mercenary group, robbing Asura's two sisters-in-law. The fate of the crowd can be imagined. facing the inquiry on helping Asura establish the divine beast binding in front of the third sister. Asura's face instantly twisted. The third sister had a hint of confusion in her inquiry. "What expression is this on your face?" Asura took out the necklace that held the celestial devouring beast. He awkwardly exclaimed, "Oh no! Forgot to give it roasted lamb." The third sister waved her hand disapprovingly, prompting it to be summoned quickly. With her around, nothing will go wrong. Asura responded upon hearing this. He also reminded the third sister to remember to protect him. Then he dropped the necklace from his hand. As the smoke cleared, it was discovered that there was nothing left in the scene. Just as Asura was searching around, the third sister pointed to the top of her head. It was only then that the celestial devouring beast bit down on Asura's head. Asura hurriedly apologized. "In a while, he will prepare a charcoal-grilled little fat lamb for you." At this moment, the third sister appeared like a celestial descending. She waved her hand towards the celestial devouring beast. She directly used the master-servant contract on the celestial devouring beast. The contract is signed, bound by master's will, facing challenges together, even sharing the same fate in this life. Asura looked at the now calm celestial devouring beast and asked if the signing was completed. He then reached out his hand, wanting to touch the little head of the celestial devouring beast. Unexpectedly, the celestial devouring beast directly bit Asura's finger. The third sister shrugged helplessly on the side. "The contract only requires it not to betray you. As for the relationship between you, it needs to be cultivated slowly." Just as Asura was waving his arms around, the third sister suddenly felt something was wrong. He saw the forest in front of him starting to make noise. Then countless masked mercenary groups suddenly pounced on the third sister from the air. At the same time, several figures appeared at the river where the sixth sister was bathing. The sixth sister also sent several auras. Then she decided to continue acting. She submerged her delicate body into the river and waited for Asura's rescue. When Asura was about to turn and leave, he heard a cry from the third sister. Just saw the third sister actually reaching out to Asura and calling him husband, begging Asura to save her. Seeing this scene, Asura broke out in a cold sweat. This acting is really eye-catching. Shortly after, he kindly reminded several members of the mercenary group, "You quickly let her go. Otherwise, you won't even know how you will die." Who would have thought that everyone would actually not listen to the good advice? They directly threatened to take away Asura's two wives. Asura thought about the sixth sister being in the river and fell into contemplation. The sixth sister probably wouldn't make such a big sacrifice just for acting. The sixth sister, who couldn't wait for Asura, decided to take the initiative and ran towards Asura, then punched the man in front of her. She pretended to be a weak woman and swam toward where Asura was. Several people were surprised to see a woman moving at such a speed. They suddenly felt, could this woman be a master? The water behind the sixth sister was like a heavy punch, directly sending 3 people flying. Asura kindly advises thousands of beauties in the world on the shore. Why do you all have to provoke these two without thinking clearly? At this moment, the sixth sister appeared like a lotus emerging from water, shyly running towards Asura while calling out to him to rescue her. Afterwards, she ran behind Asura to hide. After seeing the third sister being caught, she didn't forget to instigate Asura. "My younger sister has also been caught. Hurry and go chase them away." These 2 women dominate the area with their strength. But why are they so weak and still got kidnapped by the mercenary group? Just because these 2 are Asura's half-sisters from the same father but different mother. Find a sparring partner for Asura, the incarnation of the fishing enforcement team. The sixth sister is hiding behind Asura. Ask the husband directly to drive them away. At that moment, a huge axe suddenly flew in. Asura quickly pushed sixth sister away. Who would have expected the flying axe to kill with a trick shot? Asura saw that there was no time to evade. He directly activated the 9 Revolutions Golden Bone to directly face this attack. Seeing that he couldn't harm even a bit, the giant axe flew back to the wielder. Asura turned his head and unexpectedly discovered this group of masked bandits. They turned out to be the mercenary group from yesterday. The leader, at the forefront, approached slowly. He smiled and said, "As long as you are willing to give up your 2 wives, we will still consider you as a brother. How about that?" Asura shrugged and mocked. "Indeed, as the leader of the mercenary group, you can remotely control the axe to attack twice. I used to think you were just a drunkard. Sorry." Upon hearing this, Asura couldn't help but feel regretful as he looked at his giant axe. Asura drew out his sacred weapon, ready for battle. He looked at the mercenary group whose minds were clouded by lust. Asura understood a lesson: never underestimate any opponent, especially those who appear insignificant. The 6th sister nodded approvingly behind him. "Young men can be taught, you little rascal. Don't disappoint the sister's efforts." Asura responded with a loud sound and stepped forward. His figure instantly rushed into the crowd and began to massacre. Only Asura's long sword was seen raging within the mercenary group. Anyone who approached was sent flying. Seeing the strength of this mercenary group, the 6th sister frowned. Although these guys on the surface only have third-rate skills, they must have hidden their true strength by definitely achieving major tasks multiple times. It looks like they are indeed not easy to deal with. The others are easy to deal with. It's just that this leader is good at schemes and conspiracies. At this moment, only 2 younger brothers were seen holding ropes. They tied up Asura's sacred weapon. Asura's eyes turned cold. He suddenly plunged the sword into the ground. He flung the bodies of the 2 people away. Asura removed the rope from the sacred weapon. "Are there any more sinister moves?" he asked. "Just bring it on." Just at that moment, the leader began to throw purple energy balls towards Asura's feet. As the balls exploded, Asura activates the 9 Revolutions tyrant body to withstand the explosion. But he soon realized that the smoke was poisonous. He quickly leaped out of the explosion range. After Asura landed on the ground, he couldn't help but angrily curse that the smoke could actually block vital chi. This is too despicable. The voice of 6th sister suddenly sounded. "As long as we can win, what does it matter if it's despicable? Don't force yourself. Let's deploy Celestial Devouring to help out." Asura stood up somewhat helplessly. "I still owe it a meal of charcoal grilled lamb. I can't ask for its help again without repaying the debt." He then gritted his teeth and decided to hold on until the end of the tyrant body. Deal with the leader. He faced the little minions charging at him again. Asura roared in anger. He waved his sacred weapon and directly sent everyone flying. He then swiftly flashed behind a few people with a ghostly figure. With the continuous waving of the sword body, one by one, the small minions died under the sacred weapon. After he dealt with the last small minion, the leader also put on a gas mask at this moment. I can't help but praise this kid for inhaling so much poison gas and still being able to unleash this speed. Really surprising. He then put on a gas mask, ready to harvest. Asura is now close to exhaustion. He looked at the huge axe flying towards him slowly. Just as he was about to dodge, 2 figures suddenly sprang up from beneath his feet and tightly clutched his lower legs. A critical moment. An attack suddenly sent the 2 lackeys flying, only to see the 6th sister leaping into the air, exuding her powerful aura, directly eliminating the poison. Let's end the lesson here. Game over. Asura's first practical combat class. With a kick from Asura's 6th sister, the giant axe came crashing down. The leader looked at this glamorous woman. She had been hiding her strength all along. He couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, the 3rd sister also buried the poisoned Asura in her arms. The leader slowly took out a giant axe from his waist again. He swung the axe towards the 3rd sister. He wanted to pull in a shield before dying. Unexpectedly, the giant axe had not yet approached the third sister's delicate body. The attack was suddenly cut off by a mysterious energy. The leader looked at this sealing formation. He instantly lost his will to fight. This is actually the three-long flame soul seal. The third sister smiled at the words. I didn't expect you to have good taste. You even recognize the three-long flame soul seal. She then waved her hand and summoned a flame snake to tightly bind the man's arms. I usually can't summon it due to the seal. Luckily, the seal loosened just in time for my darling to replenish its nutrition. The leader made up his mind. He directly used a huge axe to chop off the entangled left arm. Then, he hurriedly fled. The sixth sister couldn't help but ask why they let him escape. The third sister, however, revealed a sinister smile. This guy will definitely call for reinforcements. Let's have the younger brother continue to practice then. Then she stretched lazily and handed Asura over to the sixth sister before going to take a bath herself. Asura asked the sixth sister confusedly why the guy, referring to the third sister, was so nervous when seeing the soul imprint on the third sister's body. The sixth sister set it down and began to explain. This seal is a powerful spell that can seal one's own power. Several years ago, the third sister cast this spell on herself. As for the reason, it will be revealed later in the story. Asura also understood. The third sister serves as the palace lord of the feral beast palace. She can easily control various ancient sacred beasts, making her the most mysterious among all previous palace lords. The third sister has been hiding her true strength. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by. The sixth sister still didn't know Asura's shy gaze. She was about to help him detoxify when he quickly opened his mouth and angrily scolded her. Asura looked panicked. I am poisoned and can't move. I didn't mean to see it on purpose either. A palace somewhere an hour later. I only saw a eunuch with a fierce look questioning the leader. Are you sure it's that woman? The leader respectfully told him about encountering the three-long flame soul seal this time. Once this was said, the man clenched his bronze teeth tightly, revealing a sinister smile. 5 years have passed. I will make you pay with blood for what you did. Just a side note, this guy's little buddy was smashed to pieces by Asura's third sister. Just because he was slaughtering villagers. He happened to encounter Asura's third sister. On the second day at noon, Asura was forcibly breaking through the body tempering stage. At that moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The sixth sister, munching on an apple, asked, The poison was just forced out last night. You already want to break through the body tempering stage today? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Asura's face darkened. After yesterday's lesson, he was determined to become stronger. The body tempering stage is still too weak. The sixth sister threw an apple at Asura's head and started to advise him. Above body tempering, there are human essence, earth essence, celestial essence, spiritual lord, spiritual king, and spiritual emperor. If successful, everyone in the world would become unparalleled masters. Unexpectedly, Asura's chest was filled with powerful primal chi. It seems like the fourth sister Dan Emperor is about to come out. Asura's body is filled with vital chi, but he has been unable to break through. The sixth sister was shocked to see the thick vital chi in Asura's chest. Could it be that because of the 9 revolutions tyrant body, she should call the fourth sister to come over? Just at that moment, the comforting voice of the third sister suddenly came to mind, saying not to be too pessimistic. Hello, there are defenses called 9 revolutions tyrant body. And also powerful swords, no edge and sacred beast celestial devouring. Later, she charmingly stepped forward and inquired, Do you have more important things to do? Promises to barbecue the little fat lamb with celestial devouring. Shouldn't that be arranged first? Later, she pointed behind her. I saw many little lambs scattered on the hillside. They were staring blankly at Asura, waiting for Asura's secret barbecue. They will be made into charcoal grilled fat lamb. Asura asked incredulously. Did you go steal the sheep early in the morning? What do you mean by stealing? I paid for them. The third sister then asked Celestial Devouring. How big is your appetite? Aren't you afraid of making the sixth sister and me starve? They don't care at all whether Asura will be exhausted to death. The sixth sister is also sending a pigeon message at this moment, transmitting Asura's situation to Asura's Dan Emperor, the fourth sister, only to see a group of nobles with gifts at the gate, and the appearance of the monarch pleading with Dan Emperor to make an appearance. Just see a woman brewing tea contentedly. The sixth sister's homing pigeon suddenly landed on the tea table. This person is Asura's Dan Emperor. After the fourth sister learned about Asura's situation, she started heading towards Nether Cave to meet up with the three of them. Asura is shouting loudly at the moment, only because he is holding two huge rocks in his hands. In the face of Asura's request to put it down, the two sisters showed no concern. The two discussed meeting up with the fourth sister and plan to head to the cave to join her as soon as possible. Asura is now roaring, asking if it's time to set off. Can I finally stop now? The response to him unexpectedly is still the sixth sister scolding. If you want to survive, keep training. Starting now. You can't afford to stop for a moment and exhaust your vital chi. Asura still doesn't know the condition of his body. Subsequently, Sister summoned a gold-clad dragon. She beckoned the two to come up. The sixth sister showed excitement upon seeing this. She ran all the way. She couldn't help but say to Asura, I've been wanting to sit on this for a long time. It's all thanks to you, little brother. Asura asked the sixth sister on the back of the gold-clad dragon why she couldn't stop consuming vital chi. The sixth sister told him that for the past 10 years, in order to cultivate the 9 revolutions tyrant body, she had been shattering her dantian, but the absorbed vital chi did not dissipate. The third sister continued, saying that normally, when cultivating vital chi, it would be refined through the essence core. But you haven't refined it for 10 consecutive years. You have already blocked your meridians. If you didn't have the 9 revolutions tyrant body, you would have died from a body explosion a long time ago. Asura hurriedly asked if he could still be saved. The third sister is selling riddles. It's difficult. Under the heavens, only the current number 1 Dan Emperor can save you. But she lives in the mountains, and has been out of touch with the mortal world for many years. Asura shed 2 lines of green tears. He also knew that many monarchs had tried to invite her for treatment without success. Does that mean I'm doomed? The sixth sister echoed from behind. Yes, unless he is your sister. The current Dan Emperor turned out to be Asura, the fourth sister. When this was said, Asura's legs went weak, almost falling off the dragon's back. Luckily, the sixth sister has quick eyes and quick hands. He now feels a bit sentimental about his old man. Each sister is not only as beautiful as a celestial being but also so fierce. Just at this moment, the third sister's voice interrupted his thoughts. A rock fell down. Stop ahead. Cut down 2 ancient pine trees for him to play with. Asura carried the tree and arrived at a gloomy canyon with 2 sisters. Suddenly, countless vampire bats appeared in front of them. The third sister spoke up, warning that if they were touched, they would rot to death. Asura was stunned and quickly flattered his older sister, asking how they could still be harmed with her around. With this statement, the third sister returned to her usual mischief. Subsequently, she manipulated the gold-clad dragon to surround the 3 individuals. Then, they suddenly broke through the encirclement of the vampire bats. Seeing Asura dizzy, the sixth sister kindly reminds you to stay focused. This time it's a super A-level mission, the remains of the Earth-long flame. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the fourth sister at Nether Cave. The 3 of them arrived above the cave. Asura covered his nose and retched for a while. The sixth sister plans to intercept here. The fourth sister, meanwhile, took out a seashell and threw it to Asura. Before Asura could be puzzled, the third sister went directly into the shell and fell asleep peacefully. She also reminded Asura that if he got scared enough to wet his pants, he should call me out to save you. The sixth sister echoed from the side, saying that wetting pants is not embarrassing. We won't tell anyone. Asura, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, "Can you have a little faith in me?" He then carefully put away the shells and planned to enter the cave. At that moment, the sixth sister suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Asura was so frightened that he jumped and fell directly into the cave. He assured the sixth sister before parting, "I will definitely obtain the earth-long flame bone." After Asura landed on the ground, the stone under his feet suddenly loosened. Countless daggers suddenly stabbed towards Asura. Fortunately, Asura reacted quickly. Then he began to survey the surroundings. It seems that someone set a trap in advance. Now it seems that not only do we need to guard against various demon beasts, but also against those desperate mercenary groups. Later, his figure began to rush towards the interior. The ground along the way was scattered with bodies of mercenaries from different groups. At this moment, two groups of mercenaries ahead caught Asura's attention. In the blink of an eye, one side was quickly slaughtered to the last. Asura looked at the familiar one-armed man. The young master in front of him, who he respected so much, should be the reinforcements he invited to come here and block him. The other side of the cave. A charming woman is seen, lost in this cave. This person is Asura, the fourth sister, still puzzled. Clearly, what the sixth sister said was about this cave. Why can't she see them? She then stepped on a corpse and continued on. At the same time outside the cave, the sixth sister was still waiting for the fourth sister to arrive. Next to the huge rock behind her, two scouts also spotted the figure of the sixth sister. Just as they were about to report the situation to the young master, they suddenly discovered the figure of Asura's sixth sister unexpectedly vanished into thin air on the spot. Before he could react, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Are those helpers he brought here, you useless bunch?" The man reacted quickly, throwing a hidden weapon directly. The sixth sister took the hidden weapon and examined it closely. The force behind them is actually the Eternal Peace Association. Facing the man rushing towards her, the sixth sister casually tossed the hidden weapon in her hand. She immediately pierced through his head. After dealing with the two of them, she fell into thought. If the president of the Eternal Peace Association were to arrive personally, having the third sister with her would not pose much danger. However, the fourth sister should have already arrived. Why hasn't she shown up yet? Later, the sixth sister suddenly remembered that the fourth sister is directionally challenged. She must have gotten lost again. The woman was kidnapped by a mercenary group. She was almost at their mercy. In a critical moment, Asura took action to rescue. Just as the one-armed man pressed it in front of young master. When asked about the whereabouts of the earth-long flame skeleton, the woman remained firm. The one-armed man directly urged her to be more honest. "We are really eager for your body." Although the woman looked panicked, she still refused to give in. The leading young master, as he was a eunuch, directly had his subordinates humiliate her a little. The one-armed man thanked the young master after being taken away by him, when he was ready to do whatever he wanted to her. Critical moment. A broken stone suddenly interrupted his actions. Just when the one-armed man thought it was the girl's savior, seeing that it was due to the fallen stone. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief and continue, Asura kicked him away. Asura stood in front of the woman. He hesitantly spoke up. "Sorry, I am her savior." Seeing Asura's handsome figure from behind, the woman instantly felt infatuated. At this moment, Asura raised his sacred weapon and fiercely stabbed towards the one-armed man. After blocking the attack with a huge axe, the man couldn't help but speak mockingly. "No wonder I smell a familiar scent. It turns out to be you." Asura smiled at the words. "So you are a dog, huh?" The one-armed man grabbed an axe and swung it fiercely towards the heads of the two. He even asked Asura about the whereabouts of your two beautiful wives. Asura picked up the woman and dodged backwards. Asura told the woman to hide behind him and not to show her head. Immediately, his eyes turned cold. He planned to help the girl escape first. It would be troublesome if he led those mercenaries over later. The man also noticed. Dealing with Asura this time was obviously more difficult. With a sudden swing of the giant axe, Asura embraced the woman and met this attack head-on with his body. After the explosion spread, Asura put the woman down and asked if she was injured. After receiving the woman's reply, suddenly, the voices of the mercenary group sounded behind Asura. Facing the encirclement from the front and back, a gust of wind caught Asura's attention from the side. The one-armed man also slowly walked up to Asura, confronting the man's sarcasm. Asura showed a trace of disdain. "I'm in a hurry today. Next time we meet, I will personally deal with you." The man also understood. Right now, he might not be Asura's opponent. Immediately, he rushed forward, ready to restrain Asura. Just then, Celestial Devouring suddenly emerged from his palm. Along with Celestial Devouring, its tiny mouth opened. The powerful hurricane directly pushed the man's body back. At this moment, Asura also grabbed the woman's arm. His sacred weapon suddenly stabbed towards the vent on the wall. The wall was instantly smashed through. Asura leaped down with the woman. He was completely unaware that the woman's buttocks were against the wall, continuing to slide. The mercenary group behind them also clashed with the one-armed man at this moment. The crowd leaped down to chase after the two. Asura ran with the woman, and she kept saying, "My butt!" behind him. Later, the two figures disappeared into a cave. The one-armed man also arrived outside the cave. He saw Asura carrying a burden. He was about to summon his men to give chase. A beautiful voice suddenly sounded. "Great! Finally seeing a living person." It turned out that the person was none other than Asura, the fourth sister. The mercenary group members saw the stunningly beautiful woman, instantly gave up on the chase. They had no idea that this seemingly delicate woman is the Dan Emperor of a lifetime. Her combat power is certainly not weak either. Asura was almost rescued by the unrestrained woman. A large group of mercenaries is chasing and intercepting them from behind. Just at this moment, Asura, the lost Dan Emperor, was suddenly approached by the fourth sister. When he saw this stunning woman, a group of mercenaries all paused in their tracks. The fourth sister spoke up and asked, "I have lost my way in this cave. Could you please point me in the right direction? I will surely reward you for your help." Everyone looked at the charming and graceful woman. Several people crowded around her, listening to their creepy voices. The fourth sister's face suddenly stiffened. She immediately slapped the man nearby with a simple palm strike. The man's body was directly embedded into the wall. Blood and flesh were blurred. Seeing this scene, the mercenary group also stopped their approach. The fourth sister summoned the Dan refining furnace with her palm, emitting a domineering flame all over her body. Seeing this scene, the one-armed man directly signaled his younger brother to step forward and disable her. Unexpectedly, as soon as his foot moved forward, several Dan pills flew directly into the mouths of the crowd. The one-armed man grabbed his neck and angrily scolded, "What did you give us to eat? I see your mouths are not clean. I will give you some fragmented Dan to prevent you from harming good people." Only saw the four sisters' head, with the Dan refining furnace emitting bursts of flames. She directly chopped all the mercenaries around her in half. The remaining one-armed man couldn't help but curse angrily. It turns out to be the fragmented Dan that can scatter the cultivation level of Earth Essence stage experts. It seems that I will die here today. The idea fell short. The giant axe in his hand was directly shattered by the shock. His body was instantly shaken away by a powerful aura. Watching the body lying on the ground, the fourth sister snorted lightly. She then put away the Dan refining furnace and turned to leave. The one-armed man pretended to be dead and escaped unharmed, but little did he know that a more humiliating death awaited him. Asura also stopped in their tracks at that moment. Seeing that no one was chasing them, Asura wanted to pat the woman's shoulder to reassure her. Unexpectedly, his palm touched a sensitive area. Although the woman knew that Asura did not do it on purpose, her pretty face still blushed. A loud slap resounded in the cave for a moment. The woman hurriedly apologized behind her. "I couldn't help it for a moment. I am really sorry." Asura spoke up to assure her. "Your skill level is not enough to hurt me." Later, the woman began to thank Asura for saving her. If it were not for Asura's intervention, she might have been taken advantage of by now. Asura generously flashed a smile. Although he had some personal grievances with that guy, in his heart he thought, "If you tell me the information about Long Flame Bone, I won't refuse your kind gesture." The woman looked at the exploring Asura, and her pretty face suddenly blushed. She immediately felt that this man was truly noble. He had clearly saved her, but he did not act like he was her savior. "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Aurora. My father, guide leader Lin Roaring, is a member of one of the 5 largest mercenary groups in the world. He surely will reward you generously for saving me." Asura casually responded with a "Yes." The top priority now should be to find the exit. But the woman showed signs of infatuation. All the men who knew his identity before would go out of their way to flatter him. This man is indeed a true gentleman. But he didn't know that the background of the 6 demon sisters of Asura is even more illustrious. The woman who Asura accidentally saved. She turned out to be the daughter of the guide leader of the top 5 mercenaries in the world. And she also knows the location of the Long Flame Bone, the objective of this mission. Asura asked the woman, "I have seen many bodies of your mercenary group on the way. It seems like you are the only one left here, right?" "Yes, they were all killed while trying to protect me. We were close to finding the Earth Long Flame Bone." When this was said, Asura was shocked. He quickly asked about the whereabouts of the Long Flame Bone. However, the woman hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Asura turned directly. After all, they were the ones who discovered it first. "I can't take advantage of it either." The woman noticed the distance between the two of them and quickly spoke up. "That's not what I meant. You are my lifesaver. A mere Earth Long Flame Bone is nothing compared to you. Of course, I won't hide anything from you." Asura waved his hand, showing an expression as if he had received a New Year's gift. He said, "No need, no need." The woman's expression became serious. She said, "I'm afraid no one in this world can make it to the Earth Long Flame's location alive." Asura looked puzzled at the words. The two arrived at a river of lava. The woman's eyes were red-rimmed. She told Asura that they could only reach the location of Long Flame Bone by crossing this river of lava. Dozens of masters have died trying, but none has succeeded. The last master at the Earth Essence stage, dragging his badly injured body, managed to send out the message before dying on the spot. Asura was shocked. Even with his 9 revolutions golden bone, he probably can't endure it. It seems that we have to let the 3rd sister take action. Shortly after, he took out a seashell, causing Lin Aurora to look puzzled. He then tapped on the shell and asked his older sister, "Will this be convenient?" A puff of smoke instantly emerged from the shell. As the smoke dispersed, only saw the 3rd sister in pajamas. With a hazy look in her eyes, she asked Asura what's wrong. The two of them blushed instantly at the sight. The 3rd sister also noticed her sister beside her. Asura began to introduce herself as Lin Aurora and mentioned that she knew the location of the Earth Long Flame Bone. The unexpected actions of the elder sister left Lin Aurora speechless. The 3rd sister directly called Asura a dead ghost, changing her tone to address her as sister upon meeting an attractive girl. Was she trying to deceive her into thinking she was still single? Asura quickly urged the 3rd sister to focus on the task at hand. The third sister arrived above the lava river and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder no one has succeeded for so long. It turns out it's a place that is beyond human reach. She then took out a talisman paper and threw it down suddenly. The talisman paper transformed into a red toad in the air. The toad moved effortlessly in the lava river. The third sister spoke up, explaining that this toad was found by her at Celestial Mountain Rock River. It should be able to withstand this lava river. Upon hearing the name Celestial Mountain Rock River, Lynn Aurora was shocked. It is known as one of the 7 peerless landscapes. Who exactly are you? The third sister waved at Asura, gesturing to talk slowly along the way. Before Asura could react, the giant toad opened its mouth wide and swallowed the 3 people directly into its belly. After the speckled toad closed its mouth, it plunged into the river and disappeared. The one-armed man hiding nearby saw this and showed a joyful expression. He went back directly to report to that young master. Asura finally found the earth-long flame skeleton for this special training. But the third sister's self-imposed seal storyline quietly emerged. As the third sister summoned the red toad, the toad opened its huge mouth and swallowed Asura and 2 others. The toad's body sneaked into the lava river. The 2 people were equally surprised when they saw the scene inside the toad's belly. Here all the furniture is complete. Asura looked at the things on the table with an embarrassed expression. He asked, "How come there is this thing? Can the audience understand it? I really don't get it." The third sister's voice suddenly interrupted Asura's actions. "Don't talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll throw you out." Then Asura talked about business. The one-armed man from before also came, and he brought help. The third sister looked disdainful, saying that when the fourth sister arrives, you alone will be able to deal with them. Just at that moment, the surroundings suddenly started shaking. The third sister suddenly stood up and said, "It looks like she has found it." The 3 of them walked out of the toad's belly, only to see a huge skeleton catching their eyes. The 3 of them simultaneously opened their mouths wide. "I didn't expect the earth-long flame skeleton to be so big." Lynn Aurora cried tears of joy. The mercenary group they brought in all died tragically. She finally saw it with her own eyes. The third sister approached and touched the bones, feeling regretful. Unfortunately, they are already extinct. Otherwise, they would definitely have captured such a powerful contract demon beast. At this moment, suddenly stones began to fall from above. The third sister's face turned serious. Someone outside is destroying the cave. Outside the cave, the young master and the one-armed man have blocked off all the exits except for one, reminding the young master that the woman is very cunning and asking if he is confident in fighting her. The young master showed a sinister smile, reassuring him. He has his secret weapon in this barrel. The sixth sister also heard the explosion and quickly headed to the location to meet with Asura. Unexpectedly, she happened to encounter the lost fourth sister. The 2 of them went together to find the whereabouts of Asura. Just at this moment, third sister controlled the toad and began to return along the original path. As the toad's figure leaped out of the lava river, just as the mercenaries were about to throw their weapons, the toad spewed purple flames from its mouth. In an instant, it turned countless mercenaries into human-shaped skeletons by burning them. Asura and the other 2 were shocked by the power of the third sister's magic. The third sister's voice came timidly. "With just this skill, you still want to ambush us?" I saw the face of the third sister. The young master's face turned dark as he angrily shouted, "You smelling woman! It's been 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these past 5 years? Today, I can finally have my wish fulfilled." The third sister looked puzzled, thinking it was referring to the sister beside her. Then she teased, "Looks like you've hurt someone pretty badly." Lynn Aurora quickly explained, "I don't know him either." The third sister was suddenly shocked. Pointing to herself, she asked, "Are you referring to me?" When she said this, the man became even angrier. Asura also made a joke from the side. Unexpectedly, the third sister still insisted that she had never seen him before. Just then, a man's voice suddenly sounded. "Do you still remember what happened 5 years ago at the Divine Might Escort Agency?" As soon as these words were spoken, the third sister was suddenly shocked, and then her face immediately darkened. This is also why the third sister set a seal on herself. The third sister believes that she has killed innocent people. Little do they know it's a scam. This woman is the mysterious feral beast palace lord. She is also the biological older sister of Asura, with the same father but different mother. But she is willing to call herself cultivation level. She faced Asura's inquiry. The third sister recounted what happened that night. That day, she was about to go find Asura's sixth sister. But she happened to encounter a group of bandits looting a mansion. She intended to deal with a few bandits in a friendly manner. Young Master saw that this person was a master and immediately he ordered his subordinates to swarm up. But they were in front of the phoenix of the third sister. Like ants, they were instantly annihilated. In the end, only the young master was left. She faced this group of scum. No matter how she killed them, it was not satisfying. But unexpectedly, that young master said that they did not commit murder, only robbery. If you call us scum, then you are even worse than scum. Open your eyes wide and see clearly with your sense of justice. We just locked them up. But you burned them all to death. In the eyes of the audience, from God's perspective, these people have already been killed. But the third sister is unaware, faced with the man's repeated ridicule. The third sister directly manipulates the giant ape to smash him into the ground. Unexpectedly, it hits the vital point spot on. The man's lower body instantly becomes a bloody mess. Subsequently, the third sister unleashes the 3 long flame soul seal. She self-proclaims her cultivation level as cultivating character and nurturing mind. Redeem blood debts. After the soul seal is formed, the third sister, the strongest of the 4-headed fiendish beasts, was directly sucked into the forehead. The third sister's cultivation level was also instantly cut by more than half. After the story ended, the man covered his lower body and spoke bitterly. "At that time, I had to mobilize all my vital chi to protect my heart meridian and barely save my life. But you let that monkey target my most important part for attack." The third sister suddenly interrupted him. "That was not a monkey. It was the whirlwind iron-armed ape." The man became even more furious upon hearing this. Now he has become a genderless cripple. He directly threatened that today he will make Asura's third sister pay with blood for what she did. Asura suddenly mocked. "No wonder you let others take your girl back then. Too cowardly to act yourself. It turns out you were just incapable." As soon as these words were spoken, the man instantly gathered vital chi and threw a piece of gravel at Asura. The third sister stood in front of Asura and smashed the piece of gravel with her palm. The third sister did not expect him to survive by luck. He dared to come find her. Immediately, she fulfilled his wish and sent him on his way. To their surprise, the man directly smashed the wooden barrel behind him. Just as a black bone corrosion slowly emerged from the barrel. Black liquid. It unexpectedly coalesced into a monster with a human-like form. The man asked Asura's third sister to take a close look. Can they recognize them? The third sister heard and looked over. Quickly, her pupils dilated in an instant. This is actually using the souls of the 34 men, women, old and young from back then. And flesh and blood produced bone corrosion. The man raised them for 5 years. Just to seek revenge and hatred today. Then he manipulated bone corrosion to charge at the 3 people. The third sister directly pushed the 2 aside at the sight. She planned to personally resolve the cause and effect. Another cave. Asura, the 4th sister, and the 6th sister quickly noticed that something was wrong. The 4th sister covered her mouth and nose, then said, "It seems that someone has secretly learned the forbidden witchcraft. Judging from the smell, it has been cultivated for at least 5 years. It is definitely the most toxic substance in the world. The sixth sister angrily cursed. It must be aimed at Asura. Then the two hurriedly followed the smell to search. The third sister, who claimed her cultivation level might not be able to resist it. The third sister also summoned a bull demon king to resist the bone corrosion. Upon contact, the bull demon king's shield unexpectedly began to corrode. The bull demon king took the opportunity to attack bone corrosion's leg with a giant axe. Unexpectedly, bone corrosion's wound actually healed at a visible speed to the naked eye. The third sister broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. If the seals are not released, and those few are not let out, I'm afraid it won't be able to be killed. Asura's third sister is the mysterious palace lord of the feral beast palace. 5 years ago, I thought I accidentally killed a good person. She directly set up the 3 long flame soul seal on herself, instantly cutting off a large part of her cultivation level. 5 years later, he was crippled into a eunuch by the third sister, the leader of the bandits. He carried out revenge with bone corrosion, bringing along 34 innocent elderly, young, sick, and disabled individuals. Faced with the formidable bone corrosion the third sister, he broke out in a cold sweat. If the seal is not lifted, it is feared that they will not be able to kill her. Thoughts plummeted as the bull demon king summoned by the third sister was instantly corroded by the toxic poison of bone corrosion. Asura was surprised. This thing is too strange. It would be great to have a divine weapon that can defend against such strong poison. Asura instantly remembered the earth-long flame bones that he had just obtained. He immediately threw the storage pouch to the third sister. After receiving the storage pouch, the third sister smiled. Younger brother is indeed smart. She immediately used earth-long flame to fiercely confront bone corrosion. Unexpectedly, the arm of bone corrosion can actually separate. Before the third sister could react, Bone Fist had already struck her delicate body. Fortunately, the third sister's body is not afraid of toxins. However, the storage pouch in her hand slipped away. The eunuch young master showed a look of joy upon seeing this. He was about to step forward and snatch it. Suddenly, a piece of gravel interrupted the eunuch's movement, causing his face to be scratched when the gravel shattered. The timid voice of Asura rang out. "Eunuch, don't grab other people's things randomly." Seeing such sarcasm, young master's face turned purple with anger. Asura then threw the storage pouch containing the earth-long flame bone to Lynn Aurora. She suddenly recalled a familiar voice behind her saying, "Give me the thing!" only to see that the one-armed man also joined the battlefield. Asura shouted behind him, "Aurora, run quickly!" Upon hearing this, Lynn Aurora picked up the storage pouch and turned around to leave. Just as the servant was about to make a move, a small green snake blocked his path. The third sister controlled the small snake and sent Asura to rescue the girl. But Asura insisted on staying to help the third sister. The third sister unexpectedly angrily shouted, "This is my business! It's none of your concern!" The third sister wanted to resolve her own karma. Asura sighed upon hearing this. Before leaving, he also reminded the third sister to unlock the 3 long flame soul seal. "If you keep showing off, you'll end up dead?" Immediately, his figure chased after Lynn Aurora's direction. The eunuch young master sneered, "If you really unlock the 3 long flame soul seal, even if I have 10 heads of bone corrosion, it wouldn't be enough to floss your teeth. Unfortunately, whether the seal can be unlocked is no longer up to you. If the inner demons are not eliminated, even if the seal is broken, you will still fall into the demonic path. Am I right?" Another battlefield. I saw the one-armed man quickly catching up to Lynn Aurora. He immediately rushed forward and pinned her to the ground. Just as the one-armed man burst into a big smile, he was about to finish off Lynn Aurora. Asura's solid punch landed on the man's face. With just a single hit, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was slammed directly into the wall by the powerful force. The voice of Asura came faintly, saying, "In any case, this time I will settle the score with you." The one-armed man awkwardly pulled out a huge axe and sneered, "This time, there's no one to help you, right?" Just at that moment, two women's voices suddenly sounded. "Don't be afraid, little brother. Big sister is here." Asura's Dan Emperor, the fourth sister, arrived in a domineering manner to wrap things up. She helped Asura resolve the crisis of the 9 Revolutions tyrant body, causing his combat power to skyrocket in an instant. Just as Asura was about to kill the one-armed man, Asura's the fourth sister and the sixth sister suddenly arrived. "Don't be afraid, little brother. The sisters are here." The fourth sister stepped forward to talk to Asura. The sixth sister then thanked Lin Aurora. "If it weren't for the shouts for help you made, we really wouldn't have been able to find our way here." The one-armed man was so scared when he saw these two women who could kill her in seconds that he couldn't speak. The sixth sister patted Asura on the shoulder and asked, "What are you staring at? This is your older sister, the fourth sister calling you." The fourth sister looked at the one-armed man disdainfully and asked, "I spared your life just now. Don't you hurry up and behave yourself with your tail between your legs? How dare you bully my brother?" The one-armed man was suddenly shocked. "I don't know what good deeds Asura has done. The women around him are all incredibly strong. They are gorgeous too. There's no point for him to act cocky. He should figure out a way to escape quickly." Just then, the voice of the sixth sister suddenly sounded. "If you stayed put obediently, the two of us promise not to make a move. But if you try to escape, I can make your head roll in an instant." These words struck a chord. The one-armed man immediately stopped in his tracks and raised a white flag in surrender. The sixth sister pointed at Asura and said, "Defeat him, and I'll let you go. If you lose, you die." The fourth sister stepped forward and held Asura in her arms to check his byway point. Asura's handsome face pressed against the fourth sister's delicate body. A blush immediately appeared on his face. The fourth sister breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the crack on Asura's head. "It's fortunate that she made it in time." She then told Asura that it might hurt a little later. She would try to be gentle. Listening to these strange words, Asura responded awkwardly, only to see the fourth sister condense several silver needles. Then the silver needles fiercely pierced into Asura's body. After the silver needles entered his body, Asura's facial expression began to contort. He gritted his teeth against the sensation of surging rivers and raging seas within his body. The vital chi inside him began to gradually circulate smoothly. Seeing the vital chi taking form, fourth sister couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of techniques and methods is he cultivating that can absorb so much vital chi? As the vital chi flowed slowly within his body, Asura roared angrily. His cultivation level was also continuously rising. Seeing the scene of Asura unleashing his power, the one-armed man was instantly scared and broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly began searching from his pocket for the pills to enhance his own strength. Just then, the voice of sixth sister suddenly rang out. "No funny business unless you think I'm blind." The man took out a blue pill and explained, "It's a misunderstanding. I have weak kidneys and just need some supplements." Just then, the fourth sister also retrieved the silver needle. Lin Aurora anxiously inquired on the side. Asura now feels an unprecedented sense of clarity and freshness. The fourth sister gasped and informed Asura to try practicing the grand circuit, which may bring surprises. Asura responded with a sound and then began to activate the spiritual chi in his body. Unexpectedly, the aura directly broke through the human essence stage. The sixth sister showed a satisfied smile, applauding on the side. "Indeed, he is my brother. This time, he walked a path that would have taken others several years to achieve." Asura let out a long breath. He turned to inform the one-armed man. "Let's begin now." The man opened his mouth and asked, "Do you feel this is reasonable?" Immediately, He hurriedly swallowed the blue pill. Aurora asked him in confusion what he had eaten. The fourth sister explained on the side that it should be a Dan pill that can temporarily boost cultivation level, just a desperate struggle. Once this was said, Aurora couldn't help but be surprised. Even though Asura's third sister is mysterious and unpredictable, it's impressive that this person can discern medicines just by their smell. Perhaps only Dan Emperor can match this under the heavens. With his thoughts settled, Asura's body instantly burst forth and rushed ahead. A powerful aura swept up a flurry of rubble. Before the man could react, Fist Wind landed firmly on the man's chin. As Fist Wind continued to descend, the one-sided beating continued for a full minute. Even Sixth Sister was surprised by such speed. Fourth Sister explained that the 9 revolutions tyrant blood had awakened, which could infuse vital chi into the blood, resulting in a powerful explosive force. Sixth Sister had a trace of doubt. Have you studied the 9 revolutions tyrant body before? The fourth sister once received his letter at the station. Then she browsed through some classics. However, she only understood a little bit of the surface. Also, it's unclear where our father obtained it from. This ancient top-level technique and methods. The issue of Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant body has been fixed by the fourth sister. He has strong combat power and easily defeated the one-armed man who took drugs. The truth about the third sister setting up the 3-long flame soul seal for herself has come to light. The sixth sister aggressively shouted to Asura, "If you win, you may leave. But if you lose, you die." The one-armed man was beaten up for a quarter of an hour. The man was infuriated to the point where his veins bulged. He then began releasing poison. The sixth sister protected Aurora behind her, quietly watching Asura's performance. Just saw the one-armed man using poison to taunt. "Keep beating me. I have taken the antidote. Dare you come forward?" Asura unexpectedly showed no fear. He charged at the one-armed man again. Then his palm released celestial devouring, directly blowing away the poison with his mouth wide open. Seeing this scene, the one-armed man felt like a fool. Asura didn't wait for him to react. Asura's fist had appeared in front of his face. The two sisters smiled. The fourth sister didn't expect that he already had a spirit beast. At this moment, the man's trembling voice suddenly interrupted. "Stop the beating. I have important intelligence to disclose. This intelligence can help your sister overcome her inner demons." Asura still doesn't know about the third sister's inner demons and immediately inquires. Unexpectedly, the man brought up a condition. "If you don't kill me, I will tell you. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Asura's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing an eerie grin. He then agreed. The man began recounting the events that took place 5 years ago. He corrected himself, saying that at that time, there were 34 people from the Divine Might Escort Agency whom he drove to a house. Young Master asked us to make them drink the black potion. He said it was a weapon that could help them dominate the world in the future. But after everyone drank the potion, they all died in a very tragic manner. I hurried to report the situation to young Master at that time. Unexpectedly, the third sister blew up the entire courtyard. She didn't know those people had already been killed. She thought she accidentally killed them herself. Asura's face was gloomy and scary at the moment. The man hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "I was just following orders. Their death shouldn't be blamed on me." The sixth sister angrily scolded, "You guys! How dare you blame the third sister for this?" Asura then turned his head and asked the fourth sister if what she said was true. The fourth sister fell into deep thought. If we want to raise bone corrosion, feeding him medicine during his lifetime would be most effective. I wasn't sure before, but today bone corrosion appeared, indicating that their deaths are indeed unrelated to the third sister. Asura agreed and was about to quickly inform the third sister when unexpectedly, the man behind him spoke up, asking if he could be released. Asura once again revealed a sinister smile. "Don't worry. I am a person of my word. Your information is very valuable. I will not kill you." The man had just breathed a sigh of relief. Asura took out a dagger for Lin Aurora to seek revenge on her own. Witnessing this scene, the man was instantly scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Lin Aurora is holding a dagger, struggling internally. The voice of the sixth sister sounded sneaky. "You feel sorry for him now. But when he killed your comrades and brothers, you didn't hesitate." The fourth sister also stepped forward to comfort. "All the sisters are here. Don't be afraid." Lin Aurora remembered those comrades who had died protecting her, and a hint of sorrowful tears welled up in her eyes. She made up her mind to avenge her fallen comrades. Blood must be repaid with blood. She then walked slowly towards the one-armed man. With the fall of the dagger, the man's breath ceased. Another battlefield, only to see the body of the third sister covered with poison at this moment. That young master still doesn't forget to mock. Who made you self-proclaimed cultivation level? At this point, are you still unwilling to accept reality? Just at this moment, Asura's voice suddenly rang out. "The third sister! The people from the Divine Midas Court Agency were not killed by you. They were poisoned to death before you took action." The third sister was startled to hear this, and the man realized that the situation was about to be exposed. He quickly manipulated the bone corrosion to eliminate Asura first. Unexpectedly, Asura's figure disappeared in an instant from the scene. He has now fully awakened the tyrant body. The two sisters behind him showed relieved smiles. The third sister also noticed the arrival of the fourth sister and immediately asked for the truth. The fourth sister explained the situation in detail. As soon as this was said, the young master panicked in an instant. The third sister was also here at this moment. She opened the 3 long-flame soul seal without any hesitation. "I see. I was actually played by you. You deserve to die." Asura's third sister unlocked the 3 long-flame soul seal. For end of the world sacred beasts appear at the same time. Suppress and kill the eunuch young master. Asura kills the one-armed man. He learns that 5 years ago, the third sister was framed. He hurried to inform the third sister of the truth. The fourth sister arrived later. She echoed that those people did not die because of you. This father-in-law had already poisoned them to death. The third sister's face turned angry at the words, and then she fearlessly unsealed the 3 long-flame soul seal. Young master saw the situation and quickly controlled bone corrosion to isolate everyone and the third sister. He wanted to take advantage of the third sister's serious injury to kill her. She faced the charging bone corrosion. The third sister's forehead glowed with golden light. The 3 long-flame soul seal was instantly lifted. Before bone corrosion could get close, a gigantic palm appeared. Instantly pressed bone corrosion to the ground and rubbed it. Seeing the appearance of the world and iron-armed ape, young master opened his mouth in disbelief. Just saw the third sister actually directly took the 4 great sacred beasts. Summoned all of them out. The sixth sister explained from behind. The 4 sacred beasts that had been sealed for 5 years have finally reappeared. The third sister's cultivation level has also returned to pinnacle. In fact, each sacred beast personally passed down by the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace has the power to destroy a country. Upon hearing the name of the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace, even the formidable background of Lin Aurora couldn't help but be surprised. Asura turned his head in surprise and asked, "Did I not introduce you to my third sister?" Upon receiving Lin Aurora's reply, Asura began to introduce several amazing sisters. The 4th sister is Zhong Lira, the Dan Emperor. The 6th sister is Churyu, the Supreme Marshal of the Legion of the Great Chu. Upon hearing this, Lin Aurora uttered a few big words. "You are really good at choosing your birth parents." The current battlefield. Young master actually roared and wanted to merge with bone corrosion. Seeing this scene, the third sister showed disdain. "You really are persistent, not giving up until the Yellow River." She saw the half-dead and half-alive young master. The fourth sister and the sixth sister have delicate eyebrows. This guy actually turned into the living dead to defeat the third sister. His strength must have doubled. However, the third sister actually dealt with this trash by releasing four sacred beasts. A bit extravagant. The sound faded. Young master began to manipulate. Purple blood spurted towards the third sister. Unexpectedly, Jade-faced Kirin directly dispersed the potent poison. The giant spirit rock beast behind it was even immune to all manner of poisons. At this moment, Iron Arm Ape leaped to the top of the young master's head. Immediately, he used a stick to lift it up. Under the gaze of everyone, the Iron Arm Ape slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone, carrying the half-dead young master. It then flung its body into the air. The phoenix shot out a beam of light suddenly. As the soaring light column shone in this canyon, facing the suppression of the four sacred beasts, young master's body disintegrated in an instant. The third sister's figure soared into the air. She looked at the dissipating bone corrosion in the air with a heart full of regret. The souls of 34 people have also found peace. Asura complimented his older sister behind her back. The other two sisters also smiled. This trip wasn't just about Long Flame Bone obtaining it. The third sister's heart knot also finally unraveled immediately. The sixth sister started asking, "Can any of your sacred beasts easily defeat him? How did you manage to summon all four of them?" Unexpectedly, the third sister said, "The children have been naive for 5 years. They all need to stretch their muscles." Asura ended up sandwiched in the middle, feeling helpless. Just then, the third sister detected a presence quickly approaching the 5 of them. She looked up. Just a figure of light flashed past and appeared in this area. As the light slowly dissipated, a handsome man caught the eye of the crowd. At the moment when the cultivator, the sixth sister at the celestial essence stage, was about to take action, Lenarora's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother!" It turns out that this person is Lenarora's real brother. This man. He actually dared to draw a knife in front of the three sisters Asura. In an instant, he was held at the mercy of the three sisters. The man arrives later. Lenarora's voice suddenly sounded, "Brother!" At these words, Asura was shocked. After the man landed, he began to inquire about what had happened to Lenarora. "Where are the comrades who came with you?" Upon hearing this, Lenarora burst into tears. "They were all killed while trying to protect me." His older brother's eyes turned cold. He still believed that it was Asura who did it. He immediately swung his sword towards Asura. Asura instinctively retreated. Facing this level of threat, Asura showed no fear at all. As Asura's body retreated, Lenarora's voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you can't mess around! Asura saved me! He is a good person!" The voice trailed off. Before the man could react, the root golden needle had appeared at his neck. The figure of the sixth sister had also ghostly appeared behind him. A yellow jacket also appeared in an instant, followed by the angry scolding of the three sisters Asura. "Dare to touch my brother again, and I will smash your head into pieces." Asura saw the embarrassing situation and tried to mediate, but the man gave Asura a deep look. He couldn't help but be shocked by Asura's speed. Lenaroora then started to explain to the man. "Those guys have already been killed by Asura and his group." Understanding the situation afterward, the man bowed and thanked Asura. "I am Lin Jack, the guide leader of the Ethereal Mercenary Guild. Thank you, hero, for helping save my sister's life. I will never forget your great kindness." The sixth sister's expression softened a bit. One of the top 5 mercenary guilds on the mainland. I didn't expect the guide leader to be so young. It's really unexpected. Asura took out the earth-long flame bones and began to be polite. "Speaking of which, this earth-long flame bone also belongs to you. Let's split it evenly." The man did not know that Asura was just being polite. He directly handed over the earth-long flame bones, considering it as a token of gratitude for saving his sister. If you ever need it in the future, you can find me in the mercenary group. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Asura breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly put the earth-long flame bones into his arms. The three elder sisters felt a bit embarrassed at the sight. They understood. This good little brother didn't really intend to give it to others. Jack then bowed to bid farewell to Asura and the others. Lenora, who was admiring from the side, asked Asura with a touch of affection, "Will you come find me, Asura?" Asura casually replied, "If fate allows, we'll meet again." He has a wife who was left behind as a deserted wife. He doesn't think too much about it either. Who would have expected that the woman would develop a crush? She even thought that Asura was implying that they were destined to be together in this lifetime. But little did she know, it was all just a fantasy. She paid no attention at all to the wall above her head. Then she accidentally bumped into the solid wall. Asura still doesn't know what Lenora is thinking. He could only awkwardly purse his lips. The voice of the third sister suddenly sounded. "Little brother is indeed a fortunate person. Just accompanying you here has actually dispelled my inner demons. I have to return to the Feral Beast Palace now. Next, I will cultivate with you, the fourth sister, and the sixth sister." Yes, Asura is still somewhat puzzled. I am able to outshine the younger generation of other sects now. Should I continue to cultivate? Sixth sister stepped forward and gave him a piece of her mind. She angrily scolded, "Do you think you can slack off just because you've reached the human essence stage? Don't think you can rest on your laurels." Fourth sister stepped forward and comforted Asura. "Brother, would you like to come back to Azure Dan's revealed palace to cultivate with sister? Sister can help take care of your body." Upon hearing this, Asura's face lit up with happiness. He quickly agreed. He was unaware that the fourth sister's cultivation was even more brutal. Asura bid farewell to the third sister and the sixth sister. He continued to cultivate with Dan Emperor and the fourth sister. He did not know that the fourth sister's cultivation method was even more ruthless. Facing the fourth sister's gentle inquiry, "Would you like to go back to Revealed Palace to cultivate with your sister? Sister can help you take good care of your body." Asura had a happy expression on his face. He directly agreed. The sixth sister also waved her hand. "I need to go back to deal with some things. The next cultivation tasks will be handled by the fourth sister." Seeing the sixth sister being let go so easily, Asura felt a little puzzled. The fourth sister held Asura by the collar to bid the two goodbye. She then grabbed Asura and took off into the sky. After seeing the two leaving, the sixth sister felt a slight sense of regret for the poor child. He still had no idea what terrifying things were waiting for him next. The third sister reassured him. Asura is resolute and nothing will happen. Even if he can't bear it, he would want to commit suicide. Lyra will save him, as long as he doesn't leave any mental shadows. The next morning, inside the four sisters' palace, Asura stretched lazily. Couldn't help but exclaim the first time sleeping so comfortably. Just at this moment, the four sisters' voice suddenly sounded. "Breakfast is ready. Go eat quickly." Hearing about delicious food, Asura's mouth watered instantly, and he went to the living room. He saw such a sumptuous meal. Asura cried while eating wildly, complaining to the fourth sister, "If you had showed up earlier, I wouldn't have suffered like this. You have no idea. The third sister and the sixth sister make me eat steamed buns and pickles every day." The fourth sister continued serving food without stopping, saying, "Don't rush. Eat slowly. Later, we will do some exercise too. He heard the word, "exercise." Asura stopped eating and asked, opening his mouth to inquire. The fourth sister began to explain. "Although the vital chi in your body has already been resolved, the Golden Den still needs to operate several grand circuits to fully digest this vital chi, so I have arranged a workout for you. You will definitely like it." Listening to the words of the fourth sister, Asura felt a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. After finishing breakfast, the third sister brought Asura to a gloomy cave. Looking at the scene in front of him, Asura opened his mouth wide, unable to believe it, only to see a huge bronze door in front of him. He saw the word, suppress, on the bronze door. Asura jokingly asked, "There's the word suppress written on this door. Could it be that there are hell demons locked behind this door?" The fourth sister pointed to her chin and spat out 2 words. "Smart." She received a response from the fourth sister. Asura panicked instantly. The fourth sister pushed and comforted the screaming Asura into the bronze door. Asura's panicked voice rang out, "I am training, not seeking death." The fourth sister reassured him. "With me here, even if you encounter Sharon, I can still bring you back." The voice falls silent. The large door behind closes instantly. He then began to survey the scenery inside the door. Seeing nothing within, Asura trembled and asked, "Why is there nothing here?" The fourth sister spoke up and asked him to take a closer look. Upon hearing this, Asura activated his 9 revolutions tyrant eyes, but unexpectedly, what he saw shocked him. He unexpectedly discovered that there were countless eyes within the walls in front of him. Before Asura could react, a group of evil creatures crazily surged out from within the walls. Asura thought. He thought that cultivating with the Dan Emperor, who seemed to love him the most on the surface, would be very comfortable. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be even more brutal than cultivating with the third sister and the sixth sister. She forcibly brought Asura into a bronze gate. Asura watched as countless evil creatures drilled out from the walls. He couldn't help but be amazed by the huge malicious aura emanating from these things. The fourth sister emanated a layer of isolating energy outside her body. She then explained, "This is the ancient battlefield of the gods. Over time, it has fostered creatures of evil feeding off the ancient god carcasses. Named Extreme's Abyss, I have established a palace here for the purpose of guarding against Extreme's Abyss from causing havoc in the human realm." As Asura dodges attacks from evil beings, he is also lost in thought. Not only are these things fast, but they are also strong and numerous. How can I defeat them? He immediately plans to withdraw the sacred weapon. Unexpectedly, the voice of the fourth sister suddenly rings out. "You can't use weapons." Asura was stunned. "Why didn't you say it earlier? Why can't I use it? Do you have a problem with the rule I just set?" Asura angrily shouted in response, "No problem." He then activated the 9 revolutions tyrant body. The 9 revolutions tyrant blood was also released along with it. The evil creature rushing forward once again sensed this aura. Couldn't help but pause before it could react. The evil creatures rushing over began to explode one by one. The fourth sister couldn't help but sigh as she watched Asura swiftly kill the evil creatures. Can actually think of combining the high speed of the 9 revolutions tyrant body and the powerful toughness of the 9 revolutions tyrant blood, turning the body into a weapon. This kid is pretty clever. Her idea had just landed, and all the evil objects were completely annihilated. Asura's figure landed accordingly. With a somewhat mocking tone, he asked the fourth sister, "Are these things worthy of your personal guard?" The fourth sister shook her head, shattering Asura's illusion. "You misunderstand. Those you just killed were merely small flies on Extreme's Abyss's body." Upon hearing this, Asura was instantly speechless. These things were actually just small flies? His thoughts had just landed. The ground beneath his feet suddenly started to shake. Asura's eyes sharpened. The figure of the demon beast Extreme's Abyss instantly burst out of the ground. He saw the gigantic size of Extreme's Abyss. Asura was shocked. At this moment, Extreme's Abyss lifted its huge foot and stomped down suddenly. Asura leaped into the air and arrived in front of Extreme's Abyss. Unexpectedly, Extreme's Abyss extended its arm and struck suddenly. Asura was surprised. He quickly raised his arm to block. He didn't expect this guy to have such a huge body, but his speed was not slow at all. As soon as their arms made contact, Asura's body was instantly set flying. His figure turned into a stream of light and embedded into the wall. The fourth sister seems to have anticipated this. Asura suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect that a simple punch would break his bones. Before Asura could react, Extreme's Abyss suddenly appeared with a fist raised in front of his face. When Asura opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself lying naked in an herbal bath. The voice of the fourth sister suddenly sounded. "How do you feel?" Asura looked at himself in a large pot. He quickly asked, "What is this thing?" "You are severely injured by Extreme's Abyss, and you are barely alive. If not for this medicine jar, you should have been back to the infant stage." Asura chuckled expressionlessly. If not for having the same father, but different mothers, Asura would suspect the fourth sister of plotting against him. His thoughts trailed off. The voice of the fourth sister resounded once again. "Put on your clothes and get up to continue training. The brutal training of the fourth sister has begun." Asura, the fourth sister's brutal training. Every time he opens his eyes, he finds himself lying in the herbal bath. The fourth sister brings Asura to cultivate in the place guarding Extreme Abyss. Unexpectedly, with just one palm strike, he was nearly killed by the ancient evil creature. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying naked in the fourth sister's herbal bath. To his surprise, what awaited Asura was the fourth sister's angry rebuke. "Put on your clothes and continue training." The scene shifts to the fourth sister guarding the side of Extreme's Abyss. As Extreme's Abyss's giant foot suddenly stomps down, Asura activates 9 revolutions Tyrant Blood and dodges backwards. The fourth sister sits comfortably on a chair to the side. Seeing Asura not confronting the situation head-on, she smiles. "You seem to be improving by not easily getting provoked into action." Asura steps on the ground, dodging left and right under the attacks of Extreme's Abyss. Seizing the opportunity during Extreme's Abyss's attacks, he suddenly soared into the air and punched Extreme's Abyss in the face. As the explosion smoke cleared, it was surprising to see that Extreme's Abyss was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, Asura couldn't help but be surprised, still unable to react. The giant fist of Extreme's Abyss suddenly smashed into the top of Asura's head. When he opened his eyes again, Asura appeared in the herbal bath. Asura muttered in a dissatisfied tone, "Damn it! I refuse to believe this." The scene shifted back to the location of Extreme's Abyss. Asura was seen launching rapid attacks at Extreme's Abyss body. When Asura opened his eyes again, his body was once again bathing in the fourth sister's herbal bath. She looked at Asura with an expression of complete disinterest. The fourth sister spoke to comfort Asura, saying that even for a strong individual at the Eternal King stage, it is impossible to easily defeat Extreme's Abyss, let alone you. The purpose of training is not for you to defeat him, but to learn how to survive when facing a stronger opponent. Asura, however, does not think so. He believes that the best way to survive is to defeat the enemy. Then a bold idea popped into his mind. If all the vital chi in the body is gathered into the fist, there may be unexpected effects. The idea settled. Asura's next words surprised the fourth sister. "Give me another chance. I have figured out a solution." The scene shifts to the location of Extreme's Abyss. Asura is seen concentrating his vital chi throughout his body, gathering it in his fist. With a sudden strike, the fist wind hits Extreme's Abyss in the face. Extreme's Abyss's massive body unexpectedly starts to lean backwards. Upon seeing this, the fourth sister raises her eyebrows lightly. The effect of this attack actually exceeds the current cultivation level by far. After adjusting his posture, Extreme's Abyss glared fiercely at Asura. Immediately, it smashed down with a heavy fist. Asura's body once again embedded into the ground beside the fourth sister. But the fourth sister has a bold idea. After my little brother's full potential is released, he might really be able to compete with Extreme's Abyss. A quarter of an hour later, the fourth sister finished picking herbs and arrived at the location of Asura herbal bath. She was about to speak up and suggest taking a break today. Unexpectedly, she found that Asura was gone. At this moment, Asura was holding a complete set of herbs, weeding in the Four Sisters herb garden. He cursed while eating, saying that Extreme's abyss is really hard to deal with. Relying solely on the vital chi in my body is far from enough to defeat him. I need to refine some Dan pills and take a risk. Just then, the Four Sisters' voice suddenly interrupted Asura's actions. What are you doing? Asura forced a smile in his expression. Just a pretend coincidence. What a coincidence to run into you, big sister. What are you doing here too? The Four Sister pointed to a sign nearby and smiled. Look over there. The sign prominently displays a few large characters. Dan Emperor's Imperial Herb Garden. Trespassers will be killed. Asura entered Dan Emperor the Four Sisters' herb garden. He casually ate some grass. I didn't expect that these plants are actually worth 30 million taels of gold. The Four Sister happened to discover Asura's talent for alchemy. Just as Asura was holding a book on herbs, eating grass at the same time, the Four Sisters suddenly arrived. The Four Sister appeared with a smile on her face. Without blaming Asura, she pointed to the sign on the side. Written on it were the prominent words, Dan Emperor's Imperial Herb Garden. Trespassers will be killed. Asura scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. Just a medicinal shop, right? It shouldn't be that serious. The Four Sisters smiled and said, It's not too bad. For example, the few stalks of dragonfly herb you are holding could easily be worth 30 million taels of gold. As soon as these words were spoken, Asura's expression instantly contorted. Asura left with the Fourth Sister, feeling somewhat embarrassed to apologize. At that time, they only wanted to add some vital chi, but they did not expect those to be precious herbs. The Fourth Sister was puzzled whether Asura also understands Dan refining. Asura pointed to the study. It was when he casually flipped through the medical books on your bookshelf. He just wanted to try it out himself. The Fourth Sister's expression became serious as she fell into contemplation. Just relying on one book, he was able to accurately identify the herbs that increased true essence. And the combination was completely correct. Could this kid also have the talent for Dan refining? The Fourth Sister's beautiful eyes lit up. She sighed at the continuous surprises emanating from Asura. The pharmacy is open to you. Feel free to use it. Just don't delay tomorrow's training. Listening to the Fourth Sister's extravagant tone, Asura was surprised. The Fourth Sister is in a great mood. I would like to take a look. How big of a surprise can you create? Asura is also here on this day, refining the mysterious Dan pill. On the second day, he was cultivating with Extreme's abyss. She saw Asura still dodging and looking for an opportunity. The Fourth Sister fell into doubt. Could it be that I am overthinking it? Just a brat. How could he possibly refine some miraculous elixir in just one day? Her thoughts had not yet settled. Asura suddenly took out a blue Dan pill. The Fourth Sister immediately saw Asura's plan at a glance. To double the output of vital chi and break through the 9 revolutions tyrant body. She saw Asura putting the Dan pill into his mouth. The Fourth Sister hurriedly exclaimed, Training is over, come back. After taking the Dan pill, Asura's face burst with blue veins. All the meridians in his body were burning. Saw Extreme's abyss's giant foot about to descend, the Fourth Sister hurried forward. At this moment, Asura is surrounded by vital chi, with blood-red eyes. But the giant foot of Extreme's abyss has already smashed the Fourth Sister's figure. When he arrived, the ground where Asura was located had already exploded. The Fourth Sister's face was pale. He didn't even have time to activate the 9 revolutions golden bone, that is to say. The roaring voice of Extreme's abyss echoed across the field. The Fourth Sister's terrifying resentment exploded. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. I want you to pay with your life for my brother. Just then, Extreme's abyss' massive foot suddenly caused a rumble. Asura's figure pierced directly through Extreme's abyss soul. There was a burning smell mixed in with the voice. It's so hot. After taking a homemade pill, Asura. Her body is filled with fierce flames. 9 Revolutions Tyrant Bone has not been activated. He was just stepped on by Extreme's abyss. The four sisters' face instantly turned pale. She was about to make Extreme's abyss pay with her life directly. Asura surprisingly broke out of Extreme's abyss unscathed. At this moment, Asura's body was burning like fierce flames. Seeing her younger brother unharmed, the four sisters' expression returned to normal. She couldn't help but be amazed. Asura utilized the power of her berserk body and unexpectedly knocked down the huge Extreme's abyss with a punch. The enormous body crashed down onto the ground with a bang. The four sisters couldn't help but exclaim at the chaotic scene of Asura suddenly asking for water and the ghost-like creatures running around. What exactly did this guy do to actually be able to strike Extreme's abyss? What a mess indeed. But she had second thoughts. Extreme's abyss suffered heavy losses. However, there was still an unexpected gain. Her plan fell through. Extreme's abyss slowly stood up. Azure saw Extreme's abyss able to stand up. He angrily cursed. I even took the medicine. How is he still not dead? Four sister used secret techniques to cleanse the heart behind her, and spoke comforting words. The strong experts at the spiritual lord stage cannot easily defeat Extreme's abyss, let alone you who just stumbled upon it by accident. It was only by refining the Dan pill that you were lucky enough to escape unscathed. As her voice fell, the purification secret technique she performed pierced through Extreme's abyss's chest. Extreme's abyss's body was purified. The rich spiritual chi began to spread in this area. Asura showed a hint of puzzlement. He turned his head to look at the fourth sister. Could it be the work of the eldest sister? The fourth sister kindly reminded, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over to seize the opportunity. Asura smiled. He began to unleash the 9 Revolutions tyrant body to devour the surrounding spiritual chi. Originally, Extreme's abyss feeds on the corpse of ancient gods for survival. As long as he is severely injured, then take the opportunity to purify him. You can obtain a large amount of spiritual chi from his body. Asura is absorbing spiritual chi while asking the fourth sister that the more negative energy he has, the more spiritual chi I can obtain after evolution. Right, sis? Smart. In order to prepare for the upcoming special training, you must absorb spiritual chi to expand your dantian. Asura spoke as fourth sister's voice fell, then Asura exhaled a strong spiritual chi. He sat down on the ground and began to refine his dantian. She went to great lengths to help me grow. I cannot let her hopes down. I happen to be able to further advance the 9 Revolutions tyrant body with this huge spiritual chi, along with the rich vital chi surging in Asura's body. Fourth sister smiled and praised Asura. Originally, she was still worried about where to find so much spiritual chi to fill the dantian for a rapid breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he just happened to have seriously injured the Extreme's abyss. Only then can he smoothly evolve the spiritual chi of the Extreme's abyss. The little brother is pretty good. 1/4 of an hour later, the location suddenly began to emit golden light. Before the fourth sister could be surprised, Asura's body undergoes another change. Too much vital chi gathers in his dantian, but the 9 Revolutions tyrant body has not yet broken through. Fourth sister begins to mobilize the surrounding spiritual chi. She wants to forcibly stop Asura's absorption. Asura, however, showed no intention of stopping at all. Noted. She helped to control the influx of vital chi around her. If she didn't intervene forcefully, Asura's meridians would have been severely damaged. At this moment, Asura let out a low growl. The golden dam located in the dantian suddenly shattered. A golden light beam soaring into the sky. The tyrant body has been successfully activated. 9 Revolutions tyrant Dan C. Even Dan Emperor the fourth sister couldn't help but be shocked by Asura's boldness over and over again. Ye Ashura risked awakening the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C in a short period of time, not realizing that the fourth sister was slowly approaching. He was busy experiencing the spiritual chi brought by the Dan C in his body, waiting for the moment he advanced to the Earth Essence stage. The reserve of spiritual chi would be qualitatively improved. He excitedly jumped up. Just a few beatings would awaken the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C. Not bad at all. At that moment, he felt a cold air slowly approaching from behind. Ye Ashura breaks through the limit on the verge of death. Dan Emperor, the fourth sister, gave a celestial-grade flame as a gift. She also taught Dan refining techniques. Just as Ye Ashura was still brimming with the joy of breakthrough, he suddenly felt a chill approaching slowly from behind. After he saw the fourth sister's delicate body, Ye Ashura's speech became a little stiff. "Sister, I just succeeded." The fourth sister stood behind and rebuked angrily. "Do you know what you have just done? Do you know how dangerous it was?" Facing such close questioning from the fourth sister, Ye Ashura was momentarily unable to come up with a clever retort. The two of them arrived at the fourth sister Dan refining's room. Ye Ashura was apologizing to the fourth sister. "My dear sister, I was wrong this time. Please don't be angry anymore. Do you know how dangerous your actions were just now? A little slip-up, and you could have been in big trouble." Facing the fourth sister's reprimand, Ye Ashura quickly pinched her shoulders, slapped her legs, and tried to make the fourth sister happy. The fourth sister sighed. "Luckily, you have great fortune, good luck, and outstanding talent this time. You awakened the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C in a short period of time." She immediately hugged Ye Ashura into her arms. "Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face you," as instructed by the other sister. Ashura quickly spoke up, saying there won't be a next time for such close contact. "I will definitely listen to the older sister." As the voice fell, the fourth sister suddenly increased the strength of her arm, continuing to question, "Is there anything else?" Ashura was instantly suppressed by the fourth sister's powerful and tender arms, quickly continuing to speak. "I will absolutely not harbor any lucky thoughts in the future." With these words spoken, the fourth sister finally released the almost suffocating Ye Ashura in satisfaction. "You were able to quickly comprehend these truths." The older sister feels very relieved. The Ye Ashura, who survived the disaster, couldn't help but sigh. "If I had awakened to the truth a step slower, wouldn't I have been suffocated by the 2 massive objects in front of your chest?" Just then, the fourth sister's voice suddenly sounded. "Previously, you were able to refine the Dan pill based solely on my book, indicating that your talent in Dan refining is quite good. If that's the case, would you like to learn Dan refining with me?" The fourth sister is getting ready to continue explaining. When she talked about the benefits of mastering Dan refining, Ye Ashura immediately responded, "Don't need to say more. I'll learn." Ye Ashura was overjoyed. Anyway, this special training is really worth it. The fourth sister personally taught him the Dan refining technique. It will cause a sensation across the entire continent. Then he told the fourth sister that the more skills one has, the better, and Dan alchemists hold a very high status in this world. Upon hearing this, the fourth sister threw a glass bottle and asked Ye Ashura to refine it when he had the time. Ye Ashura observed the bottle and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is the top existence in beast fire. It is the flame of Long. The innate condition required for Dan refining is that there must be fire within your body. Although this is beast fire, its power is no less than earth fire and celestial fire." Ye Ashura curiously opened the mouth of the bottle. Unexpectedly, a huge long flame suddenly drilled out of the bottle. Seeing the flame with such a huge size, Ye Ashura couldn't help but ask how the long flame became so big. "Can he go into my body?" The fourth sister teased Chu Yanzi with a light laugh, pointing out confidently to Ye Ashura, "How can a man doubt his own abilities?" Ye Ashura utilized the gift from Dan Emperor that the fourth sister presented. Celestial-grade long flame breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he only broke through the human essence stage. He can trigger the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Long flame surged into Asura's body as it opened its huge mouth. The rich vital chi instantly filled 9 revolutions Tyrant Dan C, making Asura unable to help but marvel. Fortunately, awakening the 9 revolutions Tyrant Dan C prevented it from being burst by this long. He fell into thinking. Close your eyes and open the 9 revolutions Tyrant Dan C. Stabilize your breath. She saw Asura absorb the long flame effortlessly. The 4 sisters smiled when the stinky brat 9 revolutions Tyrant Dan C awakened. The speed of flame absorption also increased. Judging from the situation, he should be able to break through the human essence stage soon. After all, his 9 revolutions Tyrant body is too extraordinary. His reserve of spiritual chi alone far exceeds that of ordinary people. She wanted to fall behind in her thinking. A beam of heavenly spiritual chi suddenly shot down from the sky in the clouds. The 4 sisters' palace is surrounded by a strong presence of vital chi. She saw the beam of light shooting down from the clouds. The 4 sisters couldn't help but sigh. This kid can actually absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens, something only achievable by reaching the celestial essence stage. He actually achieved it at the human essence stage. The 4 sisters rubbed her chin, revealing a smile. I wonder how many more surprises this little brother can bring me. After the beam of vital chi disappeared, the air suddenly filled with thunder. The 4 sisters walked out of the palace upon hearing the sound and looked up. Seeing such a momentum, the 4 sisters was shocked. This is actually the heavenly tribulation. Just then, Asura also successfully broke through. Hearing the 4 sisters mention the heavenly tribulation, he felt puzzled. Whose heavenly tribulation is it? Of course, it's your heavenly tribulation, dear little brother. Asura doubted that the damn heavens had made a mistake. Clearly, he had just reached the human essence stage. Was he about to endure the heavenly tribulation already? His thoughts had only just begun. A bolt of thunder struck directly at the ground where Asura stood. The 4 sisters looked at the thunder swirling on the ground, also breaking out in a cold sweat. She faced Asura's confusion. The 4 sisters spoke up to explain. This power should only be at the level of 1 layer heavenly tribulation. And if you can get through this heavenly tribulation, you will become even stronger. He looked at the looming thunderous giant snake above his head. The 4 sisters cheered behind to him. Be good. Once you get through this heavenly tribulation, Sister will reward you with something fun. Asura showed a hint of embarrassment at the words. Sis, are you treating me like a child and playing tricks on me? He looked at the thunderous giant snake above his head. Asura raised his sacred weapon and flew straight up into the sky. With his sacred weapon, he struck fiercely at the body of the giant snake. The long's body was directly cut in half. The giant snake surprisingly began rapidly healing its wounds. After reforming, the giant snake's size unexpectedly doubled. He saw the giant snake gathering thunder. Asura stood in front of the giant snake, intending to confront it head-on. After the two made contact, a terrifying explosion swept through the area. After taking the attack head-on, the giant snake's aura inexplicably grew stronger. Then the snake's offspring emerged from the explosion. It flew straight towards Asura, striking his body. His sturdy body firmly embedded into the huge rock on the 4 sisters' head. Asura also sensed the strangeness of the heavenly rank. Just at that moment, the 4 sisters' voice suddenly sounded. Just holding the light is not useful. You need to find a way to absorb the thunderclouds. Asura suddenly realized the mystery in his words. He questioned his elder sister why she didn't tell him earlier. The 4 sisters rubbed her palms together, displaying a, weirdly, affectionate demeanor of an elder. I'm sorry. I just thought of it, she said. Asura, however, did not believe the 4 sisters' nonsense. This is definitely something that only a real sister could do. Asura carries the sacred beast celestial devouring, and withstands the heavenly tribulation with divine long's breath. His strength has increased by 2 levels. He didn't have time to be happy before being teased by the fourth sister. Just as Asura was at a loss facing the heavenly tribulation, the fourth sister suggested absorbing the thunderclouds first. Asura suddenly realized. He faced the thunder unleashed by the thunder snake once again. Asura inserts the sacred weapon into the ground. He summons Celestial Devouring directly. Celestial Devouring instantly scatters the thunder. He then dives into the giant mouth of the thunder python to restrain it. At that moment, the long flame within Asura unexpectedly reacts with the thunder. Asura plunges into the thunderclouds. Using the long flame, he started devouring the thunder recklessly. The fourth sister's smile deepened as she witnessed this scene. In this way, not only did the flames within him undergo a change, even the spiritual chi within his body was infused with a hint of thunder and lightning power. This will greatly benefit him in performing mysterious techniques in the future. With this thought in mind, he descended. Asura suddenly roared in the air. Heavenly tribulation and long flame successfully fused into 9 heavens thunder flame. As the heavenly tribulation fades away, the terrifying energy within Asura sweeps across this area. The fourth sister claps her hands and praises. Impressive, impressive. This time, the heavenly tribulation has brought you a lot of gains. Not only did your cultivation level directly break through from the human essence stage pinnacle to the earth essence stage first layer. Moreover, the sound was suddenly interrupted by Asura with a burst head. Asura confidently continued holding the stunned celestial devouring. Yes, yes. This 9 heavens thunder flame is simply amazing. I feel like even facing the celestial essence stage would be a piece of cake. The fourth sister stepped forward to help Asura wipe his handsome face. She also agreed with the confident words of her younger brother. She then pointed to the skin revealed by Asura and charmingly said, "You need to go back and clean up now. Otherwise, this appearance might be a bit inconvenient at night." Asura suddenly panicked. Do things at night? Then he fell into contemplation. What exactly does this refer to? The time came to noon. The fourth sister began to explain to Asura in the Dan refining room. All the boring training you went through for so many days was to lay a solid foundation for Dan refining. The 9 heavens thunder flame you cultivated today, though not the most powerful kind, is the most suitable flame for Dan refining. No doubt about it. Asura finally understood. That's why the elder sister asked me to undergo the heavenly tribulation today, and then she asked if this flame is really so powerful. The fourth sister fell into contemplation. She began sharing her experience as a Dan emperor. The quality of the flame is important, but it is also necessary to grasp the subtle changes during the Dan refining process. With the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes, you already have an absolute advantage from birth. Next is the accumulation of spiritual chi. Generally, Dan refining takes several days, or even several tens of days. Without a strong reserve of spiritual chi, it is also not possible. Asura understood the four sisters' hard work. Previously, he absorbed the spiritual chi of the extremes abyss to awaken the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan Si, and fundamentally did not lack spiritual chi. Asura shed tears of happiness. Having a sister is really too good. She even feeds me food to my mouth. If I don't eat now, wouldn't it go against the principles of nature? Asura's Dan Emperor, the fourth sister, personally imparts the art of Dan refining. When Asura gathers herbs, he encounters a fearless female assassin, only to see the fourth sister conjure flames in her palm. She is going to demonstrate the process of Dan refining to Asura. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your level of enlightenment. Asura carefully watched the process of the flames entering the cauldron. Dan Emperor personally instructs in Dan refining. This is not an opportunity that everyone can have. The fourth sister explained while refining the Dan pill. The dissolution time of each herb is different. The time when the herbs are just put into the cauldron is the most critical for Dan refining. Asura's right eye opened, carefully observing the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes. Just a few breaths of time. Inside the alchemy cauldron, a blue Dan pill slowly takes shape. I haven't reacted yet to the Dan pill Asura being dragged by the four sisters' palm. Indeed, he is the Dan Emperor. The speed of this Dan pill is truly extraordinary. Later, the four sisters took out a list, asking Asura to go down the mountain tomorrow to collect the necessary medicinal herbs. In the following days, try practicing the simplest spiritual Chi Dan. Asura agreed. The time has come for the night. Asura is searching for medicinal herbs behind the mountain. Today I watched the Dan refining process of the fourth sister. I plan to seize the opportunity and strike while the iron is hot tonight. Just as Asura was getting ready, when he was picking the final tortoiseshell flower needed for the process, there was a sudden noise in the woods. A hidden weapon suddenly flew towards him. Asura reacted quickly and dodged the weapon by a hair's breadth. Several figures in black robes slowly emerged from the forest. Finally, I found you. Upon seeing this burly figure in a black robe, Asura looked puzzled. Big brother, I don't seem to know you. You come at me right away. Isn't that a breach of the rules of the martial world? Before the voice had even finished, the leader in black robes immediately threw out several hidden weapons. He angrily shouted, "Who are you calling big brother? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Who am I, after all?" Asura found that he had indeed never seen the appearance of this woman before. Confronted with such obvious murderous intent from the woman, Asura speaks the truth. "Big brother." "Oh wait, big sister. I really don't know who you are. I was just a little shocked earlier. These days, there are even sisters who have trained their bodies so strong. I feel inferior compared to them." The violent woman's arms transformed into knives. She directly slashed out 2 strands of vital chi towards Asura. Asura easily dodged away. A group of black-robed figures suddenly rushed forward, seeing these guys with such obvious killing intent. Asura is not planning to be polite either. He directly took out the sacred weapon and activated the 9 revolutions tyrant body to confront several assassins head-on. As the sword shadows flashed by, the black-robed assassin fell to the ground, facing the leading woman's thunderstrike crescent slash. Asura easily caught it with one hand. No matter how hard the woman tried, she couldn't move the large knife forward at all. The voice of Asura came timidly. "I was collecting herbs just fine. You guys insisted on coming over. Why bother?" Then he exerted force with his arm, sending the woman's body flying. Seeing this group of people lose their combat effectiveness, Asura retracted his sacred weapon and planned to return home. He needs to finish the task entrusted to him by the fourth sister first. Upon hearing the word "sister," a single tear rolled down the woman's cheek. He immediately shouted angrily, "If he's still around, I should be able to hear this name as well." Asura tilted his head, revealing a look of confusion. I remind the audience that this person is definitely not Asura's sister. Asura's sister would not be so weak. Asura encountered the mysterious woman's assassination while collecting herbs. He easily resolved her attack. He was just about to return home after completing the four sisters' mission. The woman angrily shouted, "If he is still around, I should be able to hear my sister's voice as well. It's all you. It's you guys who killed my brother." Asura looked puzzled. The woman pointed at Asura and reminded him, 5 days ago, Nether Cave." Asura suddenly remembered the eunuch young master from the previous episode. "Your younger brother is the one who wanted to use bone corrosion to kill me, the third sister. But he failed due to his weak skills, and got killed by my sister, the chief eunuch of the Eternal Peace Association." Upon hearing such insults, the woman directly threw out several strange purple spheres. As the spheres exploded, emitting poisonous gas, Asura quickly covered his mouth and nose. Just then, the four sisters' voice suddenly sounded, "Little brother, you really are naughty." Just then, a beam of light shot down from the sky, abruptly isolating this area. as the beam of light dissipated. The beautiful body of the fourth sister catches the eye. Clearly, I told you to practice after dawn. But you just wouldn't listen. You had to come out in the middle of the night to look for herbs. Now you've got yourself in trouble. Just ran into some troublemaker. Asura just called out for big sister. The burly woman greeted. Suddenly, a group of assassins rushed towards the two. You came just in time. You also have a share in my brother's death. The fourth sister looked very disdainful. She just waved her hand directly and let Asura show his skills. It's time to test the results of special training. Asura drew out his sacred weapon and responded with a sound. He was just worried about not having a sparring partner to practice with. Several heads to be delivered have arrived just in time. Asura stood with his sword in front of him. The terrifying nine heavens thunder flame condensed and emerged. As Asura swung his sword down, the huge sphere suddenly met the attacks of the crowd. The two sides collided. All the people in black robes were shaken away. Only the sturdy woman in the lead managed to hold her ground. Asura approached the woman. His voice came hoarsely. I said, when you avenge your eunuch brother, can you bring me some stronger subordinates? I haven't exerted my full strength yet. How did they all get killed in one go? The woman had a cold expression. Then, she intended to use her last move. As she performed her secret technique, her palm began to absorb the surrounding vitality. Seeing the familiar forbidden arts of Asura, he suddenly realized. He immediately questioned the woman. I didn't expect you to collude with the people of the Six-Path sect. The woman still believes that his younger brother was innocently killed. Asura mentioned the sacred weapon.